Reading The Heart of Transcendental Book Distribution. Experience burns brighter than imagination. A dialectic synthesis of the correlative dynamics of internal and external pure devotional principles. By Aindra Das. Published by Voice of Brudge. Dedication. This disquisition is dedicated to my beloved spiritual master, Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa 108 Sri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Prabhupada, and all the Gaudiya Vaishnavacharyas down to the present day, who mercifully took the trouble to present volumes of both ancient and modern transcendental literatures aimed at inculcating upon a most degraded and suffering humanity the inestimable treasure of Braja Bhakti Ras. Acknowledgement. Several years ago, upon completing a major part of this treatise, I decided that I had better shelve the thing, despite my deep conviction about the need for this dimension of open and frank dissertation in contemporary Vaishnav society. I was thinking that perhaps the best place for it would be in a Granth Samadhi. After all, Srila Prabhupada had requested me to write a book. He didn't say anything about taking it to the press. I thought it better to safeguard the peaceful prosecution of my bhajan by avoiding the likelihood of provoking certain anticipated institutional and interpersonal hostilities toward myself. Perhaps after I'm dead and gone, someone would unearth the manuscript and publish it as an assortment of novel Aindraisms to be circulated among the curious. Otherwise, instead of shelving it, another idea was to author it incognito under a pen name. Subsequently, however, in a dream, I asked Srila Prabhupada whether he had any occasion to go through my book, to which he replied, "We will see it when it is published." This indicated to me his intention that the book should not only be written, but published as well. I consider it Krishna's kind arrangement that a number of sober-minded, pure-hearted Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis came forward to selflessly assist me in the endeavor to produce this work. I am ever grateful to these individuals who sacrifice so much of their time and energy to help me. I only regret that in a devotional society meant to instill fearlessness and individual thoughtfulness in its members, the atmospheric conditions are such that devotees opt to remain anonymous so as to circumvent the risk of being barbarously burned at the stake by the institutional powers that be for exercising their God-given right to freedom of pure devotional expression. Anyway, Krishna knows who they are, and I pray for his unreserved blessings upon them. Forward. Some transcendental literatures are meant to be loudly recited and discussed in the public forum. Although pointing to the highest plateau of spiritual realization while maintaining a continuity of consequence in the lives of the most elevated Vaishnavas, they basically provide an introductory course designed to instill a prerequisite foundational regard for topics of transcendence in the hearts of those yet to achieve a foothold on the path of unalloyed devotion. Vaishnav writings of a more intimate category, on the other hand, given the esoteric nature of their focus, are meant to be privately relished and discussed among more qualified individuals who have already developed a strong and determined appreciation for the true nature of Krishna as the supreme enjoyer. It would be inappropriate to acquaint people who have yet to be divested of their long-standing envy of the Lord with Radha Krishna's most intimate leelas without first philosophically establishing them in the principles of Prema Dharma. That one should not cast one's pearls before swine in no way suggests, however, that books of an esoteric nature should never be written and or made available to benefit the faithful. Many authorized Vaishnavas, such as Bilvamangal Thakur, Jayadev Goswami, Prabodhananda Saraswati Thakur, Ramananda Roy, Rupa Goswami, Sanatan Goswami, Raghunath Das Goswami, Gopal Bhatta Goswami, Jiva Goswami, Krishnadas Kaviraj, Kavi Karnapur, Ramai Thakur, Dhyan Chandra Goswami, Narottam Das Thakur, Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, and more recently Bhaktivinoda Thakur and others have poetically penned numerous literary works divulging the intimate pastimes of the Lord of Braj, their own sacred aspirations for divine loving service, and the sublime, confidential process of spontaneous devotional practice for the sake of posterity. In this morbid world, apparently on the verge of corporately imposed global tyranny, such literature affords to the serious student of bhakti yoga an immense shelter, a tremendous source of solace and spiritual inspiration. This piece, harmonious with the perfect conclusions of the Gaudiya Vaishnavacharyas, should be sagaciously distinguished as belonging to the more intimate category of transcendental literature. Thus, reference to any part of it in the course of an open discussion would best be done with the reader's mature discretion. The author of this book has ventured to present his own personal insights into the realm of the Absolute with a view to demonstrate for the benefit of the broad-minded individual the tangible tie between the practical performance of Mahamantra Sankirtan and the vital internal realization of one's constitutional Braja Swarup. Reading carefully, the sincere, pure devotional candidate will clearly ascertain the true purpose of transcendental book distribution and will be favorably impelled to recognize the vigorous performance of the Yuga Dharma as the only viable solution to the problems of life in a world fraught with tensions of every description. Wishing well to one and all, we pray the sober reader will gain great spiritual profit, redoubled inspiration, and the potency required for the effective practice and preaching of unadulterated Krishna consciousness. The Publishers. Introduction. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to the thunderous congregational chanting of Radha Krishna's holy names. All glories to the swan-like pure devotees of the Lord. The great necessity in the forward march of any growing religio-cultural institution is to recognize, encourage, responsibly guide, and positively facilitate the inner spiritual development of the society's progressive pure devotional aspirants. This treatise strives in its own unique way to inspire a revolution of understanding. It attempts to deepen the self-searching thoughtfulness essentially required to bridge the apparent dichotomy between a sadhaka's inward bhajan and outward preaching by illustrating the relative importance of each as well as their interrelation. Those fortunate souls who absorb intimately this message will find the pathway to the highest regions of Krishna Prema clearly open to them, whereas those unfortunates who turn from this message, preferring to attach themselves to shallow, self-aggrandizing materialistic modes of devotion, will find their path plagued with obstruction. We sincerely hope to at least touch the hearts of a fortunate few. That alone would be the hallmark of our success and a source of immense satisfaction. This small volume will be well regarded by purified, clear-headed individuals who are thoroughly honest. Narrow-souled superficialists or spiritually maladroit, externally oriented prakrita bhaktas of meager metaphysical or internal devotional acumen will have to muster the requisite spiritual integrity to deeply enter into the spirit of this dissertation. The subject matter of this book, like the highly elevated topics revealed in the latter cantos of Srimad Bhagavatam, should not be intruded upon by the ineligible, hypocritical, corrupt, or envious. If the boot impacts, promptly close the book. In alluding to various potential and kinetic religio-organizational irregularities in the course of this discourse, we aim not to rudely impute any wickedness to any individual or body of individuals. Rather, the objective is to practically illustrate how a serious devotional candidate must, when required, transcend institutional atmospheric conditions as a down-to-earth expression of the determination to achieve spiritual perfection, keeping the ultimate mission of Guru and Krishna in view. In other words, all things considered, there is no excuse for failure in fulfilling the human mission. Barring the over-reliance on institutional ethos, sadhakas may certainly, in all circumstances, advance both the internal and external culture of Krishna consciousness, perhaps not so much because of, but rather in spite of, the institution with all of its inevitable shortcomings and tribulations. In other words, ultimately, we have only ourselves to blame for our lack of Krishna consciousness. What need is there for any further introductory elaboration? It is as it is. Generously remitting the numerous literary imperfections herein, simply open your heart and allow the substance of this presentation to transport your inner dimensional quantum beyond the confines of vapid, ecclesiastico-conservative conventionalism to a Krishna-conscious paradigm of enriched profundity. Hare Krishna. First Heartfelt Effusion. My dear Lordships, Shri Shri Radhasham Sundar, crying at the lotus feet of Sri Guru, one very fallen and destitute soul humbly offers to you the following unrestrained stream of prayerful outpourings for your kind and considerate audience. My dear beloved Lordships, let me have not only this one body with one head, upon which are placed only 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, and 1 mouth, in which I find only this one pathetic tongue. Let me have not only this one dead body, upon which I find only 1 clumsy cranium, wherein we may assume there be at least 1 exiguous lump of inert gray matter. Let me have not only this 1 frail figure from which extend only 2 sluggish legs and 2 feeble arms, and no more than 1 leisurely hand on the end of each. Let me be not only this single insignificant someone with but this 1 heart, 1 life, and 1 subatomic soul to dedicate most inadequately to your urgently required large-scale distribution of transcendental literatures. If you wish to offer me any benediction, then please let me have hundreds and thousands, nay, even millions and billions of stout and strong bodies, either all at once or one after another or both. On each body let me have hundreds, thousands, even millions of heads, each with hundreds of eyes and noses, thousands of ears and millions of mouths, each endowed with billions of fabulously fortunate tongues. Moreover, let me have trillions of most capable brains and innumerable hale, hearty, and enthusiastic legs, arms, hands, hearts, and happy selves to fully dedicate to the earnest service of your administrative task of worldwide transcendental book distribution. What is the use of a soul who cannot expand into thousands of beings, each having millions of bodies? What is the use of having millions of bodies if each body doesn't have billions of heads? What is the use of each body having billions of heads if each head doesn't have trillions of brains and trillions of mouths with trillions of gracious tongues in each? What is the use of having trillions of brains if each brain doesn't command quadrillions of intelligences with which to find the novel ways and means to drop zillions of transcendental time bomb books into the laps of the fallen conditioned souls? What is the use of having innumerable legs, arms, hands, hearts, lives, and geniuses if everyone and everything is not wholly dedicated to the service of your mission to inundate the entire planet with zillions upon zillions of transcendental literatures eulogizing your unlimited names, forms, qualities, and pastimes in your limitlessly divine supramundane realm of eternity, knowledge, and bliss, Sri Vrindavan Dham. My dear Shri Shri Radhe Shyam, what is the use of having innumerable hands, each distributing transcendental literatures by the billions and trillions, if as an outcome of it all, not even one soul becomes your fully self-realized, pure, Keval Madhurya Premika devotee? What is the use of billions of brains scheming to optimize the printing and proliferative dissemination of billions upon trillions of transcendental literatures if even one soul with even only one body and merely one head with but a single mouth with just the one tongue could not even come to the position of, at least even just only but once, relishing the immortal nectar of your pure holy name, Shuddhanam, which is fully inclusive of your sublime internal spiritual potencies? What would be the use of distributing millions upon billions upon trillions of sublime ras-saturated scriptures if, as a result of all the hustle and bustle, not even a single soul attains the fruit of Brajaprema, Vastu Siddhi, the ultimate perfection of gaining Krishna's direct shelter in the Boma Leelas as a follower of the damsels of Vrindavan, beyond the hope against hope, suppositional domain of wishful thinking? If as a consequence of distributing countless billions of your transcendental literatures, one could not ultimately realize the perfection of one's sthayi bhav in one of the 5 primary rasas befitting your loving service in the beautiful land of Braja, what would be the actual accomplishment? What a folly if, while incessantly promulgating hundreds and thousands upon billions, trillions, or even innumerable quadrillions of small, medium, big, and maha-big books to boot for billions of lifetimes, one does not bother to advance one's internal devotional eligibility, adhikar, in Krishna consciousness, to triumphantly deserve entree into your Boma Leelas for the real attainment of one's Satchidananda Siddhadeya as a Braja Gopa or Gopi. What a perfidy if, by broadcasting countless volumes and volumes of transcendental scriptures, not even one thoughtful book distributor could fortunately gain the essential penetrating insight to deeply discover the esoteric truths behind the blackish, Krishna, letters on all those whitish, Radha, pages. To what avail are millions of bodies with millions upon billions upon trillions of heads, eyes, ears, noses, mouths, tongues, brains, feet, legs, arms, and hands, all simultaneously serving to distribute millions upon billions upon trillions upon quadrillions of unlimited transcendental literatures all over the world, nay, all over the universe, anywhere and everywhere, immediately and incessantly forevermore, if even one pure-hearted book distributor could not verily gain, by mature, intensified Harinam Bhajan Ruchi, the momentous realization that in truth, our only real business is to sit in your holy lands of Mayapur and Vrindavan and constantly chant your self-same Premanam. What is the use of it all if we don't recognize that the purpose of our book distribution is to encourage as many others as possible to become pure-hearted, fully self-realized Niskinchana Bhajananandis who are the fittest to propagate the holy name by their ecstatic performance of Prema Ras Maya Nam Sankirtan, which forever shines as the supreme Jaiva Dharma of every jiva without exception. What would be the use of it all if we could not become factually freed from the insanity of not clearly knowing who we really are in terms of the intricacies of our ultimate, intrinsic, eternal spiritual identity, Braja Swarup? What would be the use if no one could become enlightened beyond the very vague notion of being a transmigrating 10,000th of a hair-tip subatomic Brahman particle floating around on the life airs of a temporary, therapeutically engaged, superficially designated, rotting corpse-like defecating bag of bones masquerading as a so-called man, woman, brahmachari, grihasta, sannyasi, vantasi, brahmana, kshatriya, potwasher, pujari, temple president, GBC, guru, devotee, or even, hold my tongue, eminently exalted book distributor. My dear lordships, what is the use of constructing hundreds and thousands of pompously opulent temples, worshipping thousands of millions of grandiosely ornamented deities, distributing umpteen zillions of books, mismanaging millions and billions of bucks, filling billions and trillions of bellies, and congregating a society of hundreds of thousands of semi-conscious, squabbling neophytes, if even one soul amidst the menagerie could not ultimately achieve the supremely privileged maid service of the treasures of your lotus feet as you endlessly enjoy your transcendental Nakunja Leelas in your eternally resplendent realm of Brajadam. My dear most beloved lordships, Shri Shri Radhe Shyam, if, however, as a result of all such laborious efforts, even just one fortunate soul could somehow or other, by your unbounded special causeless mercy, finally, even if after billions and trillions of lifetimes of devotional struggle, attain that most cherished goal of life, then by all means, please let there be thousands and millions of, quote, Brihat Mridanga printing presses, each producing millions and billions of transcendental literatures describing your unlimited names, forms, qualities, and Madhurya Leelas in the sweetest of all sweetest lands, Sri Vrindavan Dham. If in the last, even just a single person consequently becomes your consummately pure, unalloyed Braja Gopa or Gopi, serving to further exhilarate your already limitlessly expanding ocean of transcendental bliss, then let thousands and millions of transcendental book distributors, each with billions of intelligences, find trillions of newer and newer innovative methods of inducing quadrillions of conditioned souls to take to the process of hearing pure nectarian Krishna Katha. My dear beloved Shyam Sundar, you are the ultimate impetus behind all events in the three worlds. Please let hundreds of thousands of book distributors each distribute by the millions and billions while tolerating all types of tribulations, if in due course even one of them can come to clearly realize by practical experience the integral correlation between the eternal activity of propagating Krishna consciousness in the world and the internal culture of the selfless bhavas of the Braja Gopis, who relish 10 million times the happiness of their own meeting with you by making the arrangements for others to get the happy chance to have your delightful company. Let thousands and millions of externally oriented Prakrita Bhaktas fill the atmosphere with endless streams of prajalpa, fault-finding, backbiting, and fratricidal bickering on top of all the petty institutional and interinstitutional wrangling and war. What do we care for it? Let the over-intelligent, doggedly resorting to materially contrived managerial stratagems injudiciously undermine the essential principle of keeping single-minded confidence in the lucid instructions of the institutional founder Acharya. They'll have to learn the hard way, as will the attendantly implicated. Let hundreds of heedless sannyasis and guru figureheads plunge from their pompous pedestals owing to their often sentimentally justified, inappropriately frequent, and overextended proximity in dealings with their female disciples and so on. Why should we lament or bother ourselves to in any way condemn or condone? These things are going on and will continue to go on and on and on. Trust no future, however pleasant. Let the upper organizational oligarchy essay to save face by repeatedly rehashing their clandestine attempts to cloak the pitiable transgressions of the institutionally rubber-stamped guru figureheads. Let them, on the plea of, quote, protecting the, quote, faith of their unwary disciples in the name of service to the absolute truth, perpetuate the farcical facade of Guruji's infallibility while groping for patchwork reformatory measures, lest there be appurtenant embarrassment for all concerned. Oh well, anyway, all glories to Kali Yuga. What could we expect? Hari Bol. God helps those who help themselves. Man is the architect of his own misfortune. Let destiny prevail. We can fool some of the people some of the time, right? It all comes out in the wash. Let the rather foppish, high-flying swamis, intent on compelling the purses of the prosperous Prakrita Bhaktas, sublimate their zeal for lordly grandeur, affluence, and fanfare on the plea of Yukta Vairagya, ostensibly in the interest of Lord Gauranga's Sankirtan movement. Let the weak-hearted, ill-advised, or reckless religio-institutional administrators, beguiled by the prospects of amplified economic might, sightlessly prostitute or inelegantly abandon all managerial scruples in deference to the non-devotional demands of spiritually indignant neophytes of monetary magnetism. So much for the Brahminical culture of candor and simplicity. It shall faze us not. Let multitudes of deceitful dharmadwajis, to conceal their actual reprehensible intents, masquerade as awesome mentors of the Bhagavatam in order to furtively milk the petty, gross, and subtle material assets of the Acharya's institution under the pretext of acquiring, quote, spiritual opulences by the grace of God. Let them all, quote, enjoy and suffer according to the sweet will of Providence. We shall be thrilled to pieces, at the same time much aggrieved. Let the determinately shallow superficialists cosmetically manage to farcically project a prodigiously meretricious institutional semblance of forthright Krishna consciousness, while duplicitously concealing the relentless tenacity of their own steel-framed hearts. Let them obsequiously buff the, quote, golden cage institutional body as they insensibly disregard the vital nourishment of the, quote, songbird Sampradayic soul. Let the respectability and trustworthiness of the institutional, quote, leadership go to hell. Our eternal constitutional personal loving relationship shall never be contingent upon nor thwarted by any of this. Hey Radhesham, the plastic put on fallacious social niceties of polished cultural urbanity hardly constitute nor necessarily evince internally developed pure devotional excellence. Godless meat-eating demons also effectively train their utterly materialistic corporate personnel to politely or hospitably interrelate with forged, highly refined, deferential suavity. Are they too to be lauded as being spiritually advanced? Animals are also seen to cordially welcome their friends and relatives and ward off their adversaries. Let the grand, high, exalted, mystic, institutional control monsters allege their high-handed, spuriously assumed, cliquish inheritance of the Sampradaya's material and spiritual legacy to patronizingly toss a scrap or two to the most servile of their pathetically ambitious bootlicking sycophants. Smiling mildly, we shall look on with casual indifference. Let them have their big, big buildings, big, big bank balances, and big, big managerial agenda. Let them have their thousands of neophyte disciples, their lordly dominions, and their hollow charade of being more dazzlingly divine than at all creditable. All that glitters is not gold. They are not at all enviable. Let them have their airs of being empowered world preachers of the Krishna consciousness movement. Respecting them from a distance and praying for their spiritual welfare, I, meekly admitting my inability to brandish any of the above, shall have nothing but the resolve to constantly chant the holy name in the sacred dust of Braj. And I bless to fall into humblest disrepute and utter material ruination anyone who in any way endeavors to dissuade me. What does it really matter that hundreds and thousands of exploitative neophyte religio-organizational opportunists jockey for positions, more or less fraudulently establishing themselves as, quote, illustrious, quote, leaders of the Hare Krishna movement on various levels to pursue their sundry ulterior motives while having not even the slightest genuine greed for the inestimable treasure of Braja Bhakti Ras. I say, bravo, if as a result of having distributed millions of transcendental literatures all over the world, we can even hope to find just one unpretentious, truly elevated, fully enlightened Rasik Vaishnav amidst the veritable mess we've made of everything. Hey Radhe Shyam, let the brutish Namaparadis, goaded by a lingering appetite for the foul fruits of bhukti and mukti, even after so much graceful guidance, remain ever attached to whatever little labha, puja, and pratishta they can manage to eke out from their ostentatious show of allegiance to the cause of transcendental book distribution. We shall not be impressed. Let the benighted, pushy, audaciously puffed up, mischief-mongering, egoistic vixens wishing to spitefully dance on the heads of the brahmacharis and sannyasis to gratify their inflated personal and extended sense of self-importance, improvidently misconceive, abort, abandon, nay, even ever so much as vociferously revile the all-round salutary shelter of Vedic cultural ethics on the pretext of Vaishnavi social equality. Ugh. Let thousands of unrelenting, materially anchored semi-bhaktas pursue their overwhelming concern for wholesale, systematic, institutional social development. The birds, beasts, and insects also cry for food, shelter, and sex satisfaction. Are they not provided for? Let the sanctimonious religio-institutional organizationists, treacherously robbed of their resolute faith in the all-attractiveness of Krishnanam Sankirtan, blunderingly adulterate the precepts of the Acharyas on the plea of enhanced public appeal by insisting on a watered-down outward display of sophistication in lieu of widespread ecstatic chanting and dancing. We doubt they will ever be successful. Let the mundane Kali Chela pseudo-kirtankaris most irresponsibly exploit the Sankirtan performance to purposefully augment their own name, fame, and sex appeal, like yowling cats bewailing the want of their mates. Ha! The joke's on them. Let thousands and thousands of cripple-minded grihamedis and grihastas with their womenfolk have license for the sordid sex life. Let them beget tens of thousands of grossly misled, druggy, sense-gratifying, quote, ex-gurukuli ingrates and the likes of them. It is of no earth-shattering consequence. We shall applaud their grand success if even one soul amidst all of these somehow or other finds the supreme shelter declared in all the Bhakti Shastras, the succulently nectareous ambrosial mellow sweetness of your Prema Nam Sankirtan Ras. Let thousands of novice and also seasoned book distributors priggishly presume themselves to be glorious Gostyanandi evangelic angels. Let thousands of imitative, half-baked, quasi-devotional sentimentalists conceitedly pose to impersonate highly elevated Paramahamsa Nirjan Bhajananandis, while having neither depth of unalloyed devotional insight nor accomplished worldly disinterest. All would do well to understand that the best Gostyanandi and also the best Bhajananandi is the Niskinchana Bhajananandi who comes out from the depths of his profound rasic absorption in Krishna consciousness to share his realizations for the benefit of others, both by precept and by personal example. Who cares whether or not anybody really went to the moon? In the end, what damn bit of difference does it make? Still, we would do well to always remember, authority does not constitute truth. Truth constitutes authority. Who cares whether or not I said, that he said, that she said, that they said that? Who the hell knows what anyone actually said anyway? Human life is much too short for any of this. Who cares for the skepticism of the skeptics? Who cares whether or not any stool-passing creature of this world would be bothered to seriously understand or appreciate our heartfelt feelings about anything? Did we come to this world to win a popularity contest? Who cares who puts whose stick in whose hole? Ultimately, we must all fly our own airplane. Why waste our invaluable time on the absurdities of the materially engrossed? Who the hell cares who becomes the next Ravana of institutional mismanagement? God will have to sort that out. The only perfect management is in Vaikuntha anyway. Who the hell cares what designer color the bathroom tiles in our ritzy little, quote, bhajan kutirs shall be? Is there anyone among us who is not on the verge of death? Better to sell off all the marble and classy bathroom tiles and print books. Hey Radhe Shyam, what the hell do we care if the incorrigibly infantile, bigotedly authoritarian, ego-warring power-mongers crassly arrogate to themselves on the plea of autocratic disciplic prerogative, quote, indubitable theocratic predominance? Let them, under the banner of Krishna consciousness, with their presumptuous, often unduly oppressive, superciliously inconsiderate, unilateral sense of communication and cooperation, rather coercively, nay, even menacingly demand absolute fear-based genuflection. They would never really prefer to suffocate any atmosphere conducive to more genial, free-flowing, spontaneous devotional inspiration than, on the basis of perceivable degrees of genuine spiritual illumination, reasonably evoke the actual love and trust required for advanced reciprocal interpersonal devotional dealings. Let them, scarcely conceding to the broader tenet of unity and diversity, at least hope to gradually, at long last, purify, in due course of the dovetailing process, their long-lingering ardor for impersonal eminence and the intoxication of totalitarian controllership. This must eventuate, of course, at the expense of the subjected underdog's salubrious exercise of self-confidence, self-reliance, self-fulfillment, self-expression, and individual initiative pertaining to the personally responsible prosecution of unconstrained, preferential, pure devotional service. All glories to the small-minded, hollow, politically absorbed, false ego gratifying, unjustifiably arrogant, boorishly cutthroat Machiavellian, quote, Hare Krishna overlords. Come what may, they are, no doubt, serious and, quote, well-intentioned in their own persuasion that the iron-fisted, quote, might of skin-deep religio-institutional managerial, quote, empowerment in and of its own makes right. Anyway, Shri Shri Radhe Shyam, no one is all bad. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. Be that as it may, all is well that ends well. Isn't that nice? In truth, it is neither my intention nor is it my duty to fault or flatter anyone. There are advanced and substandard people everywhere. It is not my concern to sit around second-guessing the consciousness of others. Where quasi-Krishna-conscious sophistry supplants genuine pure devotional siddhanta, where the condescending disempowerment syndrome or roguish despotism masquerades as, quote, authorized Krishna-conscious leadership, any array of personal calamity or socio-religious anomaly would anything but dissuade an earnest aspirant from the progressive current of internal devotional amelioration. We could hardly think to turn back the tide of Kali's influence any more than we could stop a thunderhead from storming during the rainy season. Simply hold up your umbrella, depend on Krishna, and sally forth. It is natural to notice so many oppressive evils and perversities. After all, we're in the material world. Moreover, Kali Yuga is an ocean of faults. What else could be expected? The threefold miseries are there. We will always be harassed in so many ways by so many problems. Even if we notice the problems, and even if others deny their various idiosyncrasies or decline to address their problems realistically due to a lack of Krishna consciousness or whatever, what real difference does it make from the absolute perspective? Everyone and everything, either directly or indirectly, serves the absolute purpose of the Supreme. At some point in the course of eternity, everyone will have his or her better day. Meanwhile, we hope for the best, expect the worst, and learn to transcendentally adjust our mindset. We could hardly expect to reform all the ignoramuses of the world. Reformists who think there is scope for such should try to recognize the need to reform their very outlook, which prompts them to think in such terms. At least we ourselves should not be ignoramuses and lose our own focus on the unalloyed devotional objective. Then we may hope to be of some substantial value, sadhu sangha-wise. We must certainly acknowledge any measure of spiritual progress achieved by individuals under the circumstances impressed upon them in the course of the current lifetime. That anyone is making any spiritual advancement at all in this age of Kali is a miracle. Ultimately, that is in the hands of Providence. How purely one responds to life's situations will depend on one's level of paramarthik shraddha based on previously accumulated nitya sukriti. Every conditioned soul under the influence of the modes of material nature is fallible, prone to fall down and offense. Those who come forward on any level to help the Acharya fight the war against Maya are glorious. Even if they are lost in battle, temporarily falling away in various ways and for various reasons, they are nevertheless glorious, at least to some extent. Their eventual progress through the labyrinth of conditional existence to the soul's final stage of spiritual perfection is ultimately Krishna's lookout. Still, in all soberness, if we ourselves actually want to permanently solve the problems of life, if we seriously want to attain the goal of our bhajan, if we want to ascend to the terrace of prema and go back to Godhead by the end of this very lifetime, then we really have to surmount our mediocrity and intensely focus, and refocus. No one else is going to focus for us. If we're not part of the solution, we're part of the problem. If others are not willing to understand the great necessity of purely concentrating their energy on the aim of life, if they are not willing to recognize and follow the examples seen in the lives of those who do so, then what can be done? That is their problem. They will have to eventually muster up enough sincerity to realistically deal with it. It's not enough that we, as spiritual probationers, turn a blind eye toward our various individual and collective ungodly misconceptions, attachments, and lapses along the devotional path. Such apathy, though apparently convenient or accommodating in some ways, never really facilitates an enhanced internal devotional culture. Unless we are willing to admit that we have a disease and are able to properly diagnose the degree of its infection, we could hardly hope to ascertain or apply the precise scientific therapy required for its proper treatment. In other words, unless we're willing to admit there are problems, something we can do only if we allow ourselves to notice them, we could hardly expect any viable solution to come to light. Recognizing and frankly voicing that there are problems, calling a spade, does not necessarily constitute an unduly judgmental, antagonistic, quote, fault-finding tone or tendency. Moreover, such may provide the impetus to our seriously adopting the means by which the problems can actually be solved. For instance, a doctor may, quote, hate the disease without at all hating the patient. Quote, hating the disease essentially recognizes and, in effect, alludes to the existence of a natural, healthy, or liberated state. No doubt, quote, problems refers to two categorical effects, namely the observable, quote, disobliging phenomenon before us, and far more notably, the cynical mindset with which we see the phenomena, the cataracts on our own eyes, or in other words, our own lack of Krishna consciousness. No conditioned infinitesimal jiva can offer any viable solution to any of life's maladies. Only Krishna can alleviate the living entity's problematic state of conditional consciousness, the root cause of all egocentricity, when the latter is somehow induced by divine grace to take shelter of his merciful instructions. The idea of always seeing the, quote, good in something or someone doesn't necessarily have to mean seeing the relative good as opposed to seeing the relative bad. The principle can, and in certain respects must, take on higher dimensional features. When we happen to see adversities, discrepancies, or non-devotional elements which are conventionally considered to be bad, we should always endeavor to see the good in the bad by bearing in mind the, quote, unseen all-good hand of Krishna. Any agent that in any way reminds us of Krishna, prompts us to take shelter of Krishna, catalyzes our deeper sense of devotional responsibility, or teaches us important and valuable lessons concerning the culture of self-effacement in full surrender to the will of Krishna, should be seen as a manifestation of the all-merciful Guru principle. Sri Guru is never bad. An elevated devotee always gratefully acknowledges the presence of Sri Guru and Krishna in everything. At least for us, the all-goodness of the Guru principles seen in our own mistakes as well as in the faults of others may well mercifully teach us how not to be, how not to behave, and the like. Seeing in this way, we, feeling ourselves blessed by the grace of Sri Guru, should profusely praise all such indirect manifestations of Guru Tattva as our ever well-wishers in spite of their negative exterior. The environment is ever propitious, even if fraught with apparent adversity or hostility. Yet we would certainly have to notice and rightly respond to the blatantly abounding environmental improprieties to realize the beauty in Krishna's having placed the nonsense before the purview of our eyes. Right response does not necessitate retaliation against the environment. Adversity and various observable transgressions and imperfections, in fact, afford us an excellent opportunity to exercise our culture of sadhu bhushana, tolerance, mercy, friendliness toward all living entities, humility, forgiveness, patience, determination, and the rest. We should understand that the sight of others' misdemeanors and various other calamities are shown to us by Krishna for the purpose of dynamically educing our own pure devotional qualities, to enhance our devotional adhikar. The degree to which we are able to perfect this understanding is the degree to which we are actually sadhus and sadhvis. To the extent that we are able to recognize this all-good background purpose behind all events of the world, to that extent we are seeing things in proper perspective, and to that extent we may be endowed with first-class Krishna consciousness and remain undisturbed in all circumstances, recognizing Krishna as the cause of all causes, the ultimate doer. Relative environmental negativities simply serve to indirectly indicate, laud, and help us appreciate the all-beauteous positivity of the Absolute. The all-merciful hand of God is always behind every major and minor happening of the world. Sometimes Krishna gives trouble to the youthful gopis by pinching them or harassing them along the way, toppling their head or hip-held pots of milk, yogurt, and ghee. At other times, he sends them gunjamalas or love messages, tremulously inscribed with the juice of red roses by his own hand. Whatever he does, he simply wants to increase their affection for him, to somehow draw their attention toward him. Similarly, all tribulations as well as all jubilation experienced in the course of life's sojourn is but Krishna's attempt to get our attention, to elicit our reciprocation in various ways. In his childhood, Krishna would often break the motherly gopis' carefully kept pots of yogurt, butter, and ghee, pinch their babies to make them cry, or mischievously urinate on their freshly cleaned floors before escaping. And the gopis, though not catching him in the act, would easily surmise that it was all his handiwork. Yet when they, perturbed and frustrated, would gang up on Mother Yashoda to angrily lodge complaints against him, they would become charmed and pleased to see him hiding behind his mother's dress, pretending to be innocent, his face looking so sweet and adorable. At that time their hearts would melt, and they would immediately become overwhelmed with motherly affection, dispossessed of their affected anger and annoyance toward him, and happy to have a good excuse to come to his home to see him in such a state. A contemporary example: a prankish young schoolboy sitting behind a sweet young girl in his class secretly dips the ends of her braids in the ink pot on his desk. Unknown to the girl, the backside of her nice new dress becomes totally blotched with ink and spoiled when she stands up to go home. Only at home, when she changes dress, does she come to know, and she at once ascertains the culprit and complains about him to her mother. The next day, following her mother's advice, she sits across the classroom from him in order to escape his further mischief. But do you think that stops him? Hell no. Desiring her crooked glance, he hurls spitballs across the classroom, bouncing them off the back of her head. At first she pretends not to notice, but after 2 or 3 incidents she becomes annoyed and turns to see from whence the spitballs came. And who does she see? The prankish boy hiding his smile while pretending to know nothing of it. At this point she begins to gather that he must have an interest in her, and she becomes inwardly enchanted and pleased at heart. At recess, when all the boys are playing ball, she, standing on the side, searches and searches among them to find him out in order to witness her prankster's sportsmanship, but she doesn't see him anywhere. Does that mean he's not around? Hell no. Deftly sneaking up from behind, our prankish boy quietly catches a single strand of loose hair from the base of her braid and ping! Ow, that hurt! As she whirls around and spontaneously slaps his face, screaming, "Oh, you nonsense!" sprightly sprinting away, feeling very satisfied with himself and considering all his endeavors a success. Having caught her notice and achieved her reciprocation, he elatedly muses again and again, "She loves me, she touched me, she actually touched me." Later, he sends her a box of sweets. Still later, he personally hands her a beautiful bouquet of fantastically fragrant flowers, and the rest is history. Whether the boy pesters her in this way or that, or gives her a flower or blows her a kiss, in any case, his intention is to somehow get her attention and occupy her thoughts. In the same way, Krishna just wants to have a relationship with us, so he disturbs us in this way or that, or from time to time sends us some special Mahaprasadam or a nice garland of lotus flowers, just to in some way or other remind us that he still exists, waiting patiently behind the whole cosmic affair. He has his hand everywhere, and behind that hand is the rest of his person, who is so sweet and adorable and enchanting and full of rasa. So though we may feel mistreated in some way or disturbed or dismayed by various situations, when we see within our heart of hearts the all-attractiveness of his beautiful face, we will no longer feel inclined to bear any grudges. Why? Because we know he always has our best interest at heart, and that ultimately he loves us, even if by his prankish behavior he makes us shed a stream of tears for the rest of eternity. Another fitting illustration is seen in the contrast between the mentality of a dog and that of a lion. If one throws a dog a bone, the dog will always run after the bone. If one throws a bone to a lion, however, the lion, lifting his head and licking his lips, will turn to check out who it was that threw the bone, considering the thrower to be a tastier prospect, a tastier entity than the thrown. It is better to have the consciousness of a lion than to have the consciousness of a dog. In other words, instead of being primarily concerned with or entangled by the external phenomenon itself, it is better to pursue the tastier entity, the higher taste, by looking to see who has placed the external phenomenon before us. And who will we see? We will see that supremely prankish cowherd boy, Brajendanandana Sham, who, by his inscrutable desire, has expanded innumerable cosmic arenas in which he may directly and indirectly enact his various sportive leelas. That is Krishna consciousness. The worldview of the Uttamadhikari Mahabhagavat is achieved by conscientious cultivation of the same, by practicing to perceive the underlying absolute reality behind the illusory relative manifestations. The means and the end are identical. When one becomes habituated to that practice, then such habit becomes second nature. Only on the Uttama Adhikari platform of advanced internal absorption in Krishna consciousness does one perfectly envisage the world in proper perspective, in terms of the highest understanding. The ultimate understanding is that everything is under Krishna's control, and that because Krishna is the supremely lovable, absolute well-wisher of all living entities, and because he is all good, his control always has its all-good, ultimately beneficial objective and outcome. The Uttam Vaishnava always sees the ultimate good cause behind all the manifested events of this world. He never loses sight of that vision by adopting an illusory or semi-illusory mode of understanding, even when, quote, coming down to the position of an institutional acharya for preaching. The Kanishta Bhakta's angle of vision, though approaching the threshold of spirituality, is still rather mundane or erroneous on account of extensive egocentricity. The Madhyamadhikari Vaishnav's perception, though considerably advanced toward the spiritual platform by way of determined Sharanagati, has yet to transcend all tinges of mundanity. Hence, it is semi-illusory and thus only partially valid. However, the perfectly liberated, non-illusory acuity of reality, which is the absolute transcendental visionary platform, is the prerogative of the Uttama Adhikari alone and no one else. Attaining the perfection of Krishna consciousness most certainly demands one's evolvement to no less than the Uttam Vaishnav platform of perception. Anything short of that would be considered unnatural or artificial. It is highly unlikely that a sadhaka will advance to the Uttamadhikari platform without an attentive endeavor to purposefully culture the internal and external consciousness of an Uttama Adhikari. The culture of internal consciousness means to be absorbed in the pursuit of one's aspired-to position in the Nitya-leelas of the Lord by cultivating the appropriate aprakrita bhav, and the culture of external consciousness means to pursue the rasic perception of the phenomenal world as per the principles presently under discussion. A case in perfection is the instance of Srila Gaurkishore Das Babaji Maharaj being harassed by boys jestingly throwing stones at him as he was riding down the road on a bullock cart. Turning to them, he spontaneously chastised, "I know who you are, Krishna, and if you don't stop teasing me, I'm going to tell Mother Yashoda about your nonsense misbehavior." Hey Radhe Shyam, in the last, anything seemingly unjust, unreasonable, or wrong from the relative standpoint may well directly or indirectly serve as a venerable eye-opener, constituting a formative impetus to one's pitiable crying out for your special causeless mercy in complete self-surrender. Such could not but be seen as integral to your absolute, perfectly synthesized, all-good, complete whole arrangement for the ultimate deliverance of even such as your single most insignificant, all but forsaken, inconspicuous, long-lost, aspiring maidservant. For me, any other outlook would be illusory. I gratefully offer you my humble obeisances again and again. It is certainly a fact that all events of the past, present, and future on the relative material time continuum transpire on account of the all-perfect sanction of the absolute, ever-present Supreme Will. Further, it should be well ascertained that in all circumstances, every living entity involved is in some way or other effectively moved toward the ultimate surrender of the soul, or at least indirectly engaged by superior arrangement to instrumentally catalyze such surrender in someone. Undoubtedly, everything is perfectly arranged by Providence to interactively elicit whatever various responses are circumstantially required to progressively affect every interrelated individual's ultimate reform. For instance, when cows and other animals, or people, are mercilessly slaughtered, physically or psychologically, perceptive individuals will at least wince upon sympathetically imagining the victim's painful plight. The more insightful will cry or at least shudder when considering the butcher's hellish future. Such observable Kali Yuga phenomena may actually serve to awaken or augment, to some extent, a pious soul's natural inborn quality of compassion. If that much is accomplished, then it may certainly be concluded that Maya's distressful manifestations have successfully promoted a gradual progress to someone's ultimate good. Persons with Shastric vision will soberly understand that both the tortured animals or people and the consequently tortured slaughterers are progressively reaping their karmic destinies under the influence of the three material qualities. Both the tortured and the torturer will in due course realize the sufferings of material existence and eventually turn inward toward Godhead. They will thus progressively attain complete perfection at some future point in time. No conditioned soul is totally isolated. All living relativities in this world are always, knowingly or unknowingly, directly or indirectly, positively or negatively, at least remotely in some way or other, interactively instrumental in fulfilling the reformatory purposes of the cosmic manifestation. The apparently endless sojourn of the Jivatma through the relative time warp of this ephemeral cosmic dimension will anyway be experienced as a mere dreamlike flash in eternity when one has, at long last, accessed the real-time eternal realm of the Absolute. At that point, the cumulative sufferings that were subconsciously retained from experiences over innumerable lifetimes will, no doubt, positively serve to dynamically enhance the wakened soul's appreciation of the bliss of ultimate enlightenment. Therefore, the wise, with the vision of eternity, lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Yet, powerful Krishna-conscious preachers remain ever perturbed to see, quote, sanctioned ignorance or forgetfulness of Krishna, which constitutes the very basis of all sanctioned sufferings of the conditioned living entities. They thereby feel themselves to be circumstantially compelled or sanctioned to show mercy by helping to elevate the fallen to Krishna consciousness whenever plausible, sanctioned, to expedite everyone's progress to final beatitude. Was the Mughal Emperor Aurangzeb's desecration of numerous Vishnu temples not sanctioned? Was his breaking to pieces hundreds of deities not sanctioned? Was his paving the walkways up to the Islamic mosques with the pieces of the broken deities not sanctioned? Was his terrorizing innumerable Brahmins and Vaishnavas not sanctioned? Was the envious Qazi's order to cane Haridas Thakur in 22 marketplaces not sanctioned? Would any soft-hearted Vaishnav condone, appreciate, or laud these God-sanctioned atrocities? The offended advance by their sanctioned praying or crying out to Krishna, their exercised tolerance, and their mercifully applied forgiveness. The sympathetic onlookers, deploring and remonstrating against the demonic mentality of the atheist, advance by their sanctioned sorrowful lacrimation and their sanctioned endeavors to either practically protect or at least verbally or mentally honor and support the Lord and his devotees. And the offenders advance by inevitably meeting their sanctioned total destruction, reducing their sanctioned false pride to sanctioned ashes. If fortune favors them, they may then hope to enjoy a sanctioned, humbled, fresh start. In Kali Yuga, we may consider ourselves theistically enriched to the extent that we actually help to promote the cause of congregational kirtan of Krishna's holy name. Indeed, the degree of support we offer to the propagation of Nam Sankirtan is irrefutably the sole measure of our unflinching trust in the personality of Godhead and his precepts descending via the Acharya Parampara. Conversely, we may be considered as atheistical to the extent that we, perfidiously thinking that all wants cannot be fulfilled by congregational chanting and dancing, minimize or obstruct in various ways the propagation of Shuddhanam Sankirtan. We would do well to remember that in this age both the godly and the demonic dwell in the same body, the extent of the latter proportionate to the measure of anarthas yet to be eradicated. The trend toward one or the other temperament ultimately reflects an individual's purity of purpose. Was the litigious disunity within Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada's Gaudiya Math, whereby his illustrious preaching mission became markedly dysfunctional, not sanctioned? Would not the ability or inability to learn important and perhaps rather costly lessons from all such reprehensible, ungodly stagecraft be absolutely sanctioned in view of some far-reaching ultimate design or purpose? Would history's horrific recurrence be anything but utterly sanctioned? Would not our continued ignorance of the consequences of our own unthinkable, self-aggrandizing affronts to the dignity and integrity of our Acharya's mission be well sanctioned? How long will we, claiming to be Vaishnavas, opt to slight, disrespect, belittle, or mistreat others out of a risky, false, condescending sense of ascendancy? If we won't learn anything from the sanctioned instant or eventual outcome of our sanctioned, blatantly whitewashed folly, perhaps at least someone will somewhere along the line. That alone would make the whole sanctioned charade worth a little something. In the final analysis, it may be admitted that any pervertedly reflected illusory manifestation within this cosmos may purposefully pose to prospectively either entangle, liberate, or transcendentally enrapture one, constant with the degree of spiritual eligibility governing the way one sees and responds to Maya's multifunctional demeanor. For example, with all due respect to Maya Devi's empowered, most recognizable expansion in the shape of a psychophysical woman, a so-called man bewildered by material absorption, misidentifying himself as Purusha or enjoyer, and succumbing to an entangling labyrinth of lusty obsessions, foolishly identifies the womanly form as a most desirable and inspirational object of gross or subtle selfish sense delectation. To a lusty man, the world appears as if filled with lusty women. He thus, by harboring intensified attachments to vain, romanticized, mundane objectives, degrades himself, running the risk of rebirth into an illusory prison suit body bearing the shapeliness of a Mayic psychophysical woman. Thus, the materially conceived he ironically gets himself reborn as a materially conceived she. Such is Maya's joke. The somewhat knowledgeable, however, who has become wary of Maya's allurements, will wisely see the same womanly form as mother, an expansion of the supreme form of material motherhood, Goddess Durga. In this material world, mother means one who gives corporal birth, and for one who is born, death is certain. So she who will give birth and concomitant death within this material world shall be deftly esteemed by a vigilant, aspiring transcendentalist as mother, the personification of repeated birth and death. Steering clear by cautiously maintaining a respectful distance, the aspirant will traverse the path of liberation, intelligently circumventing the shackles of sex attraction, the binding force of this material world. Yet, an elevated Vaishnava acquainted with higher truths concerning the spiritually substantial reality of which this material world is merely a shadow will ably see everything in a different light. He transcends the relatively mundane principles of both pravritti, inclination, and nivritti, disinclination, that refer to material connections. Clearly, he realizes that the temporary, shadowy manifestations of this world, stemming originally from the substantial spiritual names, forms, qualities, and activities of the eternal realm of Goloka, can absolutely serve in various ways to remind a pure devotee of the supreme eternal reality of Radha Krishna Lila. He will therefore allow the sight of the illusory womanly form within this world, which faintly resembles the radiance of spiritual malibrity, to prompt within himself an internal recollection of the supreme root of all minor expanded varieties of femininity. This original feature of all transcendental womanhood is none other than Sri Radha, who mothers not the material existence of repeated birth and death, but rather spiritual birth into eternal loving devotion. A subordinate king's attitude towards the emperor's envoy conspicuously reflects his general attitude toward the emperor. As a well-wishing emissary coming on behalf of the emperor's government to examine the condition of a subordinate is to be properly honored, so similarly, any expanded form of femininity should be honored as a representative of Radha. This entire material world, Devi Dham, is comprised of Prakriti, the expanded feminine energy of Radha. Such energy in any form is meant primarily to remind one of Radha and is ultimately meant to be engaged so as to serve her purposes in the matter of assisting to satisfy her beloved Shyam. Herein lies the essence of the Yukta Vairagya principle. A thoughtful Vaishnava, therefore, will recognize in any manifested feminine figure the symbolic ambassadress or messenger maidservant of Sri Radha, the supreme empress of irresistible supramundane feminine attraction for the enchantment of Sri Krishna. Externally maintaining a respectful distance from Radha's messenger, Duti, so as not to commit offense, while humbly considering himself to be unqualified to directly associate with her as long as he remains in the Sadak Deha, he will simply pray from within that she mercifully inform her Swamini, Radha, about his pure devotional intents. Internally offering eternal allegiance to Radha's lotus feet, he will beg to remain ever supportive and covetous of her loving service. Then Mayadevi, being very much satisfied, will mercifully serve in her primary feature as Yogamaya to transcendentally connect the devotee to the Leelas of the Lord. Such externally prompted reflective remembrance of Sri Radha and her gopi friends and maidservants thus elevates the devotee far beyond the mundane influences of the physical field, unlocking a treasure chest of blissful internal absorption in Krishna consciousness. Similarly, the tertiary purpose of all varieties of mundane political wrangling within or without the confines of any religious institution would be to endlessly embroil and entangle those who are externally oriented. The secondary purpose of the trite, gracelessly perpetrated power politics, diplomacy, espionage, sabotage, backbiting, subterfuge, intriguing, and managerial baboonery abounding among the neophytes would naturally serve to dismay or disgust the disinterested intermediate devotees. These apolitical Madhyamadikari Vaishnavas scrupulously avoid all such social vulgarities, valuing each fleeting moment as if it were their last. Dissociating themselves as far as possible from the Prakrita Bhaktas, they concertedly focus on their devotional services of hearing and chanting, etc., and remain relatively freed from the time and energy squandering perplexities of institutional strife. No doubt, the actual primary purpose of everything within this cosmos, including all the petty little interpersonal, interdepartmental, interinstitutional, international, and interplanetary conflicts inevitable at practically every Kali Yuga turn in life, is to one way or another remind the progressive Antaranga Bhaktas of Krishna and his various pastimes. Political intrigue in its original supramundane feature certainly exists in the higher spiritual realm, Goloka Vrindavan. As in this world, only in a pure way it dramatically serves to thicken the plot. So when circumstantially noticing the bogus claptrap, caballing, and sheer tomfoolery of this plane, the resolute, pure-hearted sadhakas and Rasik Vaishnavas may solace themselves to some extent by reflectively remembering the likes of Danakeli or Mukta Charita Katamrita, by recalling the alarming antics of Jatila and Kutila, or by musing upon the original absolute contentious rivalry between the followers of Radharani and the followers of Chandravali. As they turn disadvantage into advantage, seeing substance within shadow, they are transported to the plane of transcendental bliss. Thus they remain self-satisfied in all circumstances. Let the calamities come again and again, and again and again and again. Te dvandva moha nirmukta bhajante mam dridavrata. Still, my heartfelt feelings are that we could hardly expect to legislate or despotically enforce real love and trust by callously compelling the stringent orthodox letter of the law, let alone wrong-headed, illiterate, or fictive, fanatical contortions thereof. It just ain't polite. Rather, I would prefer to suggest that by constant unbiased recourse to the law's dynamics, essential purpose, or inner spirit, in a facilitative temper, we might hope to more or less naturally secure the desirable fruit in proportion to the purity of our perception of cogitable reality as relevant to individual time, space, heart, and circumstance. That one would barbarously blunder to grandiloquently exhibit, time and again ad nauseum, one's unseemingly spiritually perverted Ishvarabhav, or inordinate appetite for peremptorily governing everyone and everything, well, everything except, of course, one's own materially anchored domineering manner of manipulatively controlling everyone and everything else, hardly says much for one's measure of devotional sobriety, theocratic fitness, or accomplishment in Krishna consciousness. Leadership or managerial positions dare not be exploited as incumbencies from which to intimidate or brutishly lord it over the Lord's devotees on the pretext of, quote, getting the job done. The pure devotional service attitude and that which is vitiated by the hostile, egotistically grounded lording propensity smack not of the same tenor. Guru is commander-in-chief, not demander-in-chief. Guru Parampara is chain of command, not chain of demand. Guru and subsequent representatives are not to demand services on behalf of the Lord. Rather, on the basis of visibly ideal character, they are to command or elicit such by openly demonstrating the unalloyed selfless service attitude toward the Lord and the world about. It is not the institution that makes the man. It is the man that makes the institution. To be real, earnestly shared sincerity of approach, regardless of expressional form, is at the very wellspring of trustworthiness, far above and beyond the indecorous, stereotypical tactlessness of frequently resorted to blunt, oft-times duplicitous managerial expediencies. Not all knavish administrative prevarication or diplomatic cajolery constitutes pious fraud. Moreover, love in the real sense, though certainly subsuming the substantive principle of service to actual eternal self-interest, in fact, never seeks to interfere with, subvert, or squelch the individual's freely volitional application of personal integrity in deciding one's own suitable mode of devotional reciprocation. Hence, mature mutual give and take on the spiritual platform had better soberly respect a broad-mindedness accommodating the significance of unique individual perspective or taste, perhaps even considerably beyond one's own prejudice or preset dogmatic viewpoint. So help us God. Hey Radhesham, the pursuit of lofty, mundane academic degrees very rarely, if ever, really lends itself to an expedited pure devotional progress. Rather, it tends to render one more ass-like in that one often trends to unduly bear, even long after initiation into the bhakti cult, a cumbrous, almost unshakable, inflated sense of self-importance. Furthermore, one may unfortunately entertain an immodest impression of one's superiority over others who are less materially qualified, thus gobbling up heaps and piles of temporary, hog-stool-like false prestige on the basis of accumulated collegial upadhis. One must sagaciously avoid the snobbish, overintelligent, grossly idiotic notion that such slaughterhouse academia is in any way a prerequisite for high-grade devotional eligibility, competency, or potential, or to any degree indicative of such. When has such a conceited, specious idea ever been taught by an acharya or upheld by Shastra? How highly educated was Valmiki? Were Hanuman, Sugriva, Jambavan, or Jatayu college graduates? How doctorally decorated were Mrigarhi the hunter, Dhruva, Prahlad, or even their guru Narada in his previous life as the son of a maidservant? How sophisticated or cultured was the prostitute who, by the grace of Haridas Thakur, converted to Vaishnavism and chanted no less than 3 lakhs of Harinam daily? What about Haridas Thakur himself? How literate was the celebrated South Indian Brahmin whom Lord Gauranga embraced, eulogizing him as having truly understood the essence of the Gita? How boastfully bookish was Srila Gaurkishore Das Babaji Maharaj? How many pointed examples are required to illustrate the principle? Besides, we should simply ask, is the world over not teeming with college graduates and professionals who profess avowed atheism or agnosticism? One may argue that collegians have a better chance of viewing the gamut of worldly affairs, thereby increasing their natural drift toward a spirit of renunciation, but I dare challenge this idea. Realistically, how many graduates conclude from all their studies that they should just abandon the path of material amelioration to join the Hare Krishna movement? Out of many thousands of such supposedly educated people, hardly one has any idea of spiritual perfection, what to speak of endeavoring for it. And of the relatively few who do gain some understanding of or interest in Sampradaic devotion, what percentage of those practicing the process on any level opts for a life of practical, devotion-based renunciation stemming from genuine material exhaustion? Sophistical, materially conceived, strategic, religio-administrative contrivances may appear to bluster their professed expediency in determining the devotional eligibility of a candidate, albeit only as long as a dearth of genuinely mature spiritual insight debilitates one's power to perceive otherwise obvious degrees of sharanagati or spiritual surrender, indicative of an individual's actual level of pure devotional shraddha. My observation is that elevated paramarthik shraddha manifests on the strength of the gradual accumulation of stockpiles of bhaktyunmukhi sukriti, or piety associated with and giving rise to Shuddha Bhakti. Such accrues on account of service-related involvement with agents of pure devotion in this and previous existences. This alone is the true measure of anyone's fitness to pursue the path of bhakti at the spiritual master's ashram. Such pure devotional shraddha and subsequent spiritual evolvement may be had by anyone, regardless of materially pious or impious background in terms of species, race, caste, creed, academic qualification, or pecuniary status, via the potent influence of authentically empowered, munificent representatives of divine grace. There is no use in eristically contending this point, drawing on any amount of scholastic rhetoric. All things of this cosmos, though real in the sense that they consist of the energies of the absolute reality, in fact appear as valueless as so many zeros by time's dynamics, which reduce everything to oblivion. Zeros alone are valueless. Only when the one of Krishna consciousness stands before the zeros of this world do the zeros gain spiritual value, proportionate to the degree that they actually contribute to the favorable cultivation of Krishna consciousness. Still, in truth, it is the one of pure, forceful Krishna consciousness, with or without any subsequent number of zeros, that is ultimately noteworthy, important, precious, and efficacious. Magnanimous first-class preachers, in the course of spreading the message of Krishna consciousness, may go all out in various ways to extend Lord Gauranga's Sankirtan movement even to persons puffed up or smug with aristocracy, mundane scholarship, and material affluence. They tender-heartedly consider those so materially obsessed to be the most terribly entrenched victims of Kali's influence, the least likely to otherwise recognize and feelingly honor the mercy of the holy name. The complete conversion of such spiritually debased, vainglorious Kali Yuga reprobates to Vaishnavism would serve primarily to proclaim a most prodigious spiritual triumph, further acclaiming the glorious beatitude of Bhakti's benignity. Such conversion is not at all intended to upgrade the material status quo, prestige, or popularity of any missionary institution. To grant or deny facilities for advancing in Krishna consciousness merely on the consideration of material qualification certainly constitutes an outrageous spiritual iniquity. Real knowledge is engendered by and subservient to bhakti and is always evinced by genuine pure devotional humility. If it is observed that a, quote, scholarly individual has virtuously embraced standard pure devotional ethics, we should clearly conclude such to be attributable not to the individual's mundane erudition or cerebral dexterity, whatever the level, but undeniably to the mercy of pure-hearted sadhus. Unvitiated, truly elevated, scientifically conversant devotees of the Lord easily see through the fraudulent front of feigned self-effacement so often accompanying the copiously concocted, quote, philosophical distortions of Gaudiya Vaishnav Siddhanta, Ras Vichar, and so on, rampant in the rather absurd dissertations of overweening, surprisingly well-placed, somewhat lavishly lettered, opportunistic, institutional evangelists. Guileless pure devotees decline to recognize or support such gratuitous, bombastic, quasi-theosophical craftsmanship masqueraded as abstruse Krishna-conscious esotericism. Hence, anything more than a semblance of bhakti most certainly eludes such show-bottle expositors of so-called transcendental knowledge, despite their sacerdotal echelon or externally impressive scholastic preeminence. Realization of the science of pure devotion is a matter of revelation from within the heart based on an individual's degree of surrender to Krishna, not degrees of irrelevant, mundane, academic, so-called qualifications. Bhakti, independent as she is, always causelessly appears to gradually influence the heart of anyone of her own choosing and accord. Flagrantly propagated or slyly insinuated, deviously hatched fallacies or misconceptions concerning the autonomous nature of bhakti's benevolence would certainly be seen as symptomatic of this present age of nescience, altercation, hoax, and hypocrisy. My dear Praneshwari Srimati Radharani, do you remember the instance of your extreme compassion upon that useless little flower? I became immensely solaced and hopeful thinking of your special mercy upon her. During your Ban Bihar Leela, one evening in the month of Jesta, as you and your beloved were strolling along the forest path with your Sakhis, playful Sham, to give happiness to the trees and creepers, was admiring them by touching their fruits and leaves and smelling their fragrant flowers. As the two of you gradually approached a thicket along the way, one unassuming, useless little flower began to anxiously cry in great anxiety, lamenting, "Oh, why did I have to be a useless flower? Why did I have to be so useless? Why did I have to be without any fragrance for the pleasure of his senses? Oh, he never accepts us useless flowers. I am the embodiment of the offense of offering useless flowers. I am so unfortunate. What is the use of having taken such a useless birth in this land of Braja? Why did I have to be so useless? Crying and crying again and again, she deeply despaired. Anyway, there is no hope of ever being enjoyed by him in this birth. I will give up my life by being trampled under his lotus feet. With this determination, she, weeping and weeping, forcibly threw herself down off the bush, falling unconscious on the forest path. Oh dear Srimati Radharani, you, overhearing the distress of her heart, pointed her out to your loving Sham, who mercifully reached down and picked her up from the ground, happily placed her as a beautiful flower ornament atop his crown, giving her limitless beaming bliss and glorifying the intensity of her bhav above the sentiments of all other flowers. Hey Radhe Shyam, offering unto you my one and only scentless soul is no better than the offense of offering a useless flower. This Leela, however, demonstrates to me that the little flower's external deficiency really had no direct bearing on the actual status of her internal loving sentiments, but rather indirectly served to enhance them. Hey Radhe Shyam, please in the same way, despite everything, see something good in my lowly self. Pick me up and save me from the perilous forest path of my own unbounded uselessness. Many devoted souls were placed in lower class, materially degraded, or uneducated, less sophisticated families by the will of the Supreme Authority, just to give them a better chance to more feelingly approach your Lordship's lotus feet with the requisite humility and natural modesty which was most lucklessly lacking in their previous life of liberal loftiness. Moreover, it is clearly explained in Gaudiya Vaishnava literature that great devotees of Lord Gauranga purposely appeared in such degraded families or in impious lands specifically to demonstrate that the evolvement of bhakti is in no way dependent upon material conditions. Everything considered, it should be well understood that the culmination and conclusion of all learning and education is the congregational chanting of the holy name. I don't think every college graduate is an ass. Some of my best friends are college graduates. As for myself, I graduated from the ISKCON School of Hard Knocks, where I am presently doing my postgraduate studies. Hare Krishna. Hey Radhe Shyam, let those callous to the call for discipular self-improvement complacently attach themselves to retarded, self-centered, substandard, third-class sentimental modes of spiritual progress. We can be persuaded to spiritually advance only if we possess at least a preliminary aspiration for self-realization. Hey Radhe Shyam, let the holier-than-thou budding religio-institutional corporate bureaucrats endlessly clinging to their conspicuously crude, consistently illiberal Kanishta disposition sanctimoniously integrate their as-yet unsubdued, ignoble fault-finding proclivities on the plea of loyal managerial vigilance. Shall not we overlook their own fault of resolute self-aggrandizing censoriousness, as do they? Shall we stoop so low as to criticize the criticizers who opportunistically magnify the foibles of others? Shall we at all dare to see any fault in faulting the fault-finding of the fault-finders? Are the pots not calling the kettles black? Atmavan manyate jagat. A thief thinks everyone to be desirous of stealing his ill-gotten gains. A cheat sees the world to be full of cheaters. Krishna often allows us to see others' faults just to remind us of the need to fine-tune our own approach to devotional life. We would always do well to remember in this connection that when we point our finger at the faults of others, 3 fingers conversely indicate our own. This incontrovertibly implies that even, if not especially, religiously ordained administrators who see fit to occasionally employ corrective measures with a view to bring about an individual's or a faction's Krishna-conscious cultural conformity should crucially consider it to be thrice their responsibility to address their own shortcomings, their own misconceptions, and their own reform, rather than to be obsessed with the reformation of anyone else. Any field of management certainly demands the responsible assessment of the individuals involved, seeing any situation, individual, or faction with one bad eye and one good eye. Care ought to be exercised, however, so as to avoid any offense. After all, bee-like devotees always delight in finding honey-like good qualities with a view to bring out the best in others. Let the pugnacious, double-dealing, congenital equivators openly paying lip service to a dramatically elegant, generously accommodating, quote, Krishna-conscious paradigm underhandedly machinate and militate against any other than their own doctrinaire politically correct prejudications. We shall no longer waste our days and nights dwelling on the wonderful workings of the three modes of material nature. There is much more important business at hand. Dear Sri Sri Radhe Shyam, let the inadequately edified thousands of those doggedly attached to their mere eligibility for the rudimentary practices of Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, with their underdeveloped third-rate spiritual acumen and their unfortunate want of adequate scriptural penetration, pertinaciously err to misrepresent the actual thrust of the Gaudiya Creed in their rather pontifical preachings. Let them attempt in every way to systematically disparage or quell any upsurge of expressed aspirations for rag bhajan. Looking askance, we shall politely ignore them. If as a result of limitless transcendental book distribution, even one obscure, undeterred soul perfectly ascertains, appreciates, and imbibes the superlative aspect of Rupanuga Vaishnavism, following the immaculate, spontaneous, selfless-loving service moods, Bhavalas Rati, of your most intimate eternal associates in the supremely enchanting land of Braj, then, my dear Sri Sri Radhe Shyam, please let us consider the Hare Krishna movement to be somewhat forward. My dear most love-worthy and merciful Radha Shyamasundar, may the broad-minded, forward-thinking souls evermore respect these deliberations, which are replete with profound concerns for advancing a more progressive culture of Antaranga Bhakti in the lives of your seriously dedicated Sankirtan devotees. Please let those essence-seeking, deeply introspective, soft-hearted individuals who patiently and sincerely read or hear these verbose utterances very soon attain the highest transcendental happiness, Paramananda, in the spontaneous loving service of your lotus feet according to their innermost heart's aspirations. Second heartfelt effusion. My dear Lordships, Sri Sri Radha Shyamsundar, crying at the lotus feet of Sri Guru, one very fallen and destitute soul humbly offers to you the following unrestrained stream of prayerful outpourings for your kind and considerate audience. Some brazenly declare that the Hare Krishna movement is dead, a lifeless corpse spasmodically flapping for a few residual moments before total collapse. Others rashly conclude that transcendental book distribution is for the neophytes. Still, others insist that the members of the Hare Krishna movement could never attain Braja Prema or Braja Leela due to all the offenses a few of its leading members have done to great souls. They could attain Vaikuntha at best. Even worse, much high-flung absurdity spews forth, inanely declaring the Bhaktivedanta purports to be detrimental to one's faith in Krishna consciousness. I ask, are these blessings, promises, challenges, curses, insults, or threats. I dare doubt not only the legitimacy, but also the very rectitude of such statements. If there were but one sincere, unsullied soul living among the members of the Krishna consciousness movement, could we not construe the establishment, notwithstanding all its trials and tribulations, to still be alive in spite of itself? Aside from that, did not great devotees of the Rupanuga Sampradaya, like Srinivasacharya, Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, and more recently His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, humbly embrace the task of transcendental book distribution to uplift the fallen? Should we deem them neophytes? Moreover, are we to say that the above suggested immature, superstitious bigotry of a few adherents becomes automatically imputed to yet the broader-minded, more progressive students simply by dint of institutional membership? Must an entire army stand trial for the interinstitutional war crimes of a handful of its soldiers? Is attainment of the Braja Leelas not contingent upon the Lord's response to an individual's sincerity of purpose? Can we not see even one worthy soul among the followers of A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada intently pursuing the progressive living spirit of self-discovery, culminating in the realization of Braja Prema? Is there no one, quote, in the Hare Krishna movement desperately crying out for the mercy of Sri Lalita, Rupa, and their attendants? Can their decision to bestow or not bestow special causeless mercy upon anyone be countermanded merely by the miserly dictums of minute jivas who wish to be distinguished as the foremost rasacharyas of all the little Raganuga wannabes? Is there any consideration at all beyond the transcendental preponderance of Sri Rupa Manjari's mercy? O dear Queen of my life, most gracious Srimati Radharani, O cherished treasure of my heart, honeymoon-faced Sham, please let us have recourse to higher authorities to whom we may confidently appeal our individual cases. Have we not read many scriptures? Have we not served many gurus? Is Sri Vrindavan Dham not the greatest of all gurus, the crowning splendor of all the scriptures? Is the dust of Braj not ultimate authority? Is Haridas Varya Giri Govardhan not highest authority? May we not earnestly resort to the life-saving waters of Radhakund and Shamakund, optimistically anticipating the fruition of our heart's enshrined aspirations? Is His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada himself not, in truth, higher authority? One may, to whip up some sort of esteem in the eyes of a rather credulous following, vaunt otherwise in violation of due Vaishnav decorum, but honestly speaking, one would do very well to remember that ultimately the decision as to who is nearer and dearer to Lord Gauranga is not in our hands. Are Sri Sri Janavinitai not our ultimate well-wishers? Does not the very name Radha, when fervently chanted, forgive all Vaishnava aparads? Does not even a single recitation of the name Sri Krishna Chaitanya forgive all offenses? Do the statements of the Acharyas regarding all these things now betray us? Hridoy Chaitanya, considering his disciple Duki Krishnadas to be a wayward offender, wanted to punish him for changing his tilak and also for changing his name to Shamananda. My dear Sham Sundar, did Shamananda not appeal to Lalita, Radha, and subsequently Subal, Gauridas Pandit, the spiritual master of Hridoy Chaitanya himself? Was Shamananda not able to achieve the blessings of Radharani by the grace of Jiva Goswami in spite of the displeasure and considerable consternation of his guru, Hridoy Chaitanya? Anyway, so be it. Even if it were true that the Hare Krishna movement is dead and so forth, still I would never give up my deepest gratitude toward His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and his many sincere servitors who, though bearing diverse levels of spiritual qualification and empowerment, benevolently went out of their way to help extend all those lifeline literatures to the lives of fallen conditioned souls like me. If the words of our Acharya diminish one's faith in Krishna consciousness, then pray tell how, by reading his Bhaktivedanta purports, thousands of people from all walks of life continue to come forward to join the Krishna consciousness movement and become attached to the pursuit of Krishna prema. My dear Shishi Radhe Shyam, I know I'm not qualified. I know I'm an offender. On that account, I may rightly be ever deprived of the wish-fulfilling service of your lotus feet in your most charming land of Braj. Still, I declare and declare emphatically that I shall never relinquish my enthusiasm for hearing the incomparably brilliant exaltations of your glorious names, forms, qualities, and pastimes from the pages of all those beautiful books of the followers of Lord Gauranga. Hey Radhe Shyam, are you kind-hearted or what? If you want to stick me this way and that with all the apparently dogmatic, arbitrary, unintelligible, virtually impractical rules and regulations of the Smriti Shastras, then surely there is no hope for my redemption. Yet even if in your view I should have to be born and reborn in hell for the rest of eternity, I shall never ever give up hoping against hope that one day some unlimitedly compassionate person will take pity on me and, though I be not at all deserving or fit, benignantly fulfill my impossible dream to attain but a dust particle of direct engagement in the service of your eternal associates. My dear Radhe Shyam, even though I am certainly a reprehensible reprobate, devoid of any trace of good qualities and deserving to be punished in every way, please hear the earnest plea of my heart's deepest desperation. Please don't laugh at me, scorn me, or doubt me in any way. Even if I will never be allowed to relish a single drop of the ocean of nectarian mellows of pure unalloyed prema for your lotus feet, please let me perpetually, or even just in some lifetime or another, live and die in the dust of Brajabhumi, hoping against hope to some day in the course of eternity attain you. My dear most fortunate and beneficent Srimati Radharani, please allow me to take my birth millions and billions of times in Brajabhumi in any species of life, even as a worm in the stool of a pig, rather than banishing me to become a queen of Dwarka or an associate of Lakshmi and Vaikuntha. Even if I will not be permitted to eternally reside at Sri Vrindavan Dham, please let my heart live here always. Hey Radhe Shyam, please do not forsake me. Please forgive me for my many obvious faults and shortcomings, and somehow or other compassionately find the ways and means to take my withering soul to your lotus feet. Otherwise, what hope is there for such a helplessly fallen and blameworthy creature as myself? To hell with trying to secure a comfortable situation within this temporary world of shadowy afflictions. To hell with hoping for heavenly delights on earth, elevation to Swargaloka, or residence on any of the highest planets within this cosmos. To hell with the achievement of mystic perfections. To hell with all our exuberant eating, sleeping, mating, and defending on the plea of keeping body and soul together for the performance of sacrifice. To hell with the attempt to curtail our generally excessive eating, sleeping, mating, and defending with the aim of practicing the principles of practical renunciation. To hell with undergoing severe penances and austerities for the sake of self-realization and God consciousness. To hell with the achievement of the 5 kinds of liberation. To hell with the attainment of Vaikuntha Loka in the eternal kingdom of God. To hell with having been born on earth as some kind of dull-headed humanoid in this most glorious age of Kali, in which Lord Chaitanya has appeared to make self-realization easy by inaugurating the Sankirtan movement of the holy name. To hell with conceitedly boasting of our descent from a most venerable disciplic succession of eternally perfect Gaudiya Vaishnavacharyas. To hell with exploiting the prestige of sitting at the lotus feet of such a topmost Rasik Vaishnav as His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, or any other for that matter. To hell with strictly following the principles of Varnashram Dharma. That is for the Kanishta Adhikaris having meager, pure devotional Shraddha. To hell with playing mommy and daddy in the material world. To hell with our having opened hundreds of temples, restaurants, and farm communities with the aim of delivering all the fallen conditioned souls in the universe from the cycle of repeated birth and death. To hell with animal husbandry. To hell with following from A to Z all the damn rules and regulations of the International Society for Rules and Regulations. To hell with trying to become a Hare Krishna clone. To hell with our having, quote, advanced through the fires of years upon years of ordeal in the almost intolerable association of blundering neophytes. To hell with attempting to express our love for Guru and Krishna in terms of endlessly bearing the brunt of relentless institutional strife. To hell with towing the party line. To hell with the institutionalism of the institutionalists. To hell with religio-institutional corporatocracy. To hell with trying to reconcile ourselves to the neoteric drift of a movement's henpecked leadership. To hell with being a Hare Krishna yes man. To hell with all the superficial role modeling. To hell with our profiling as advanced devotees when we know damn well we're not. To hell with palming off self-affected, spiritually gutless, macho Kali Yuga so-called heroism as inspirational devotional dignity. Real heroism aims exclusively to conquer the heart of Krishna. To hell with grappling for socio-religious eminence. To hell with the institutional rubber stamping of Sampradayic supermen. To hell with the, quote, necessary evil of poorly organized religion. To hell with all the meetings, resolutions, revolutions, dissolutions, and no solutions ad infinitum. To hell with the ever-abounding, all-entangling crisis, mismanagement syndrome. What could be expected of an institution that currently runs rather like a decapitated donkey? To hell with our having supposedly heard and regurgitated hundreds and thousands of Bhagavatam classes, dutifully attended thousands and millions of Mangalartik and Guru Puja Kirtans, and perfunctorily chanted millions and billions of rounds of Mahamantra Japa. Shnik, shnik, ram, ram. To hell with all our vehemently preaching about how we're supposed to preach about how we're supposed to preach. What are we preachers supposed to be preaching about? To what extent have we actually understood? To hell with the profiteering of the cash-covetous, business-brained mongers of transcendental knowledge. To hell with the Hindu-Bindu Society for Currency, Krishna, consciousness. I say to hell with milking the Hindu cash cow. To hell with the cost-effective, vogue-wise Hare Krishna phobia. To hell with the painfully put-on Sankirtan smile. To hell with it. Like infatuated children avidly engrossed in the perpetual pastime of competitively collecting rare and unusual coinage, we accumulate the hundreds and thousands of unqualified neophyte disciples under the pretext of perpetuating the Sampradaya. I say, to hell with it. To hell with, on the plea of concern for others, becoming so blunderingly bogged down with all the petty little problems of the hundreds and thousands of corporally attached Shishapraya, quote, disciples, that one fails to oneself find the time and space required to complete even the minimum nam bhajan expected of a new bhakta. What then of achieving the advanced internal devotional realizations needed to become, for the benefit of one's disciples, anything better than a half-baked cookie? To hell with the undignified, artfully employed, hard-nosed, cunningly politic, cold-shouldering, dog-eat-dog, bureaucratic, ecclesiastico-oligarch spin control. Has anyone ever achieved prema by this approach? To hell with socio-religious mass consensual trance. To hell with being a pawn on the religio-managerialist chessboard of any stool-passing mortal. To hell with coyly compromising the truth to kowtow to the cacophonous misconclusions of dull-headed, under-enlightened ecclesiastics of religio-executive clout. To hell with all the rubbish, time-wasting, power-politicking, religio-institutional/interinstitutional hostilities. Are there not yet innumerable grumblers intent on being inexorably encumbered by such endless, trivial affairs? To hell with in-house, party-spirited, pseudo-disciplic partiality. To hell with the materially concocted hallucination of having so-called friends and enemies among the Vaishnavas. To hell with the perfidiously inflicted, heartlessly top-heavy, centralized manipulation of manpower and money. On the threadbare plea of, quote, spreading love of Godhead, do such scheming preoccupations now indispensably supersede our life's mission of becoming mad after Krishna? To hell with scrambling to savor varieties of mundane ras on the pretext of fostering socially feasible spiritual enrichment. To hell with the fools who conscientiously avoid hearing, chanting, and remembering the Lord's Ras Leela and other Madhurya pastimes with the gopis. They will never attain perfection. If I chance to encounter the likes of such impostor Vaishnavas, I will close my ears to their philosophical absurdities, refuse to see their faces, and scorn the dismal air about their corpse-like material bodies. To hell with fashionably passing off sub-religious, quasi-Krishna-conscious eclecticism as harmonious devotional practice. To hell with being anyone's giggling guru. To hell with being anyone's giggling disciple. To hell with the deliberate dumbing down of the Krishna consciousness movement. To hell with pandering to the psychophysical indulgences of the movement's lowest common denominator. To hell with the deaf ears of the conceited, self-complacent, ivory-towered, religio-administrative power elites. To hell with spineless, self-serving, ecclesiastico-political correctitude. To hell with our having distributed billions and trillions of transcendental literatures all over the world in scores of languages to give everyone else a chance to become fully Krishna conscious. I say, to hell with it all. Much of the afore-denounced may be wonderful, meritorious, or depressingly, important on one level or another, but if in the end, after all is said and done, we ourselves, as individuals, could not effectively grasp, take to heart, factually realize, and blissfully relish the deepest, essential, living import of the Gaudiya Vaishnav Siddhanta, learning to love Brajendranandana Sham by carefully pursuing the bhavas of the supra-exemplary damsels of Braja, what would we have really gained from the whole affair? Truly speaking, what would be the sense or significance of any other allegedly laudable undertaking or feat? Are we merely amassing sukriti or duskriti for another valiant try in some future birth, or what? An inconversant step in hopefully the right direction? Do we really know what we are doing? Do we want Krishna prema, or not? Kindly do not hastily suspect these questions to be in any way inconsequential. Okay, Krishna consciousness is a gradual process. As gradual as we make it. It really doesn't have to be that gradual, though. Candidly speaking, charity really begins at home. It's true that the highest realization is to take all risk, to go out of one's way to save the world. That is our mission, for sure. Even so, still higher than that, ultimately, the very highest realization, the profoundest mission, is to save oneself. First, make yourself spiritually fit. Doctor, heal thyself. First, chant and dance in ecstasy like a madman. Then worry about saving the rest of the world. Higher than becoming guru is to become an accomplished, fully self-realized disciple, and that hardly implies that one should pompously pose as a king with no clothes to passionately impress the little neophytes with how much one might have superficially garnered from the lines of letters on the pages of piles of books. A mesmerizing, ostentatious, cerebral miscellany indeed. Nowhere is it mentioned in any shastra that neophytes and intermediate devotees achieve prema by initiating hundreds and thousands of disciples. It is really best not to accept any disciples at all. Better by far we humbly endeavor to chant Shuddhanam via the intent prosecution of Yuga Dharma Nam Sankirtan with a view to achieve ultimate Rag Maya perfection at the feet of Sri Guru. Then we may hope to become truly empowered instruments in the hands of the predecessor acharyas. Hey Radhe Shyam, please allow me at this point to elaborate on this proposition for the careful deliberation of the revered readers, to whom I offer my Koti Dandavat Pranams. We should bear in mind that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in personally demonstrating the exemplary course of pure devotional conduct to edify the people of this dismal domain, adopted 2 programs of vital concern, which are in fact, to a large extent, intrinsically intersupportive of each other. The 3 internal purposes of his advent, primarily corresponding to the Tripad Vibhuti Chid Jagat, internal, spiritual, all-sentient world comprising 3/4 the kingdom of God, were essentially a matter of his pursuing the internal rasic relishment of pure devotional bhavas. The one external purpose of inaugurating the movement of mass Sankirtan for the deliverance of materially conditioned jivas should be seen as relevant or consequential to his appearance in this Ekapad Vibhuti Achit Jagat, dull material world covering only 1/4 of God's kingdom. It is a fact that his propagation of the holy name enhanced, in certain respects, his direct relishment of Radha's intensified happiness in the form of her overflowing benevolence toward others in view of Krishna's expanded bliss. Nevertheless, it should be noted with profit that the internal absorption was primarily effective, whereas the external parallel was a subsequent effect rooted in his aspiration to taste the ever-expanding sweetness of Krishna Prema. Radha is the complete whole personification of Krishna's compassionate nature expanded into innumerable personified counterpart aspects of the same intrinsic supramundane potency. As the experiential value of 10 million-fold must necessarily be established on the basis of the experiential value of 1, so without the premise of Radha's actual experience of personally meeting with Krishna, the assertion of her 10 million-fold happiness in making arrangements for the other expanded aspects of herself to meet with him remains only so much meaningless verbiage. Similarly, it is said that anyone can have the experience of 10 million-fold the happiness of personally meeting and embracing Krishna by preaching the Sankirtan movement to convince other conditioned souls to take steps toward him. Even so, it would behoove a thoughtful devotee to initially come to the position of personally experiencing Krishna, embracing Krishna in unalloyed prema, face to face, eye to eye, cheek to cheek, hand to hand, chest to chest, etc., etc. Obviously, without gaining the actual direct experience, one could hardly realize in a practical sense whether one would be in fact subjectively sustaining 10 million-fold ananda or not. One might question whether one is being transcendentally conned by an inducting missionary hype or what. If most neophyte book distributors and preachers were to consider the idea on the basis of the relatively paltry slight rapture they experience on the preaching field, they might conclude that if the experience of meeting Krishna would be 1/10,000,000th of the experience they undergo in the course of their preaching struggle, meeting Krishna could hardly be a very happy affair. So why bother to advance one's purvarag, anxiously hoping against hope to someday actually meet him face to face and eye to eye? Moreover, if they were factually tasting the 10 million-fold happiness they were purported to be able to taste, then why do so many of them fall away to re-chew the pre-chewed gross and subtle sense gratification for want of achieving a higher taste? We see, but we don't see. If one actually saw Krishna, one would faint. If one actually saw Radharani, one would die. One might pause for a moment and question to what extent a practitioner could have actually seen, experienced, tasted, realized, or even basically understood for that matter, who is Krishna, what is Krishna consciousness. For the most part, a sadhaka cannot do any more than conjecture or imagine what it means to be fully Krishna conscious. It is like a child trying to understand what it's like to be a grown-up. We should doubtlessly acknowledge that the Lord quickly recognizes anyone who teaches the secrets of the science of Krishna consciousness for the benefit of the fallen conditioned souls. Still, to be sure, it would not be inappropriate at this point to aver that only a topmost devotee can really preach with the requisite purity, potency, and background of full-fledged Shuddha Sattvika realization to effectually revolutionize or spiritually enkindle the heart of anyone. Only a Mahabhagavat invested with the Ladini potency to do so is fit to bestow Shuddhanam, which alone can be said to be, in the real sense, identical with Nami, Krishna himself, subsumptive of all his internal spiritual potencies. Others, occupied with missionary movements, antics, may by hook or by crook generate a curiosity, psychologically sway via various inveigling modus operandi, or sympathetically encourage by pointing the way on the basis of slight philosophical grasp. Something is better than nothing, for sure. We must certainly recognize as guru, on one level or another, and remain ever grateful to anyone, quote, big or, quote, small, who in any way, to any degree, helps us take even the smallest steps towards the service of the absolute truth. Nevertheless, we should also respectfully admit that merely going through the motions, Hare Krishna movements, as it were, and actually getting the whole job done may prove to be conspicuously dissimilar at the upshot. In other words, the degree of a devotee's genuine experience of Krishna's sweetness, as proportionately revealed by Krishna himself in response to one's evolving premika sweetheartedness toward him, assumes the fundamental measure of one's adhikar to perform empowered sankirtan. Those who think themselves to be Vaishnavas, as well as individuals who regard themselves as Guru of Vaishnavas, looking forward to receiving honor and respect, vying for fame, recognition, and reputation, equating the rapacious, quantitative accumulation of disciples with sampradaic worth, uppishly considering themselves to be superior to others, though incapable of genuinely crying for the Lord's special causeless mercy, all the while forgetful of, or oblivious to, nay, totally apathetic toward their internal Satchidananda spiritual identity, Braja Sarup, yet anxious to satisfy their greed for prestige and material gain by accessing religio-institutional power and position for securing diverse, gross, and subtle personal and extended sense indulgences or ego inflations, remaining enslaved by mental concoction while keeping Krishna in the front, can never chant the holy name of the Lord. Nor can they qualify their fawning followers to hear the holy name, which alone can award the highest happiness. Though the syllables of the holy name be ostensibly articulated, the aparadnam or abhasnam kirtan of the egocentrical can never directly help any jiva attain the final beatific prayojan, i.e., pure unalloyed Braja Prema. Krishna as a person can, on the basis of his own personal feelings, like someone or not like someone according to his own sweet will. No one, even adhering to or outwardly espousing strict regulative devotional proprieties, can compel him to selectively use one's fleshy tongue as an instrument in the service of his divine sound avatar, merely by paying lip service to the vulgar similitude of Harinam, or ingeniously mouthing off Sampradaic rhetorical jargon to the extent that one prides oneself to ably parrot something of the Krishna-conscious philosophy. First deserve, then desire. How can we expect to fully enlighten others about the abstrusities of high-level Krishna consciousness to, when required, lead or instruct them to their supreme perfection if we ourselves have not deeply penetrated the esoteric truths and devotional conclusions via our own personal introspective application of the tenets of Antaranga Bhakti Bhajan, humbly following in the footsteps of the previous acharyas? If one, being uninformed, inexperienced, or disinclined, is incapable of even theoretically discussing the constituent principles of Rag, Marg, Bideya, or if one fancifully fabricates dubious, superstitious, or presumptive aberrations thereof, then how far could the disciples expect to advance under such unsatisfactory neophyte guidance, fraught with utter spiritual ineptitude? Compassion is defined as, quote, pity inclining one to help or be merciful, implying that one should presumably possess the capacity to do so. Obviously, one can only effectively help to the limits of one's spiritual wherewithal. We, Vibhinamsa souls, as minute parts and parcels of the pleasure potency of Krishna, are compassionate by nature. It is our intrinsic constitutional dharma. Arousal of one's spontaneous constitutional quality of benevolence toward others is therefore integral to the very substance of self-realization. There is, however, essentially no qualitative distinction between the pure devotional compassion displayed in terms of one's participation in the internal supramundane pleasure dalliances of the spiritual realms of Gokul and Goloka, and the pure devotional compassion expressed extensively to the fallen souls of this world by a constituent of the Acharya's preaching mission. Both varieties of ministrative concern, whether existentially manifest in practice or in perfection, as seva toward those who are ontologically superior, or as daya towards subordinates, are really aspects of the same substance, the selfless service disposition, far beyond the bestial sense-gratifying nescience of mundane egoism. The intangible, inverted reflection of a tree seen on the surface of a pool of water, can have no existence without the original substantial prototype at the water's edge. Similarly, miserable, selfish, and spiritually corrupt personal and extended sense gratification on the material platform, antithetical to its divine counter, exists only on the basis of the original Anandamaya tree of concentrated and extended selfless prema for Krishna and his devotees on the terrace of spiritual perfection. Censorable desire for gross and subtle personal sense gratification is at the root of the tree of material existence, whereas the varieties of lustfully extended sensory or emotional indulgences expand the tree's downward spread of distressful material entanglement in terms of increased ephemeral bodily identification with mundane family, society, nationality, race, humanity, and so on. Correspondingly, with regard to Krishna's Nitya Leelas, it should be clearly decided that personal, concentrated premika appreciation and enthralling worship of Krishna's supremely enchanting loveliness and lovableness is at the very root of the ever-expanding, all-entangling labyrinth of extended para-upakara premika fascinations, which are notably marked by a concerned ministering to others' love-laden, deepest desires for the Lord's loving association, Angasanga. Without a doubt, these two tendencies, the trend towards solitary bhakti bhajan kriya and the predilection for the more gregarious devotional service characterized by outreaching Sangha Kirtan, are natural and actually essential to every soul. This is quite so because both proclivities have originated from the absolute personalities of Radha Krishna and Sri Gauranga, as seen in their Madhurya and Audarya Leelas respectively. As infinitesimal, eternally separated fragments of the Supreme, the Vibhinamsha Jivas are in their own minute way inherently ever possessed of both these relevant juxtapositional divisions of purely supramundane Madhurya and Audarya expressions. It stands to reason, therefore, that one may without much difficulty justifiably deduce that if preaching to induce wayward souls to reunite with Krishna be akin to a gopi's selfless service of gracefully canvassing to effectuate another gopi's enhanced rapture of some prayog, conjugal union with the Lord, in the context of the Braja Leelas, then the execution of solitary bhajan in this sphere should also sensibly correspond to its self-same essential substance seen in the Lord's Nitya Leelas in all purity. No one would blame Radharani for consenting to sport with Krishna in solitude for some interlude in the course of her showering mercy upon the whole of Braj. Similarly, solitary bhajan for any relative period in the progress of the eternal life of any elevated Vaishnava should not be misconstrued to be abhorrent to the high-grade pure devotional demeanor, in that such may well prove to be integral to the complete whole, long-term, ongoing, eternal maturation of the individual's multi-aspected Krishna-conscious experience. We must acknowledge that although solitary bhajan and sankirtan appear to be divergently constituted, the object of both ways of worship is one, to please Krishna. It is nowhere indicated that progress in Krishna consciousness demands a unidimensional, one-sided approach to the Lord's loving service. The sincere adoption of one mode of service or another is simply a question of pertinence with regard to personal requirements in consonance with the extent of the Lord's mercy manifested in all variegatedness. In fact, today's consummately introverted Bhajananandi may very well be tomorrow's empowered Gostyanandi preacher, or vice versa. In the long run, practically tasting the sweetness of Braja Prema Bhakti Ras itself becomes the true impetus for earnestly endeavoring to share the experience with others. It is not enough to merely distribute, superficially going through the motions on the basis of bare theoretical understanding without sufficiently developed internal devotional proficiency. With considerable preparatory foresight, one must also conscientiously endeavor to ascertain the truth of one's ultimate nitya dharma in terms of one's eternal inner spiritual identity. It is imperative that one progressively come to the point of actually relishing transcendental ras, self-manifested through the precise systematic culture of sthayi bhav, which fosters the tangible increments of prema from sneha up to the stage of mahabhav. Please bear in mind that these upper levels of prema are possible only upon the attainment of sampati dasha, otherwise known as Vastu Siddhi, the ultimate perfection of gaining Krishna's direct shelter upon achieving the actuation of one's suprasubstantial Satchidananda Siddhadeha, perfect spiritual body, in the Bhoma-leelas of the Lord. Nothing happens automatically or blindly by chance. Everything must be cultivated scientifically and consciously for the absolute pleasure of Guru and Krishna, with a clear conception of deliberate cause and due consequence. One could hardly expect to achieve the supreme spiritual perfection by unapprizedly harboring anomalous devotional, what to speak of non-devotional, idiosyncrasies which are not accommodated by the purest realm of Braja. To be sure, what one sees in the makeup of one's sadhana is basically what one could prospectively see in one's sadhya, outcome of spiritual practices. Vaidhi Bhakti, fear-based reverential devotion alone, can never in a million lifetimes lead to the stage of Rag Bhakti, attraction-based, spontaneous, loving devotion, which is essential for the attainment of Radha's realm of sweetest intimacy. Sakala jagate more kare vidhi bhakti bhaktye brajabhava paite nahi shaki. Everywhere in the world people worship me according to scriptural injunctions, but simply by following such regulative principles one cannot attain the loving sentiments of the devotees in Brajabhumi. Chaitanya Charitamrita Adi 3:15. Only by the merciful arrangement of a Rasik Vaishnava, wherein the regulative principles of Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti are therapeutically directed toward the diverse Madhurya elements of Braj, is it at all possible for Vidhi, rule, to attendantly promote the attraction and lobha, greed, essentially required to gain the adhikar, eligibility, for Rag Marg Bhajan. Even still, one would have to possess sufficient faith, fortune, and spiritual acumen to reasonably recognize the need to progressively transition by stepping up onto the platform of Raganuga Sadhana Bhakti in order for the rule to be said to have effectively served its real purpose. Undoubtedly, the unqualified, irresolute, anishtita bhajankari novices on the plane of rudimentary devotion, due to insufficiently evolved greed for the Brajbasi's sweetest moods of selfless loving service, factually have no recourse but to rely heavily upon the force of pancharatric rules and regulations in their attempt to rise above the material quagmire. However, simply sticking to the reverential process alone does not produce the superlative result, the highest satisfaction of the self. The bhav eventually attained with great effort through exclusive, fear-based, reverential adherence to the regulative principles of Vaidhi Sadhana Bhakti, and the bhav naturally awakened as an outcome of avidly following the course of Rag Bhajan, are not qualitatively one and the same. Bhagavad Dharma, or the cult of Srimad Bhagavatam, is specifically and purposely, if not exclusively, aimed at the progressive cultivation of Raganuga Bhav. That is the opinion of Srila Vishwanath Chakravartipad, whose judgment should not be overlooked in the slightest. It is enjoined in the Shastra that the Guru, upon giving Pancha Samskar initiation, bestow a spiritual name upon the disciple to help instrumentally dismantle, or at least distance the disciple's previous falsely designated mundane bodily identity based on material relativities, sarva upadi vinir muktam, and establish a very basic, non-specific concept of being a servant of the absolute Godhead, Krishnera Nityadas. The spiritual name conferred at the time of Diksha may not directly correspond to the disciple's eternal spiritual identity, and so would not, therefore, necessarily be considered the disciple's name eternally. Nevertheless, it is spiritually useful insofar as it functions to push the novice disciple's mindset in the right direction. So similarly, it is indeed very useful from the stage of purified hearing, krama shuddha shravanadasha, after achieving a considerable degree of anarthana vritti, to culture via artha pravritti the internally conceived siddha deha in terms of the establishment of one's Ekadas Bhav under the guidance of Sri Guru or Rasik Vaishnavas. Such internal contemplation effectively enables the eligible intermediate devotee to easily overcome various latent false egoisms by positively fostering a conceptually graspable, unambiguous, cogently personal spiritual identity well beyond the external bodily notion of what it supposedly means to be a devotee. Particularly for the Madhurya devotee cherishing the mood of being Radha's Dasyanudasi, even the conception of being Dasanudas would be a false egoism, an upadi, a matter of external appellation only. It is well established that those aspects of Vaidhi sadhana bhakti which prove to be antagonistic to the culture of a sadhaka's desire braj bhav must certainly be rejected when pursuing the path of rag. Similarly, certain features of the internal raganuga sadhana may later naturally and necessarily have to be discarded if ascertained to be no longer relevant at the stage of spontaneous realization, swarup siddhi. Even so, the sincerely embraced, quote, close enough for starters, Ekadas Bhav conceptualization dynamically serves to further dissolve the material bodily conception of the self and swiftly move the guileless aspirant toward perfection, Bhav Siddhi, by generating a very powerful and inspirational, spiritually congruent, virtual Brajasarup image within the heart of the disciple. It is insufficient simply to know by negation that, quote, I am not this illusory body. At a certain point, a serious, inquisitive individual must inevitably ask, if I am not this body, then what body am I? The rather nondescript eternal servant of Krishna idea of being a spiritual entity beyond the presently acquired psychophysical tabernacle may be quite theoretically ingrained upon the brain. Yet merely understanding, quote, I am not this body, without cultivating a superior internal spiritual bodily concept of life, tends to render the self an internally unsatisfying, formless, nirakar, spiritual nobody, vulnerable to nostalgic, quote, something is better than nothing, emotional or corporal egoisms, and the return to gross or subtle mundane rasas. Two areas of knowledge and realization need be clearly established in the matter of a sadhaka's resolve to solidly implement the practice and perfection of Braja Bhakti Bhajan. One must precisely comprehend the principles of Ras Tattva, as well as the object of Ras and worship, Upasaka Parishkriti, pertinent to which is the understanding of the individual's Ekadash Bhav. Incompetent neophytes who lack pure devotional Lobha Maya Shraddha characterized by the appurtenant sharanagati, or disposition of selfless surrender, and who have yet to surpass the stage of kramahina shravana dasa, unqualified hearing, should never be directly instructed about the esoteric intricacies of the internal culture of Raganuga Bhajan, lest they misconstrue everything and make a mockery of the whole affair. If, on the other hand, a worthy and spiritually eligible disciple, for whatever reason, does not get the facility of receiving essential and relevant instructions regarding the positive configuration of the appropriate internal Brajaswarup when actually required for further progress, then there is every danger that the inexperienced, unguided, or spiritually obstructed practitioner will unfortunately relapse into a life of anarthas, as been regrettably evidenced time and again in contemporary Vaishnav society. It is true that at a point in time after the disappearance of Lord Gauranga, a number of Sampradayic charlatans posing as heirs to the legacies of their Siddharasic Vaishnavacharya successions trended to indiscriminately bestow what came to be termed as, quote, Siddhapranali Diksha upon ineligible, materially engrossed, imitative disciples without caring to notice their so-called disciples' obviously inadequate degrees of Lobhamaya Shraddha. It should not surprise anyone that stalwart Mahabhagavat devotees of the Lord, like Srila Gorkashore Das Babaji Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, would take objection to such malpractice. Among other adjustments, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati saw fit to de-emphasize the revelation of Ekadas Bhav for the general mass of his followers, in deference to the all-purifying process of Nam Sankirtan, and is in fact known to have bestowed the Ekadas Bhav system of internal Brajaswarup conceptualization upon only a very deserving few. Contemporary disciplic successors, however, appeared to be hard-pressed to muster up the empowerment required to feasibly implement the imparting of Ekadash Bhav to anyone at all, almost as if to suggest a heretofore future probability of an all-around internal devotional incompetence among the ensuing generations of gurus and disciples alike. Although the absolute dependency upon Siddhapranali Diksha as such for the evolvement of Raganuga sadhana is denied in the Saraswat doctrine, timely instruction, shiksha, concerning the internally conceived Siddhadeha is nevertheless essential. If members of the Krishna consciousness movement could not come to the position of having sufficient qualification, sincerity, and determination to merit receiving such esoteric instruction, then what might be suspected of the purificatory power and efficacy of the devotional process we follow? Just because untrained, ineligible, cheap, or hypocritical monkey-like individuals devoid of regulative devotional proprieties should not be esoterically instructed beyond their actual level of spiritual competence, as is currently being done by certain overly lenient gurus, it doesn't mean that all the disciples of highly qualified gurus should be deemed lifetime devotional bambinos, altogether denying them access to such an invaluable internal devotional facility. Would we not be conveniently throwing poor little baby out with the bathwater on the plea of ensured institutional sanctity? The king wears clothes. The king is a fool. Therefore, everyone who wears clothes is a fool. Not very logical. That money tends to get misspent by irresponsible people doesn't mean money should never be spent by those who are truly accountable. It is certainly admissible that realization of one's Siddha Swarup, while still corporally embodied, and the ultimate attainment of one's Siddha Deha upon achieving the Lord's Braja Leelas can be had by the mercy of the fully blossomed holy name, who in due course gives everything to the sincere devotee. As Thakur Bhaktivinoda states in his Sharanagati, Sri Nam Mahatmya, Purna vikashita hoya Braje more jaya loya, dekai more swarupa vilasa, more siddha deya diya, Krishna pashidake giya, ete hera kore sarva nash. Blossoming fully, the flower of the holy name takes me to Braj and reveals to me his own love dalliance. This name gives to me my own eternal spiritual body, keeps me right by Krishna's side, and completely destroys everything related to this mortal frame of mine. Also, as stated in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila 196, Tatvavastu Krishna Krishna Bhakti Prema Rupa Nama Sankirtana Sabha Ananda Swarupa. The absolute truth is Sri Krishna, and loving devotion to Sri Krishna in the form of Braja Prem is achieved through congregational chanting of the holy name, which is the essence of all bliss. Again, in the Chaitanya Bhagavat, Madhya 23, 76 through 79, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Prabhu kahe kalilam e mahamantra, iha japa gya sabe karya nirbanda, iha haite sarva siddhi haibe sabara, sarva kshana bhala ite vidhi nahi ara. The Lord said, regularly chant japa of this Mahamantra. In this way you will attain all perfections. Chant at any time and in any circumstance. There are no other rules for chanting. Gather together 5 or 10 in your own homes, clap hands or play cymbals, and sing kirtan of these holy names. And the following: Sankirtan haite papa samsara nashana, chitta shuddhi sarva bhakti sadhana udgama. By performing congregational chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra, one can destroy the sinful condition of material existence, purify the unclean heart, and awaken all varieties of devotional service. Krishna premodkama premamrita asvadana, Krishna prapti sevamrita samudre majana. The result of chanting is that one awakens his love for Krishna and tastes transcendental bliss. Ultimately, one attains the association of Krishna and engages in his devotional service as if immersing himself in a great ocean of love. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Antya 20, 13 and 14. Though performance of Shuddhanam Sankirtan is, in fact, inevasibly essential for anyone's progress to the highest devotional perfection, Shastric evidence such as this in no way poses to abrogate the sadhaka's need to be esoterically instructed. Sambandha Abhideya Prayojana Tattva Vichar demands the consideration of each individual's specific internal devotional requirements. It is not meant to remain a general discussion devoid of any concern for the individual disciple's personal spiritual objective. After all, the ascent to prema is a personal affair involving the delicate unfolding of personal sentiments based on personal desires to personally please the particular personality of Godhead whom one considers to be one's personal Ishtadev. We must always remember that we are persons. Krishna is a person, the holy name is a person, and we are all unique individual persons who need to personally conceptualize the unique personal goal of our chanting before we can expect our chanting of the holy name to yield the superlative personalized fruit of love for Krishna we personally require to be all we can personally be to to be personally satisfied that Krishna is personally satisfied with our personal attempts to please him in all personified personal sweetness. Chanting with specific wrong conceptions bears specific wrong results. Chanting with no specific conception bears no specific result. Chanting with specific inferior conceptions yields specific inferior results, and unsurprisingly, as one might reasonably gather, chanting the holy name with specific super-excellent conceptions yields specific super-excellent results. Ye yata mam prapadyante tam stataiva bhajamyaham. It's not all one. The obvious implication of the above Chaitanya Charitamrita verse is as follows. Srila Rupa Goswami in his Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu clearly delineates two basic levels of devotion. Sadhana Bhakti, bhakti in practice done by Ajata Rati Sadhaka Bhaktas, and Sadhya Bhakti, bhakti in perfection done by Jata Rati Bhavukas and Siddha Bhaktas. Sadhana Bhakti includes two distinct paths, Vaidhi Marg and Rag Marg, correspondingly leading to two distinct types of perfection, Maryada Prema, reverential love, and Kevala Madhurya Prema, unadulterated, sweet, intimate love. Although embracing an element of spontaneity, Rag Marg sadhana is not to be equated with spontaneous devotional service. Rather, it is deemed spontaneous devotional service in practice wherein a sadhaka covetously endeavors to internally emulate the perfect spontaneous mood of one of Krishna's intimate, eternal Ragatmika associates. Only fortunate practitioners adequately endowed with Lobha Maya Shraddha may legitimately take up this path. To the extent that one has not gained steadfastness in the pursuit of Rag Bhajan, to that extent one is obliged to allow Shastra Vidhi to prompt one's adherence to the external practices of devotional service. As one's affinity for bhajan prevails, lobha itself becomes the driving force, and the need to rely on Shastra Vidhi becomes relatively superfluous. Likewise, Sadhya Bhakti is divided into two progressive levels, Bhava, preliminary love of Godhead, and Prema, advanced love of Godhead. The stage of relishing Prema Ras, realized at the highest level of purity, comes only after the arousal of Sthayi Bhav by the influence of Vibhav, Anubhav, Sattvika, and Vyabhichari, generated from the fragrance of the flower of Rati or Bhava. Prema never appears before Swarup Siddhi, which is realized at the stage of Bhava. The stage of Bhava and Apanadasya are basically synonymous. Bhavapanadasya is the sadhya, or outcome of intensified sadhana, which progresses through the stages of Shravanadasya, Varanadasya, and Smaranadasya, culminating in Bhakti Samadhi. As previously indicated, Shravanadasya appears in two phases, Kramahina Shravanadasya, haphazard or unqualified hearing without aspiration to a particular ras, and Krama Shuddha Shravanadasya, systematic offenseless hearing with the ultimate aim of pleasing Krishna. If, as a Kanishta Adhikari Shraddhavanjan, one hears Krishna Lila in an unfocused way without having undergone sufficient purification via advanced devotional association, clouds of anarthas will obstruct the discernment of one's natural inclination toward a particular rasa. Such hearing, designated as Kramahina Shravana, may in fact retard the arousal of one's latent proclivity for Raganuga Bhakti if one does not scientifically endeavor to improve one's approach to the hearing process. However, when faithful upper-class neophytes who are antarmukha, looking inward in the spirit of self-discovery, attentively and methodically hear Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya about Krishna's Nitya Leelas and Naimitika Leelas under the wholesome guidance of experienced Raganuga Sadhakas and Rasik Vaishnavas, they, by such Krama Shuddha Shravan, swiftly and without difficulty dissipate the clouds of anarthas, Nashta Prayeshu Abhadreshu, and come to the Nishta platform, Bhaktir Bhavati Naishtaki. Purposeful Krama Shuddha Shravana appreciably manifests the enchanting sweetness of the Lord's pastimes, spontaneously arousing the hearer's latent predilection for Raganuga Bhakti. As anarthas, material lust and greed, decrease in the course of extensive hearing, Cheta Eter Anavidam, one gradually recognizes within oneself a special natural appreciation for particular pastimes of the Lord enacted with a particular ragatmika associate endowed with a specific ras. This indicates one's natural constitutional inclination toward a particular ras, the awakening of a basic yet firm eagerness to attain a kind of relationship with the Lord similar to that of one's esteemed ragatmika archetype constitutes one's specific innate lobha. It should be emphasized here that the details of a disciple's Ekadash Bhav are generally to be sussed out between the disciple and the guru during the Krama Shuddha Shravanadas stage in light of the disciple's specific lobha. Acharyavani has it that these constituents of Ragmarg sadhana may be inculcated to the disciple quite early in the course of events if the guru sees that the disciple's association is pure, elevated, and sedantically solid. When, satisfied that the guru has correctly ascertained one's inner greed for achieving a specific devotional perfection, one vows to heartily accept the compatible bhav for continuous cultivation. Only then does one come to the stage of Varanadasha, which is the very basis of Raganuga Bhajan Nishta, having become, quote, fixed up and satisfied on the Brahminical platform of goodness, Stitam Sattve Prasidati. One becomes freed from the major lot of gross sinful distractions. At this point, one may gradually focus and absorb one's mind and heart from smarana, dharana, dhyana, anusmriti to samadhi, in the remembrance of one's given Brajasarup, while cultivating the mental service of Radha Krishna's eightfold daily pastimes, Ashtakaliya Lila Manasa Seva. Apanadasha, as a sequel to all this, comes quite later in the chain. Hence, it would be erroneous to conclude that Raganuga sadhana and the prerequisite greed, lobha, to pursue the path of rag would commence from the stage of bhava. Moreover, it would be terribly clumsy to suggest that sadhakas must first attain Vaidika Bhav Siddhi on the path of reverential devotion before gaining the credibility and the go-ahead to even dare to consider the prospect of pursuing the principles of Raganuga sadhana. It is preposterous to in any way deduce that sadhana bhakti would begin after sadhya bhakti. Bhavapanadasha has been achieved. Jatarati Vaishnavas are mature, accomplished Bhava Bhaktas, not immature, unaccomplished Sadhana Bhaktas. After the attainment of Swarup Siddhi, a Siddha Bhakta anxiously cries for the attainment of Vastu Siddhi, to be reinstated in his or her original constitutional relationship with the Lord. This state of intense eagerness is technically termed lalasamayi. It is incorrect to equate lalasamayi, which is manifested in the perfectional stage, with lobha. the basic element needed for embarking on the path of Raganuga sadhana, while in the state of bondage, the position of imperfection. It is not that one must be perfect, jatarati, before one can practice to become perfect. If Sankirtan of the holy name can bring the sadhaka to the highest perfectional platform of unalloyed Krishna prema, why should we not expect the holy name to grace the sadhaka with the relatively lesser adhikar required to merit hearing esoteric ekdas bhav instructions from the lips of Sri Guru, instructions that are actually required for the tangible practice of proper Astakalya Lila Smarna and Manasa Seva in pursuit of the internal achievement of Raganuga Bhav Siddhi, Swarup Siddhi. Whether or not the present generation of gurus has the adhikar to adequately deliver the goods is a question in and of its own. God knows. It's a question that the guru figureheads themselves will ultimately have to honestly acknowledge and answer. But in principle, it should not be presumed that just because the general mass of people tends to be prone to degradation and hypocrisy, genuine people don't exist, and that such genuine people should not be instructed and encouraged according to their genuine internal spiritual needs. It is neither altogether surprising nor blameful that an astute disciple, upon ascertaining a drought of sedantically viable confidential guidance at the feet of Guru, might opt to go hither and thither in search for someone who might ably fill the bill. One could hardly expect to acquire the requisite knowledge of the moods of Krishna's Nitya Parikas and their Anugata Seva just like that, without receiving proper direction. At which stage in one's devotional progress does esoteric instruction concerning the culture of one's internal spiritual identity become relevant? We should remember that Rag Marg is fully independent and distinct from Vidhi Marg. The consideration of scriptural injunctions and favorable arguments and reasonings which support strict adherence to the Vaidhi Bhakti paradigm is ultimately inconsequential to the sprouting of lobha, as is the consideration of one's level of progress on the Vidhi Marg. It has been ascertained by the Acharyas that it is the grace and compassion of the Lord and his devotees alone that causes the awakening of an individual's craving for the path of Rag. Hence, even though Vidhi may play a part in the matter of subduing a neophyte's inordinate, materially contaminated Rag, it cannot be said that Vidhi and the strictness of one's adherence to Vaidika principles in and of itself has any direct bearing on one's adhikar for pursuing the path of Rag. Due to purva samskaras caused by graceful, devotional association in previous lives, someone may easily gain suitable sadhu sangha in the present life and have the good fortune and receptivity required for lobha's seemingly very early appearance. Another, for whatever reason, may not come under or become awake to the Braja Bhakti influence until much later on, if at all. It may be readily concluded, therefore, that at whatever time one becomes the object of Radha Krishna's, Guru Gauranga's, or a Rasik Vaishnava's special causeless mercy, at that time only one becomes fortunate enough to gain profound attraction to and subsequent greed for the cultivation of Braja Bhakti, irrespective of one's higher or lower degree of Vaidika development. Then only by divine grace does the genuine need to be esoterically instructed arise. The dictum most sanctimoniously bandied about, quote, first deserve, then desire, should be rightly understood. One deserves to desire simply when, by the grace of God, one's desire is big enough. Tatra loyam api mulyam ekalam. One's desire is big enough when there is no room in one's heart for any other desire. Ultimately, the bottom line is this: dire necessity knows no law. It is important to mention that the Acharya's use of the terms Bahiranga, external, and Antaranga, internal, with reference to Ragmarg Bhajan methodologies, denotes two distinct processes of Raganuga sadhana. The Bahiranga system, which under the auspices of Lord Gauranga was taught by Swarup Damodar Goswami to Virkeshwar Pandit, who in turn imparted the same to his disciple Gopal Guru Goswami, was communicated to further generations through the writings of their successor disciple, Dhyan Chandra Goswami. The more esoteric internal method of Madhurya Bhajan culture, on the other hand, was bestowed by Swarup Damodar Goswami upon Raghunath Das Goswami, who gave deep expressions to that substance throughout his many literary contributions. Though both systems are authorized and useful, either separately or combinedly, upon careful scrutiny, the characteristic slant of the two distinctive approaches becomes evident. Put simply, the external gradual course primarily integrates elements of Archa and Vidhi with a focus on the precise conceptual configuration of appropriate Ragmaya form in consonance with the Braj Leela paradigm. In contrast, the intuitive internal process, stressing culture of the unalloyed devotional attitude, highlights the supernatural resurgence of the Aprakata Swarup's intrinsic or constitutive spirit via the sympathetic, rightful assimilation of and response to pre-established Brajabhav expressions, dynamically fostering a guileless devotee's unfeigned eligibility for consequent Ragmai revelation. Shravanadi Shuddhachitte Kareye Udoy. Although an in-depth discussion about these topics would certainly be in order, at this juncture it should suffice to draw the reader's attention to the fact that it is undeniably Prayojan Acharya Raghunath Das Goswami's esoteric Antaranga method of Raganuga cultivation which eminently stands at the core of Rupanuga Vaishnavism. Some devotees, though not understanding the intricacies of their own spiritual identities, may, for all intents, be esteemed as elevated Uttama Adhikaris, given that they have somehow 100% surrendered body, mind, and words to the service of the Lord and His holy name with undivided faith, realizing Hari, Nami, and Harinam to be identical. That is the opinion of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, as evidenced in Jagadananda Pandit's Prema Vivarta. Still, it would not be unreasonable to infer that these individuals, far from being fully self-realized, really need to make considerable progress to be all they can potentially be as representative Gaudiya Vaishnav spiritual masters in disciplic succession. To be sure, the internal bhav and pure devotional onlook of a Kevala Madhurya Premika Bhakta, Brajbasi or Brajbasini, would no doubt have to be conscientiously and meticulously cultivated here and now in this current lifespan if one were to expect to achieve the highest perfection this time around. Otherwise, one could hardly expect to fully transcend all substandard notions, material or spiritual, about oneself before quitting the present physical body. It's not good enough to remain a fallible neophyte with an ambiguous sense of belonging to the spiritual realm. Everything will be tested at the time of death, the outcome determined by one's previously cultured bhav. Yam yam vapi smaram bhavam, tajyatyante kalevaram. It is not such a cheap or haphazard affair that, oh well, anyway, somehow or other, what me worry? No, not that we apathetically await a windfall of mercy while mullishly ignoring the purposeful scientific pursuit of the Gaudiya Sampradaya's highest ideal. It is a fact that the vast majority of those claiming to have been initiated by a bona fide guru in proper disciplic succession in terms of either Bhagavat Vidhi or Pancharatrika Vidhi will not, upon the end of the present lifetime, be fortunate enough to attain the Lord's manifest Brajalilas. If we want to be included among the small percentage that actually succeeds, we will have to seriously focus and intensify our bhajan. Kripa Siddhi is very rare, an extremely atypical improbability. Though we in all our inadequacies hope and pray for such divine dispensation, we cannot sophistically force the exception to become our rule. That is not in our hands. The standard success formula, which largely stresses our willful application of appropriate devotional practices, should not be artfully ignored. We must scrupulously deepen and deepen our inner quest. Jivasya tattva jigyasu. There should be no other purpose behind any of our lives' activities. Narto yas cheha karma bi. That is deservingness. Do not heed the die-hard religio-institutional dogmatists. It's not enough that children pretend to be adults ad nauseum. A tad of spiritual common sense may have to be mustered to grasp this point. Revelation is gained through priti bhajan. To one lovingly engaged in devotional service, rag bhakti, Brajendanandana Krishna from within supplies the intelligence required for achieving his eternal association, not to one fearfully engaged merely on the basis of Shastra Vidhi, rudimentary scriptural rules. Priti Bhajan undoubtedly connotes the Ragatmika Bhakti of either the Mukhya Braja Janas or the Sadhana Siddhas and Kripa Siddhas, who have been elevated from conditional existence to the status of eternal Brajbasi associates of the Lord. The foremost feature of this Priti Bhajan principle is found in the young Brajagopis' mode of spontaneous, loving service. Ramya Kachit Upasana Brajavadu Varjena Ya Kalpita. There is no higher expression of Priti to be seen anywhere else. Dumping family ties, household duties, reputation, feminine bashfulness, as well as all moral considerations, they run in the dead of night with resolute enthusiasm to satisfy the senses of Krishna. Lord Krishna reciprocally unfolds his innermost heartfelt feelings in proportion to the intensity and depth of his devotees' loving sentiments. The young damsels of Braja, distinct from devotees in Vatsalya, Sakya, and Dasya rasas, are ever infatuated and enthralled to intimately engage with him day and night. Satata Yuktanam, in keeping with the Astakalya Nitya Lila format. It is of little wonder that Krishna would feel naturally inclined to reveal to them his highest penchant for the pleasures of paramour love, Parakya Ras, awarding them the intelligence, Dadami Buddhi Yogam Tvam, by which they may overcome all obstacles, so-called husbands, in-laws, superiors, in their endeavor to unite with him as their Upapati, Yena Mam Upayanti Te. Yet it may be observed in this connection that the Parakya disposition of one belonging to another catalytically diffuses its influence from different angles all over the land of Braj to augment both in the Lord and in his devotees an apprehension of mutual unattainability in various ways. This effectively intensifies the nuances of love, priti, in all the primary rasas. It is certainly a fact that when applied to the delusive sense of Krishna's belonging to another, as the son of Vasudeva and Devaki, as the scion of the Yadu dynasty, or as a denizen of any realm other than the land of Braja, the Parakya notion hurls his parents, friends, and servants in a deluge of acute, loving desperation. Here, resultantly, the devotee's mind and heart are seen to run mad after Krishna in a way undreamed of in any other quarter of the spiritual world. The dread of separation from Krishna dramatically increases his value in the eyes of his devotee. With regard to the Madhurya Ras, however, the Parakya Tattva finds its ascendancy not in the supposition that Krishna belongs to any other, as aforementioned, but rather in the fancy that the young newlywed gopi girls themselves belong to others, their lawful so-called cowherd husbands, and that Krishna must assume the wife-thief-like upapati bhav in his efforts to woo their hearts. The super-excellent speciality of this parakya angle of influence is that it augments the succulence of ras, not so much by intensifying the devotee's desperation to serve the lotus feet of Krishna, but by amazingly amplifying Krishna's desperation to serve the feet of his devotee. Out of extreme anxiety to meet the nearly unobtainable, Shamsundar forgets himself, babbles incoherent nonsense, and wanders aimlessly around in circles like a madman. His disquietude over being separated from his gopi beloveds increases their worth in his eyes, making his mind and heart run after them with special deference to the supremely luscious lotus feet of Sri Radhika. It may be additionally noted in this connection that there are two brilliantly illuminating developmental features of Gopi Prema described in the Shastras. Grita Sneha, love like ghee, which is not sweet in and of itself, and Madhu Sneha, loving affection like honey, which is always permeated with the sweetest deliciousness. Although married to another, Govardhan Mala, a situation which augments the Parakya Bhav in that sense, Sri Chandravali, the right-wing gopi embodiment of Grita Sneha, characteristically traverses the inner path of thinking, I belong to him. As Krishna congruously reciprocates his devotee's bhav, it is seen that he sometimes, in the course of his all-accommodating frolics, condescends to nourish Chandravali's affectionate feelings, but he's still his own man. Yet Sri Radhika, the left-wing gopi embodiment of Madhu Sneha, exerts an entirely different parakya influence over Krishna on the basis of her thinking, he belongs to me. As Krishna responds to Radha's feelings, he finds that he is no longer his own man. He belongs to another, parakya. He is hers. No longer is he independent. Rather, he, the supreme beloved, becomes the henpecked lover of she who now dominantly disports the dignity of being supremely loved by him. She becomes his beloved. He madly runs to give himself to her, and she, from time to time, condescends to allow him to become her devoted servant, making him dance like a puppy dog in her hands. She becomes the prepossessingly possessor of him who is ever increasingly possessed by her totally enticing, honey-like, transcendentally preponderant, ever-new supramundane feelings of absolute possessiveness. Thus, in her absence, Sri Krishna, transcendentally engulfed in his own amorous delusions, finds himself dancing behind a most skillful dancing master, Sri Radhika's roving image, appearing before his love-sick gaze in every Vrindavan tree and creeper, in every direction. Parakya Tattva similarly goes on to manifest another charming permutation. Radha's maidservants, like Radha, also cherish not the humor of belonging to Krishna. They are Radhika Sneh-adika Sakhis, who, though married to other cowherd boys, treasure the status of belonging to Radhika. Upon seeing a Manjari's sincere and unwavering devotion to Sri Radha's lotus feet, a devotion filled with boundless love, greater even than the love he himself feels for his own devotees, charming Krishna will embrace her, take the betel nuts from his own mouth and place them in hers, and place his own forest garland upon her. Why? She is not his. She belongs to another, Parakiya. She is hers. Having taken shelter of the indomitable fortress of Radha's lotus feet, she has conquered him outright. As seen in Sri Sanat Kumar Samhita, Lord Krishna instructs Sadashiva, quote, a person who once surrenders to her, Radha, saying, I am yours, attains me also, without doing any extraneous sadhana. Of this there is no doubt. Therefore, O Shiva, one who desires to conquer me should surrender wholeheartedly to her. In this way one becomes extremely dear to me. In Ujjvala Nilamani, Mani Manjari says to the young, inexperienced Chatura, Chatura, let me teach you what I have learned from my own experience. If you make friends with Radharani, then within that friendship is automatically included ecstatic love for Hari. Again, Krishna says in the Adi Purana, quote, one who claims to be my devotee is not my devotee, but one who claims to be the devotee of my devotee is actually my devotee. Elsewhere in the Padma Purana, Lord Krishna intimates to Narada, therefore, if you want to impress me, then become wholly devoted to Radha. Krishna has personally given himself to Radha, and as might be expected, he very much appreciates and identifies with those elevated individuals who fortunately follow suit. Indeed, he becomes madly enamored with the Manjari's Saki Sneh Adik-based, unstinted bodily beauty, a sublimely scented beauty far surpassing that of the Sakis possessed of other bhavas. Hence, birds of a feather are seen to flock together. Since the Manjaris are so intimately intertwined with Radhika and Krishna's heart is ever given to Radhika, the proximity of Krishna and Radha's kinkaris is not so astonishing. Pure devotees have no desire for mukti. They desire only Shuddha Bhakti. Yet mukti is automatically achieved by them without their directly endeavoring for it. In the same way, though having not even the slightest desire to directly associate with the rascally Krishna, having no desire other than to serve Radha's lotus feet, Radha's maidservants naturally gain optimum access to the loftiest communion with Radharani's Swayamrup Krishna, unimaginable to Radha's other categories of Sakis and Krishna's various other Yuteshwari mistresses. If tender-hearted Srimati Radharani affectionately shows her kinkari to her Krishna, who walks the path of debauchery, ordering her to play the role of a transcendental love thief, please hear how that maidservant will faithfully serve her. With smiling sidelong glances, and with the hairs of her body standing up with joy, she will tightly embrace him. In this way, she will taste the nectar of Radhika's Charana Seva. Even though Krishna tells the Manjari, the queen of my life is very merciful to you, and even though he again and again kisses her, embraces her, and maddens her with the nectar of amorous pleasures, and even though he creates in her a wonderful wealth of sweetest love, the Manjari's thoughts nevertheless remain ever absorbed in the nectar pastimes of Sri Radhika's lotus feet. When the Manjari's necks are embraced by the magnificent arms of Radha's lover in the sweet and wonderful Ras Dance Festival, splendid with tinkling bracelets, anklets, and other ornaments, they will always fix their gaze on the footprints of their queen, having no motive other than to please her. Seeing the Manjari's unrivaled love for Radhika, a love that is outclassed even his own, and seeing the Manjari's purest motive to intently serve To fulfill her purposes, enthusiastic Krishna inundates her with his own amplified love bliss, unknown even to his own devotees. Even so, the Manjaris resolve to sympathetically savor Radhika's sweetest ecstasies, which exceed Krishna's Ananda 10 million-fold, keep her always fixed and victorious. This same Parakiya permutation, however, has another important function. There are many times, perhaps more often than not, when a Manjari must thoroughly resist Krishna's advances in order to safeguard her integrity as Radha's confidential kinkari. The Parakiya sense of belonging to Radha rather than to Krishna fortunately affords her the necessary footing and firmness to successfully accomplish the task. This bears special significance particularly for the sadhana siddha manjaris, who are vibhinamsa jivatmas possessed of limited potency. They are anu, very insignificant, whereas Krishna is vibhu, unlimitedly great and omnipotent. On her own, the sadhana siddha manjari could hardly hope to withstand the onslaught of Krishna's unlimited attractiveness, sweetness, beauty, and handsomeness. How could she resist him? Can a particle of iron escape the force field of a great magnet? Highly unlikely. Yet if there is the influence of a greater magnetism, if the sadhana siddha manjari is constantly bound by the force of greater attraction, greater sweetness, and greater beauty, she can easily deflect his absolute unlimited wantonness. That is Sri Radhika, Daivim Prakritim Ashrita. Without her shelter, who could stand a chance? Radhika, the supreme Swarup Shakti counterpart of Sri Krishna, is also Vibhu. She too is unlimited, as are her many Kaya Vyuha confidants. As such, Radhika, on the basis of her transcendental preponderance, can effectively ward off the rapacious cupidity of her lover when she deems it necessary to play hard to get. So too, under the auspices of Radha, can her privileged Vibhinamsha Kinkari, through her bond of affection to Radha, reinforced by her Sakhi Guru's potent directives which totally accord with Radha's wishes. On the strength of Radha's prevailing influence and her rigid disinclination to breach Radha's trust, the Manjari boasts the requisite authority and prerogative to say no to Krishna. Resisting, she may address Krishna in the following words: "Hey, you Lumpata, control your senses. Forget it. I'm not yours for the taking. I belong to Swamini. I'm just her insignificant messenger. Merciless boy, be kind to me. Let go of the edge of my sari. Look, the sun is setting. I have to go to evening arti now. It is not your fault that you cannot understand my friend's message and you slight her valuable gift. You are just too unintelligent to understand. Krishna, why do you raise the fearsome Cupid's bow of your eyebrows in that way? O Krishna, O moon of Braj, if you neglect my friend and instead try to make advances upon me, I shall give up my life on the spot." In this way, the jiva, though very insignificant, also facilely acquires the power to purposefully play hard to get. At this juncture, the Parakiya influence displays another noteworthy facet. Unattainability on the basis of Radha's dominion appreciably places the Sada Siddha Manjari in a much fairer light. Due to the inaccessibility of Radha's maidservants, which generates an increased fascination within Krishna's heart, the value of the infinitesimal becomes greatly magnified. Something easily obtained can be easily taken for granted or abandoned. Something rarely gained, even after considerable struggle, becomes highly treasured. Krishna can easily overlook, disregard, or cast aside the minute jiva. What is the appeal of an insignificant spark compared with that of an unlimited fire? Radha and Krishna are said to be like a single ghee lamp with two immaculate, brightly blazing, infinite love flames. They are ontologically one soul, yet inconceivably they morphologically manifest as two differentiated, synergistically infatuating and infatuated, limitlessly lovable supreme personalities. In the contest of their infinitely sublime love infatuations, neither admits defeat. Their absolute love play is perfect and complete. Yet we see that they, in the course of their leelas, from time to time make themselves scarce so as to augment each other's worth before one another. Sometimes Krishna disappears to increase the gopi's love for himself, or at other times, when, for instance, she finds that Krishna has started the Ras Leela before her arrival to the Ras Mandala, Radhika, unseen by anyone, indignantly goes into hiding across the Yamuna to mope a Manasarovar lake of tears. No one likes to be taken cheaply. Everyone likes to be appreciated. Why? Because the same psychology is originally there in the Absolute. If the infinite counterpart aspects of the Absolute see the need to actively expand each other's estimation of one another's worth, then how much more of such necessity exists for the relatively inconsequential Vibhinamsa Jivas in their approach to the Lord's reciprocal relationship? The plight of the jiva is such that her finitude hardly adds up to very much in the face of the unlimited fancy of the Absolute. Oversimplifying the matter, some would suggest that the unlimitedness of Krishna's heart can certainly accommodate and magnify even the smallest of the smallest spark of prema. Although that is not incorrect, still it may be objectively observed that when the jiva spark becomes especially splendorous by dancing in proximity to Sri Radhika's unlimitedly dazzling Vamamadhya love flame, Krishna's appreciation of the jiva becomes extraordinarily enriched and distinctly sustainable. That is the sum and substance of Hare Krishna Mahamantra Sankirtan. Do not bother yourself to become too much infatuated with Krishna. Rather, act in such a way that Lord Krishna may become ever more infatuated with you. In the realm of Braja, Parakiya Tattva glistens with yet another powerful radiance. Manjari Tattva, though commonly understood to be constituted of a singular mindset, is in fact quite bejeweled with diversity. Just as there are left wing, Vama, and right wing, Dakshina, Yuteshwari gopis and Sakis with many varieties of devotional dispositions, so also there are many varieties of left and right wing manjaris. Rati Manjari is Dakshina Mridvi by nature, right wing, and very soft and sweet, as evidenced in Srila Raghunath Das Goswami's Vilap Kushmanjali. Rati Manjari, from her right-wing vantage point, stands as perhaps the greatest exemplar in the mood of belonging to her Yuteshwari Sri Radhika. I am yours, I cannot live without you. O Queen, please understand this and bring me to your lotus feet. Among the Astamanjaris, Sri Lavanga Manjari is also Dakshina Mridvi, and Sri Ras Manjari has qualities similar to hers. However, Sri Rupa Manjari is Vama Madhya, left wing, and midway between soft and harsh. Sri Guna Manjari is Dakshina Prakara, right wing and harsh. Sri Manjulali Manjari is Vama Madhya like Rupa. Sri Vilas Manjari is Mama Vridvi, left wing and sweet. And Sri Kasturi Manjari is similarly Vama Mridvi in nature. The famous Sri Ananga Manjari, like Sri Rupa, is also Vama Madhya in temperament. As among countless snowflakes no two are exactly alike, so too there are untold varieties of Manjari Bhav. It is therefore not at all astonishing that different Manjaris are possessed of different cherished ambitions as well as different feelings toward their Yuteshwari. Just as Radha's left-wing Madhu Sneha sense of possessiveness differs from Chandravali's right-wing Grita Sneha sense of being possessed, regarding their feelings towards Sri Krishna, so the Saki Sneha moods of the various Manjaris also differ. Like Rati Manjari, many feel within themselves a deep sense of belonging to Radha. Others, however, boldly embrace the prominent sense of Radha's belonging to them. And, as one might surmise, Radha mercifully reciprocates their feelings. Krishna belongs to Radha, but to whom does Radha belong? She does not belong to Krishna, nor is she self-possessed. She undeniably belongs to another, Parakiya. She belongs to her Manjari maidservant. Krishna, in response to Radhika's bhav, again and again runs to give himself to her, but do you think he always finds it so easy? Certainly not. He's at the mercy of the Manjaris, who may not all be so kindly disposed toward his unabashed, wicked licentiousness. He often finds himself futilely begging at the feet of Radha's relentless left-wing Manjari maidservants, who derisively keep him at bay, playfully enhancing the effectiveness of the Vipralambha ras, which greatly nourishes the divine couple's mutually intensified emotional ecstasies at the ripest time of their imminent union. Devotees who aspire after the divine couple's eternal, transcendentally utopian realm of Swakiya Mai Sambhog Leelas, Ranga Mahal, generally think the Parakiya punctuated Vipralambha bhav to be antagonistic to the favorable fulfillment of Radha Krishna's desire for continuous relishment of Sambhog Ras, Nitya Nikunja Vihar. They argue that in the spiritual world, the Ananda savored by the divine couple in the company of their intimate associates ever increasingly expands for eternity anyway, so why wish upon them the distress of separation if the intention is to make them happy? They are already ever increasingly happy to be in each other's company, so why disturb them on the plea of increasing their happiness? Just let them be happy. This idea, which does not accommodate the interplay of the diverse rasas of Brajadam, is, however, analogous to an immature neophyte disciple's inability to understand the positive purpose of the Guru's castigation. Sri Guru mercifully excruciates a disciple simply to strengthen, upgrade, and intensify the disciple's determination for spiritual progress. Yet the less intelligent neophyte prefers to be flattered than to bear the weight of the Guru's reprimand, which seems intolerable. It is certainly a fact that the Ananda of the Lord and his eternal associates eternally expand without limit. Still, on closer examination, it can be clearly observed that, corresponding to the diverse Leela configurations pre-limited to various sectors of Golok, Krishna and his entourage know either eternally ever-increasing Ananda, eternally ever-increasing more intensified Ananda, or eternally ever-increasing most intensified Ananda. The Parakiya element in Braja Leela certainly intensifies in various ways the Priti Bhajan of the Lord's Ragatmika associates. This enhances the Lord's Anandamaya reciprocal dealings with them in a myriad of ways, making them the objects of his special consideration and affection. As Krishna becomes mad after the gopis, who are accomplished in their varieties of Parakiya absorption, which overstep the regulative principles of the Shastras, so also, by extension of his compassionate nature, Lord Krishna becomes very much inclined towards those sadhakas who, recognizing and aspiring after the super-excellence of the Braja Gopis' Parakiya-loving sentiments, constantly drink deep of the ambrosial, priti-saturated Astakaliya Leelas of Braj. He thus mercifully helps them by providing necessary intelligence, the ability to see things in proper perspective, and appropriate knowledge of the progressive path of Madhurya Maya Braja Bhakti Bhajan, Jnana Dipena Basvata, by which they themselves may ultimately achieve the perfectional platform of unalloyed priti for his absolute pleasure. In this way, Brajendanandan Krishna kindly dissipates the darkness of ignorance, agyananjam tama nashyami, that prompts a sadhaka's attachment to any other objective. Left to themselves, the fumbling Raganuga dabblers will ever disastrously stumble along as unauthorized intruders into the path of ras, and their lobha and bhava will never crystallize. However, when, by the Lord's mercy, genuine lobha appears in the heart, one gradually becomes enlightened in different ways. Uddhava says in Srimad Bhagavatam 11:29-6, quote, Krishna reveals himself through the acharya, spiritual master, or through the agency of Chaitya Guru, the Supersoul. Thus, some devotees attain knowledge about the moods of Krishna and his Braja associates from the mouth of a Rasik Vaishnav Guru, some from the mouth of a learned Raganuga devotee, and some whose hearts have been purified by the practice of devotional service will have this knowledge directly revealed to them from within their hearts. From the stage of basic anarthana vritti, when Guru and Krishna will be satisfied with the intensity of our anxiety, our desperation, our ardent avidity, and our nishta for attaining our natural eternal mood of loving ecstasy, bhav siddhi, there will certainly be further and further enlightenment by gradual revelation, both from within and from without. Then practical attainment of our authentic eternal prayojan, our requisite premika relationship as an assistant of Sri Guru in his or her eternal services to Radha and Krishna, will be sure and solid by their grace. At that stage only, fullest empowerment to act as an agent of Krishna's compassion, both internally as a Braja Gopa or Gopi serving in his Nitya Leelas, and externally as a preacher moving within this psychophysical dimension becomes possible, not otherwise. This material world will be repeatedly manifested and unmanifested for the rest of eternity. It is not that this insignificant point on the eternal time continuum is the all-important consideration. For all of eternity, there will be innumerable fallen conditioned souls who will need to be delivered to the supreme perfection by the influence of someone's highly qualified and most capable, fully self-realized, superconsciously empowered preaching efforts. Furthermore, a most profound truth is that Krishna, being an extremely witty connoisseur, very often requests the emancipated jiva, who has in the Sat Chit Ananda spiritual body attained his pleasure pastimes at his abode of Golok, to return in the Acharya Swarup to this material cosmos as a Nitya Muktavatar. Such a Mukta Jeev may then act as the greatest emissary of the Lord's compassion to the Buddha Jivas, bound by the network of Maha Maya's allurements. Having become the recipient of the fullest extent of Krishna's mercy, only the said emancipated Jiva, as a fully enlightened Gopa or Gopi, has the most splendid, incomparably beatific experience of the brightest absorbing prema contrasted against the black background of previous material existence characterized by abject forgetfulness of the Lord. The Nitya Siddha Jivas, as well as Krishna's divine Swarup Shakti Tattva counterparts, and even Sri Krishna himself, being always transcendentally situated and ever free from the influence of the modes of material nature, can never have such an extremely enhanced, contrastive experience of the extent of the Lord's compassion. Only the emancipated jiva, fully evolved to the acme of individually achievable transcendency, can most perfectly empathize with the plight of the conditioned soul, and only such a thoroughly unfettered devotee, having perfectly completed the progressive course of Braja Bhakti Bhajan, can bring about in Krishna an enhanced appreciation of his own golden quality of benevolence, an appreciation otherwise unfeasible in the spiritual world. It is only the emancipated jiva, therefore, who truly realizes what bliss is in store for the conditioned soul upon achieving ultimate perfection, and as such, the emancipated jiva is the fittest to instrumentally deliver the fallen souls to their highest end. Having the fully actuated Sat Chit Ananda Siddhadeya, the emancipated jiva remains ever beyond the degrading influence of the modes of material nature. He or she may, therefore, remain perpetually within the material world, if required, for assisting the Lord's preaching mission, apparently descending to the second-class or madhyamadikari devotional status without running the risk of falling down to the material platform. Every disciple wants Guruji to be such a fully empowered Param Maha Bhagavat avatar coming down from the spiritual world to deliver disciple-ji to the lotus feet of Krishna. We will have the rest of eternity to collect the thousands and millions of disciples if that's what Krishna wants. Not that we push the panic button, childishly play makeshift lifeguard guru, jumping into the ocean of material existence to, quote, save the, quote, drowning souls, become overwhelmed by the tidal wave of Maya, and heroically get ourselves drowned in the process. It's nice that we, in all our spiritual infantility, intelligently rely on the power of our Guru's fully self-realized purports in the matter of assisting his preaching mission through the solid medium of transcendental book distribution. That is, no doubt, a tremendous credit. In the end, however, it would surely be preposterous to expect the books to be fully Krishna-conscious for us, wouldn't it? Transcendental book distribution certainly serves to puissantly inculcate ideal spiritual standards upon humanity. That is the mercy of the Acharya Parampara, to give us some meaningful engagement along the way. Nevertheless, we should not idiotically ignore the obvious implication that it is we who have to personally learn and gradually realize the full gamut of progressive pure devotional experience. This must necessarily be accomplished by the practical application of appropriate, authoritatively approved internal Rupanuga methodologies, notably illustrated in the writings of Raghunath Das Goswami and Vishwanath Chakravartipad. The point is that practically every one of us at some juncture was on the receiving end of the book distribution effort. Quote, book distribution effort means that the books were distributed to someone, and we happen to be the, quote, someone to whom the books were distributed. Why were the books distributed to us? The idea should be that the books were distributed to us to induce us to go to the highest end of realizing our eternal relationship with Krishna in one of the Brajabhavas. Unless and until we actually go to that end, the purpose of the book distribution that was done to enable us to receive the book won't be perfectly fulfilled. Therefore, we have to go to that end to make the book distribution effort a complete success. An intelligent and thoughtful book distributor should sincerely consider, understand, appreciate, and in due course apply this principle in practical life. Otherwise, what is the meaning of the whole affair? How can we deem our transcendental book distribution a complete success unless the someones become fully absorbed in relishing the Brajabhavas as a result of having gained an attraction and greed for them by deeply imbibing the Shastra's essential message? The someones? Who? The we someones. Work now, samadhi later. That's all right. But what work, and how much later? How later does later have to be before later can be considered later enough? Later after some future God knows how many births? Restoration of one's constitutional topmost Braja Prem saturated quality of Paradukha Dukhi compassion toward others, following in the wake of the immaculate moods of the Gopas and Gopis of Vrindavan, an achievement of full-blown self-realization in terms of the jiva's highest potential are in effect one substance. Prema and compassion are essentially tantamount in that prema deliberately expresses itself as the service endeavor to facilitate the happiness and relieve the distress of Krishna and his devotees. not excluding the fallen potential devotees in this prison world of threefold suffering. Particularly in the higher Brajarasas, Shringar, Vatsalya, and some varieties of Sakya, a natural supramundane sense of superiority in relation to Krishna as a lover, son, or friend may be noticed, wherein the devotee is seen to rightfully manifest dayabhav, mercy, as a consequence of karuna, pathos, toward the Lord. Such occurs in response to suitable udipans, stimuli, due to the intoxicating nature of intensified rati for the Vishaya alambana, object of affection, which naturally covers a Rag Bhakta's knowledge of Radha Krishna's omnipotence. This is not very astonishing. As the highest feature of prema exhibited in the stages of sneha, man, rag, anurag, bhava, and mahabhava are achievable in the present physical body, sadhaka deha, it is no laughing matter that one should progressively attend to the internal culture of the moods of Braja, for without doing so, one could never hope to manifest the suitable eternal spiritual body, siddha-deha, essentially required for prema's maximum expression. Actually, the highest premika compassion evincible by any jiva can only be gained in the company of Krishna's eternal retinue after joining his manifest earthly leelas in this material world. When that degree of prema brims over to compassionately inundate the rotting lives of this prison world's doleful denizens, then only can topmost empowered preaching be done by anyone. As such, it would behoove any aspiring preacher who wants to realize his or her highest preaching potential to go to that end, even if it demands a concentrated, purposeful dedication of considerable time and energy in this lifetime to preparatory antaranga bhajan with that long-term aim in view. Greed-impelled, multi-aspected absorption in Anandamaya Brajabhakti Bhajan, both internal and external, could never in its real light be discerned by a deepest intellect to be a selfish or self-centered affair. It should never be confounded with the egotistical approach of the Himalayan forest-dwelling liberationist referred to by Prahlad in his prayers to Lord Nrsingadev as recounted in Srimad Bhagavatam. If it were, it could hardly be accepted as Braja Bhakti, because by definition, at its very core, the exclusively selfless, self-giving service attitude, far above petty concerns for mitigating personal pangs of material bondage or for private spiritual satisfaction, is meticulously cultured for the absolute pleasures of the Lord and his devotees. Lalasamai, the intense desire for being reinstated in one's eternal constitutional perfect spiritual body, siddha-deha, as an eternal resident of Braj, should in no way be presupposed by anyone to be any sort of gross or subtle material or spiritual sense gratification. A surrendered devotee harbors no ambition separate from the interest of the Lord. Such a devotee's only business is to recognize and sensibly submit to Krishna's desire to have us back with him, to serve him, play with him, and dance with him in the eternal sky of Krishna Loka. Inasmuch as it honors the Lord's wishes, a sincere sadhaka will nobly do the needful, pursuing the favorable internal cultivation by which his desire may ever be fulfilled. Not to do so would be utter conceit. This attainment of the Lord's Nitya Leelas at Brajabhumi and onward to Golok is covered only for the purpose of achieving the otherwise unachievable highest expressible form of pleasure-giving prema. A true Brajbasi does not consider personal happiness and distress independent of theirs, Radha Krishna's, to be in any way a compelling factor for his or her actions. That is the speciality of the Brajbasis' standard of devotion, which distinguishes their excellence, far surpassing that of the best devotees of any other realm. Although in Braj Bhakti, liberation and beatific delight are naturally consequential, as in any other pure devotional approach, they could never be seen as crucial elements in a Brajbasi's decision-making process, though they should not necessarily be altogether eschewed or despised. To say that the genuine pure-hearted Brajabhakti Bhajananandi is selfishly bent on his own bliss, personal benefit, or comfort zone would be akin to declaring that the Gostyanandi preacher is primarily engaged as such to secure for himself either the spiritual beatitude, the ego-gratifying dakshin, honor, and reputation, or the sheer adventure personally plundered from his burlesque preaching extravaganzas. One might exhaustively harp about the hypocritical, cheap, imitative impostors of either ilk, but that should never ascribe any improbity to the truly sincere. Negation of the non-essential in no way suggests a need to negate the essential. In either authentic case, we should be prepared to acknowledge the primary focus on the actual sincere service endeavor as distinct from its pleasurable or remunerative side effects, quote, eating to live as opposed to living to eat. Srimati Radharani, in her inimitable Krishna-conscious absorption, transcendentally experiences more distress than the combined distress of all the conditioned souls of the entire material existence put together. Although her, quote, distresses are transcendental and anandamaya, as opposed to the niggardly nature of a Buddha jiva's suffering, they are nonetheless very real and unimaginably excruciating. In truth, her anxieties over the condition of the incarcerated Buddha jivas, as represented in the lamentations of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to Thakur Haridas, constitute but a minor feature of her complete whole domain of loving afflictions. It is of little wonder that a soft-hearted Paradukkha-dukhi devotee, upon knowing these things, might opt to compassionately seek in various ways to somehow help mitigate her severe amorous excruciations. How could we conceive that such an attempt to assist in the services of her preponderant internal, quote, home affairs is in any way less noble than the attempt to alleviate the relatively insignificant sufferings of the minute individuals of this world? If anything, the consideration of the magnitude of necessity pertaining to the primary plight of Radha all the more amplifies the reason to laud the internal affairs of those enlightened individuals seriously endeavoring to qualify themselves to become Radha's Palyadasis through strenuous Antaranga Bhakti Bhajan. They are neither in the least Bhukti-kami nor Mukti-kami nor Swananda-kami. In any case, neither the genuinely pure-hearted Gostyanandis nor the bona fide, high-minded, internally inclined Bhajananandis ever purposefully act for their egocentric personal benefit. Their only aim is to make others happy, for Krishna's satisfaction ultimately, which is the very basis of their own fulfillment. By the satisfaction of Krishna through any program of loving service, the entire creation is benefited in the same way that by watering the root of a tree, all leaves, flowers, and fruits are automatically nourished. The presence of merely one pure devotee of either standing in this world can sustain the entire planet. However, for a sadhaka, particularly in Kali Yuga, no sort of internal bhajan or astakaliya lila manasa seva can ever secure the superlative result without the practitioner at regular intervals functioning to help uplift the populace by loudly broadcasting the Sankirtan of the holy names of Radha and Krishna. After all, Harinam Sankirtan does happen to be the Yuga Dharma for this current age. It is seen that although certainly situated as topmost Paramahamsa Bhajananandis, the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan, headed by Sri Rupa, faultlessly epitomize this principle both by their regular performance of Krishna Kirtan and by their efforts to elucidate the principles of Braja Bhakti Bhajan in their many writings that have effectively served to propagate the truths about unalloyed devotion down through the generations. Indeed, one would do well to notice that although the Goswamis always absorbed themselves internally in the search for Radha and Krishna through feelings of separation, Viraha Bhajan, and in fact did not actually distinguish themselves as Gostyanandi iterant preachers, still they externally benedicted the people of this world by the fruits of their resolute Anandamaya Bhajan. The incomparable, unswerving life of concentrated bhajan fortitude exemplified by the Goswamis and their followers in and of itself stands ever monumental in the hearts of the Anuragi Vaishnavas and perennially serves as a preeminent paragon for the world at large, conspicuously expressing the greatest good to all faithful aspirants on the path of inwardly progressive Antaranga Bhakti Bhajan for all time to come. Ultimately, both real Bhajanananda and real Gostyananda spontaneously spring from the Anandamaya platform under the influence of the Lord's Ladini Shakti or Swarup Shakti, as per the evolvement of bhava and prema when one transcends the influence of the 3 modes of material nature. Anything short of that, however boastful, could hardly be more than a semblance of the real thing with relatively little efficacy on any front. Hence, a consummate Gostyanandi of any stature always stands on the solid underpinnings of advanced internal bhajan. Moreover, the transcendentally situated Niskinchana Anandamaya Bhajankari, even though veiling himself from the worldly purview, ever enhances the world by dint of his very presence in all purity. Innumerable neophyte, quote, preachers out on the most congested streets of the most important cities in the world, clangorously bellowing the semblance of Harinam Sankirtan, either on the offensive stage, Pratibimba Namabas, or the clearing stage, Chaya Namabas, could hardly accomplish for the spiritual welfare of the conditioned souls what could be achieved by the lips of even one reclusive forest-dwelling Shuddhanam Bhajananandi. Admittedly, Aparad Nam can offer the putrid fruit of karmic sense gratification, bhukti, within the cycle of repeated birth and death. Chaya Namabas can also at best free the heart from material contamination, anartha nivritti, augmenting one's chances for liberation from material existence, mukti, up to granting residence in Vaikuntha-loka. Even so, neither Aparadnam nor Abhasnam chanted by the millions could ever in a billion years impregnate the heart of anyone with Shuddha Bhakti Shakti, enkindling the jiva's dormant Braja Prem, as would a single recitation of Shuddhanam. Namaparadis, who generally favor the Bhogya Darshan of Sri Guru, are more or less parasites within the institutional body of the spiritual master. They have not actually evolved to the status of spiritually functional constituents, though donning Kuntimala and Vaishnav Tilak, worshipping the deity, professing loyalty to Sri Guru, paying lip service to the philosophy of full surrender, holding lofty ecclesial or priestly positions, and having ample opportunity for spiritually elevating sadhu sangha, they in fact remorselessly behave rather like Kali Chelas or Kaitava Bhaktas, typically categorized as Pratibimba Bhaktyabhas, with little scope for much tangible spiritual advancement on account of their unrelenting gross and subtle exploitative tendencies. Indeed, their fanfare of devotional fervor may be comparable, at best, to cracking nuts with the Shalagram Shila. Individuals who have yet to surpass the stage of chanting Chaya Namabhas, even though earnestly struggling to clear away offenses against the holy name, along with their concomitant repercussions, are comparable to the shadow of a devotee. Chaya Bhaktyabhas, or Bhakta Praya, the mere likeness of a devotee. The Chaya Bhaktas, though potentially nearing the threshold of pure devotion, are not thus far to be accepted as pure devotees in the true sense. Though affiliated with Sampradayic society through Bhagavat or Pancharatrika initiation and having recourse to graceful, spiritually powerful sadhu sangha and pure devotional scriptures, all such said unqualified neophytes could have, at best, but a semblance of Shuddha Bhakti. Quite often, due to imprecise perception, unwarranted attachment to narrow comprehension of the Acharya's instructions, confusion, or sheer juvenile speculative notions about what they imagine to be the reality of Krishna consciousness, they disastrously obscure, adulterate, or even obliterate the essential substance of spiritual life. Espousing rampant, wide-ranging, institutionally integrated erroneous dogmas while clinging to barely understood institutionalized ritualistic formulas and formalities, they in due course imprudently project to spread a relatively distorted semblance of the pure devotional atmosphere upon the milieu of a bona fide spiritual establishment, thus generating a vitiated semblance of the Acharya's sampradaya. Such unskillful persons, knowingly or unknowingly, form a virtual impasse for those inadequately acquainted with the Gaudiya Siddhanta, fatefully hindering the latter's hopes of gaining even a glimpse of what would truly constitute ultimate paramarthik attainment. Although anyone chanting Namabhas on any level is certainly far superior to anyone who has never once uttered the alphabetical semblance of Harinam, only one who chants Shuddhanam is a Shuddha Bhakta in the real sense, and the simple truth is that only a Shuddha Bhakta, whether Gostyanandi or Bhajananandi, can do much substantial good for anyone. Without chanting Shuddhanam, who can honestly claim to be having Nam Ruchi? Without chanting Shuddhanam, who can responsibly claim to be doing any kind of empowered Jivadoy? Without chanting Shuddhanam, who can sensibly claim that Vaishnav Seva has been truly accomplished? Without chanting Shuddhanam, what fool falsely claims to be doing any kind of tangibly progressive Astakalya Lila Manasa Seva? Furthermore, one might consider this point. Those who are actually pundit or learned in all the scriptural conclusions see all living entities with equal vision. One who loves Krishna loves everyone, cares for everyone, not only humans. Mahaprabhu, Lord Gauranga, expressed this when he asked Thakur Haridas about the deliverance of earless beings like snakes, trees, and stones. There are innumerable microbes floating in just 1 cubic inch of air. There would naturally be so many trees, creepers, insects, lizards, rodents, birds, and other creatures within or around our Shuddhanam Bhajananandi's Bhajan Kutir. How many souls would be residing within his very body? The extent to which these countless souls would benefit by circumstantially associating with his pure-hearted supplication of Shuddhanam would be inestimable. The contextual implication would be that if we were to generously extend the concept of gosti, family, to those other than human beings, then it would not be wrong to also consider the genuinely pure-hearted Bhajananandi a Gostyanandi. He at least inadvertently, if not consciously, does the highest good to the greater family within his sphere of influence by instrumentally serving to prompt the advent of Sri Harinam Prabhu, who mercifully dances within his heart, on his tongue, and in the atmosphere about him. Any sound vibration produced anywhere on this planet is believed to encircle the earth 7 times before dissolution. This makes it possible for his chanting to purify the ethereal atmosphere of the whole world. the result would be all the more powerful if he would be living in Vrindavan, where the purificatory benefits mount 1,000-fold. No man is an island. From another perspective, it may be inferred that even though the Nirjan Bhajananandi outwardly appears to take the Nirjan position, apparently neglecting to expand the, quote, family of devotees in this dimension, he could hardly be Nirjan in the absolute sense, in that he, in the course of his inner-dimensional absorption, remains ever associated with the constituent Brajajan members of Krishna's eternal family through the agency of Manasa Seva. He is never actually really alone, because he selflessly serves to favorably expand the bliss, Ananda, of Krishna's family, Gosti, of eternal associates. He may surely, in the fullest sense, also be honored as Gostyanandi. The purport is that until one at least approaches the stage of realizing one's eternal Anandamaya relationship with the Supreme Absolute Reality in one of the 5 primary transcendental Brajarasas, no one should, out of envy, spite, or feelings of superiority toward others, proudly or self-righteously proclaim oneself to be either Gostyanandi or Bhajananandi, much less dare to denounce one or the other on the basis of perverse, lopsided religio-institutional bias or immature, subjectively predisposed, shallow superstition. It is better, as a matter of common decency, to humbly try to chant the holy name with all self-effacement while endeavoring to progressively qualify oneself to unobtrusively assist the Lord and his devotees in whatever small way possible, as inspired by one's indwelling monitor guru and confirmed by his various external representatives. Bearing all this in mind, it might be argued from one angle or another that the only major consideration in this connection is the satisfaction of Guru and Krishna, that if preaching, primarily through the medium of transcendental book distribution, is what satisfies them, then one need not look beyond the vigorous execution of that activity alone to achieve ultimate transcendence. Then again, it might be argued that if one is engaged in the activity of transcendental book distribution, one is Krishna conscious. Okay, fine. However, one might perniciously ask, how Krishna conscious? How Krishna conscious does Krishna conscious have to be before Krishna conscious could be considered Krishna conscious enough to be fully Krishna conscious? To what extent could a new bhakta be perfectly Krishna conscious? It is declared that anyone who follows the 4 disciplinary restraints, no illicit sex, no intoxication, no meat-eating, and no gambling, and chants a minimum of 16 rounds of Harinam Japa daily, is qualified to make disciples all over the world. Yahoo! Fantastic! So then, if it is just a matter of outward animation, new bhaktas also follow the 4 regulative principles and chant a minimum of 16 rounds without even having been duly initiated. Even robots can do that. Maybe they should also be allowed to initiate disciples all over the world. Why only the institutionally rubber-stamped gurus? Robots could also be programmed to distribute books or offer artiques or clang a pair of kartals for that matter. Here, let us again probe a crucial question. Is it what we do, form, or is it the plane of consciousness backing whatever we do, substance, that is ultimately noteworthy and consequential? We would do well to remember that neither Guru nor Krishna really need our patrams, leaves, or pushpams, flowers. They are pleased by bhakti alone, and just as bhakti is realized by degrees, so also is Guru's satisfaction, which is an evolvable thing, answering to the quality of Krishna consciousness more so than to the quantified outward display of, quote, devotional service. Though apparently aroused by the disciples' external actions, Guru's pleasure, marked by profuse blessings for further progress in Krishna consciousness, must indeed be based upon the qualitative dynamics of the disciple's internal service attitude to be real, solid, and spiritually legitimate. In fact, it may be reasonably established that the resolute desperation to discover the details of one's internal constitutional identity as an eternal resident of Braj in and of itself affirms the initial sign of Sri Guru's profound benedictions upon a disciple. If such ardent solitude is lacking, one might do well to wonder to what extent Sri Guru's satisfaction has actually been invoked. Some less than philosophically astute individuals attempt to purposefully popularize an institutional dogma, a fallacious proposition that by externally serving Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Sankirtan movement in Vaidhi Bhakti alone, one will automatically pop up somehow or other in Braj Leela after the end of the present life, an unverifiable post-dated check. They insist that one need not currently concern oneself in the least with the cultivation of any internal program of Raganuga sadhana. Quote, just blindly put your duty-bound nose to the Vaidhi Bhakti grindstone. Don't think, just do. Ma suchaha. This sort of crafty conclusion, manipulatively framed to camouflage the spiritual inadequacies or incompetence of a movement's post-founder embryonic leadership, may serve to conveniently dodge or altogether evade deeper queries about the much anticipated here and now practical application of esoteric Rupanuga Gaudiya Vaishnavism, at least temporarily. But it hardly does justice to the subject. Moreover, it commits a manner of violence against the progressive quest of a sincere candidate who perhaps actually deserves promotion to higher-level internal Krishna-conscious pursuits. At a cursory glance, frequently adduced passages from Srila Prabodhananda Saraswati's Sri Chaitanya Chandramrita and Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Sri Navadvip Dham Mahatmya may appear to allude to this erroneous impression. However, these statements could never persuade anyone who has ventured to seriously scrutinize the various scriptural texts and commentaries of the six Goswamis and their followers to subscribe to such idiocy. The correct conception is quite the sound of a different drummer and also not so unmelodious. It is said in Chaitanya Chandramrita that yata yata Gaura Padara Vinde, to whatever extent a pious person becomes devoted to the lotus feet of Lord Gaura, to that extent the flood of the nectar of Radha's lotus feet spontaneously arises in his heart. The word extent is crucial here. Similarly discussed is the matter of attaining the service of Krishna in all primary rasas through the preliminary worship of Gauranga Mahaprabhu in Dasya Bhav. Here the word Dasya Bhav in relation to the service of Mahaprabhu certainly does not connote reverential servitude in terms of the Vaidhi Bhakti format, any more than it would when used to denote the ras of servitude to Krishna in Braj. Rather, particularly for those souls who have the innate capacity for the conjugal ras, the word Dasya Bhav should serve only to indicate one's spontaneous attitude of loving service to the merciful Radha aspect of Gaura's personality. Serving Lord Chaitanya in Dasya Bhav becomes tantamount to serving Srimati Radharani in Dasi Bhav, Radha Dasya. Generally, in the Rupanuga tradition, one is advised to dive deep into the ocean of service to Lord Gauranga's Navadvip Leelas, internally conceiving oneself to be a Kishore Brahmin, who as a servant of the servant, Das of Swarup Damodar Goswami, accordingly assists to augment Mahaprabhu's relishment of various Vrajabhavs. In doing so, one transitionally surfaces in the nectarious ocean of Radha's Madhurya Leelas as a blissful Kishori Gopi maidservant of the maidservant, Dasyanu Dasi, of Srimati Lalita Devi within the group of Radha's Sakhis in the land of Braj. One then blissfully resurfaces in the ocean of Gaur Premamrita with redoubled inspiration and depth of Radha Ras Bhavita insight. The Rupanuga approach to Gaur Lila and Krishna Lila is not the dull-headed affair of the Prakrita Bhaktas. Indeed, a conscientious internal culture of bhavas is most certainly required. A culture above and beyond, though not necessarily exclusive of the external, apparently Vaidika program of missionary duties. With this in mind, the basic unconditional service attitude practiced at the very onset of a novice's humble surrender to the Acharya's external missionary training program may be easily adapted and internally applied at a more mature stage to fittingly promote the true cognitive esoteric evolvement of one's eternal constitutional bhav deha or braja swarup. When Gaura's mercy will flood the heart with an aspiration to serve Radha's Braja Leelas, one will come to appreciate the value of service to the lotus feet of Lord Nityananda. Just as Gauranga inclusively embodies the bhavas of Krishna's foremost Sarup Shakti counterpart, Sri Radha, so also Nityananda Ram inclusively embodies the foremost Baladev Swarup Shakti Tattva, who appears in Braj as the younger sister of Radharani, Srimati Anangamanjari. Balaram's Kali Yuga avatar, Nityananda, is markedly more than Baladev himself in that he, unlike Balaram, can, by adopting Anangamanjari's bhav, directly relish the internal mood of loving service to the lotus feet of Radha in the Madhurya Ras parallel to Gaura's relishment of Radha bhav. As previously mentioned, Krishna and his supreme Sarup Shakti counterpart, Sri Radha, though morphologically differentiated, are ontologically one. So also is the case with Baladev and his topmost Sarup Shakti expansion, Anangamanjari, from whom Balaram's own personal consorts such as Varuni and Revati expand. All the members of Krishna's family, including Balaram, possess the deepest regard, affection, and love for the sweetest, most eminently love-worthy Srimati Radharani. Yet, owing to certain social constraints, Balaram, as Krishna's older brother, is practically dispossessed of any opportunity to directly express his love for her. So, to fulfill his most confidential desire to serve Radha's lotus feet, he accepts an expanded feminine form as her younger sister. Still, he himself, in his masculine Baladev Swarup, is unable to directly relish the experience of being in the position of his Shakti Tattva expansion, just as Krishna is unable to directly relish the moods of Radha. He therefore, in Gaur Lila, accepts the bhav and complexion of his supreme self-same Swarup Shakti counterpart to experience that which was transcendentally impossible in Krishna Lila. Thus Balaram manifests the form of Nityananda Ram in the same way that Krishna dons his Gaura Swarup to savor the ultimate loving disposition of Radha in Vipralamba Mahabhav. As Krishna and Balaram are one, so similarly Radha and Anangamanjari are one. In fact, Anangamanjari is celebrated as a veritable second Radha. Yet, by the will of Balaram, she acts as Dasyanu Dasi in the capacity of a Pran Sakhi, Upamanjari of Lalita Sakhi, in the service of Radharani, just as Balaram himself functions as servitor Godhead to assist Swayam Rup Krishna in various ways. Balaram, as servitor Godhead, is Adi Guru in the Vatsalya, Sakya, and Dasya rasas. Similarly, Balaram's expanded Madhurya Swarup, Anangamanjari, is the Madhurya Ras Adi Guru, who most compassionately acts as the liaison linking the jivas with the confidential services of Radha and Krishna. Her position as Radharani's younger sister greatly facilitates this role. This is a hint as to the import of Srila Narottam Das Thakur's statement, Heno Nitai Bine Bai, Radha Krishna Paite Nai. Indeed, it is only by Nitai's boundless mercy upon the most fallen conditioned souls that the Braja Gopis' super excellent spontaneous devotional bhavas have been made readily accessible to the whole world. Just as Ananga Manjari is the special mercy manifestation of Radha, so Nityananda, in the mood of Ananga Manjari, is the special mercy manifestation of Gora, in the mood of Radha. By Nitai's special causeless mercy, one becomes free from material attraction, attains the land of Braja, and finds shelter at the lotus feet of the 6 Goswamis headed by Sri Rupa. By seriously acquainting oneself with the writings of the 6 Goswamis of Vrindavan and their authorized representatives, one accesses the truths concerning Parakiya Rasmaya, Radha Krishna, and the appropriate bhajan kriya required for attaining their eternal relationship on the path of spontaneous loving devotion. Mere rudimentary Vaidika devotion to the feet of Lord Chaitanya can hardly evoke a highly evolved nectar flood of Radha's direct influence upon anyone. Extent, as applied to the principle of Gaura Bhakti, refers to the degree of internal devotional qualification in one's approach, far more than to any externally quantifiable mass of regulative devotional practice. The factual proof that the nectar of Radha's lotus feet is extensively flooding one's heart will be seen in one's attentiveness to deeply understand and practically pursue the path of Braja Bhakti Bhajan. Either Sambandhanuga Bhakti, Dasya, Sakya, or Vatsalya Bhajan, or Kamanuga Bhakti, Madhurya Bhajan, will be practiced under the guidance of the Goswamis according to one's progressively perceivable natural internal inclination or aptitude for a particular mellow of loving service to divinity. The edict, Seva Sadhaka Rupena, Siddha Rupena Chatrahi, Tad Bhava Lipsuna Karya, Brajalok Anusharata, mentioned in Srila Rupa Goswami's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, truly for all time applies both externally and internally to sadhakas who have yet to transcend material bondage, as well as to siddhas who are Jatarati Vaishnavas, having attained the perfect realization of Sthayi Bhav, or constant devotional ecstasy. There is no broadly applicable streamlined institutional lame way out. No founding acharya of any Krishna-conscious establishment ever casuistically instructed in such a way so as to shrink from the responsibility of deliberately enhancing or nourishing the deserving disciple's progress onto the path of beautified Braja Bhakti Bhajan. When purposefully prescribed to forcibly inculcate the principles of Krishna consciousness, Vaidhi Bhakti certainly functions to coercively rehabilitate a conditioned soul's misdirected or unconstitutional rag, attraction, or asakti, attachment, to worldly objects of material sense gratification by obliging one to focus upon Krishna-ized sense objects. This is, no doubt, a step in the right direction, and in the beginning it is actually required. If, however, one does not intelligently endeavor in the present life to surpass the rudimentary stage of obligatory reverential devotion rigidly constrained by scriptural regulations and embark upon the path of spontaneous internal raganuga attraction, parabhakti, one will almost invariably remain a kanishta adhikari or prakrita bhakta, moored to the modes of material nature. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. At best, one may come to the platform of Aishvarya Gyan Mayi Bhakti, gaining fitness for Mahima Gyan Yukta Prema. This type of bhakti, contaminated with knowledge of the Lord's supremacy, leads to the spiritually conditional realm of Vaikuntha Loka, or to the majestic Vaikuntha Vrindavan on Krishna Loka, where the Aishwarya Leelas of Radha and Krishna in the mood of Lakshmi Narayan are served in awe and veneration. As clearly discussed by Vishwanath Chakravarti Pad in his commentary on Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1-2-303, or at most to the opulent realm of Dwarka. Braja lokera bhave ye karaye bhajan, se janapaya braje Brajendra Nandana. One who worships the Lord by following in the footsteps of the inhabitants of Brajabhumi attains him in the transcendental planet of Braj, where he is known as the son of Maharaj Nanda. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 9-131. All bona fide Gaudiya Vaishnavacharyas agree that the Madhurya Leelas of Braj can only be attained by ascending to the terrace of Kevala Madhurya Prema via the path of Rag Bhakti under the merciful guidance of an emissary of Brajadam. Furthermore, it is clearly declared by Kaviraj Goswami in his Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita with reference to the appearance of Brajendranandana Sham that Rag Marg Bhakti Loke Karite Pracharana. Pracharana means to propagate, to make the super excellence of the path of Rag Bhakti known to the conditioned souls of this world. Unless one is exposed to the vibrant, esoteric, transcendentally erotic principles of the spiritually constituted damsels of Braj, which surpass all considerations of mundane morality, one can hardly expect to clearly construe the lie of its lustful perversion projected upon the elusive material panorama. It is imperative that the preachers of Krishna consciousness become solidly acquainted with the truths regarding the propriety of the sublime pastimes of Radha and Krishna so as to powerfully eradicate the misgivings concerning those affairs abounding among scholars, theologians, and the general populace. It is not enough to unconvincingly cower behind a glib formula that denounces any open discussion of the matter before the unconversant. Taboo, prudery, and timidity concerning the enlightened free propagation of the correct conception of the thing have only paved the way for rampant misconception amid those victimized by the vigorous, widespread propaganda of the Mayavadi impersonalists, Sahajiyas, professional preachers of the Bhagavatam, and other such demonic elements, waylaying an already darkened contemporary worldview devoid of properly developed personal understanding of the Absolute. Sripad Shankaracharya purposefully preached his concocted illusionist philosophy of impersonal monism with the intention to create within the minds of the people in general an aversion to the proposition of a tasteless impersonal outcome of religious life. In this way, he indirectly promoted irreligion in the form of materially, quote, tasteful, lawless sexual indulgence, the result of which would be a profuse influx of low-life progenitor Varna Shankara upon the face of the earth. His mission was simply to preface the descent of Lord Gauranga by kindly giving the most condemned conditioned souls a chance to gain the highest good upon encountering the Sankirtan movement with the Lord's maximum munificence in view. Unless the preachers of the Rupanuga Sampradaya systematically and forcefully present the topmost personal conception of God as the supreme lover, the ultimate purpose of Shankaracharya's undertaking will not be fulfilled. Moreover, people will not have the opportunity to clearly see an all-attractive Rasovai Saha alternative to the relatively tasteless Brahman conception of spirituality, without which they could hardly have much impetus to abandon the quest for rasa on the mundane plane. Knowledge of the true nature of the original spiritual mellow of conjugal love as the ultimate cause of its dull, shadow-like material reflection effectively alleviates the problem of mundane affinity by the power of superior magnetism. Scientific exposition of the highest Madhurya aspect of the personality of Godhead will naturally preclude all philosophical aberrations thereof to benefit the open-minded. Offenders determined to deny the authoritative persuasion of the Vaishnavacharyas will go to hell anyway of their own accord. What can be done? We should not be overly concerned about that. Aishvarya janete sava jagat mishrita, Aishvarya sti tila preme nahi mora prita. Knowing my opulences, the whole world looks upon me with awe and veneration, but devotion made feeble by such reverence does not attract me. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 3:16. Aishvarya jane vidhi bhajana kariya, Vaikuntake yaya chatur vidha mukti pana. By performing such regulated devotional service in awe and veneration, one may go to Vaikuntha and attain the four kinds of liberation. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 3:17. Lord Sri Krishna desired to appear in this world at the very end of Dwapara Yuga for two reasons: to personally taste the quintessential mellows of love of God, prema rasa niryasa, and beyond that, to purposely propagate the process of rag marg bhakti in the world. In doing so, he would herald the highest good to the most fallen people of this age of Kali, who would get the opportunity to learn of his enchanting Braja Leelas from the scriptural accounts of his earthly pastimes. Krishna, as Leela Purushottam, tasted prema ras from the standpoint of the Vishaya Vigraha, the supreme enjoyer and object of prema. Being relatively unimpressed by reverential devotion, he deliberately revealed the beauty and sweetness of the Brajbasi's purest love for him to the world by practically evincing that love in the course of his manifest pastimes. Yet, until his advent as Lord Chaitanya, his purpose remained largely unfulfilled. Retrospectively, it appears that Krishna Lila, in fact, simply paved the way for the Supreme Lord's appearance as Lord Chaitanya, who, for the most part, merely expanded upon and in his own way dynamically reinforced the two original, internal and external, objectives of Krishna. By tasting prema ras from the standpoint of the Ashraya Vigraha Sri Radha, the resplendent abode of the highest prema, whose sentiment is 10 million times greater than that of her beloved, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as Prema Purushottam became increasingly moved to compassionately distribute Braja Prema in an unprecedented and unparalleled way. In fact, as detailed throughout the Goswami's writings, he heartily preferred to bestow that most succulent, mysterious prema that follows in the wake of Radha's matchless expressions of Mahabhav, Samar Payatum Unato Jvala Rasam Swabhakti Shriyam. In this way, Mahaprabhu abundantly fulfilled what remained unfulfilled in Krishna's attempt by powerfully preaching the process of unalloyed devotion as he demonstratively practiced it himself. If Lord Krishna desired to propagate Rag Marg Bhakti in the world by way of exhibiting his Madhurya Leelas, Lord Gauranga, the selfsame Lord Krishna appearing in Kali Yuga as the most munificent devotee of himself, desired it 1,000-fold on the basis of his Audarya disposition. That is precisely what distinguishes him as the Mahavadanyavatar. Kindly bear in mind that the Lord's aim to propagate the Brajabhavas is but an aspect of the external reason for his divine appearance, an aspect that was not meant to be kept hidden. In fact, it was to further this propagation work that the six Goswamis and many of their contemporaries and followers took great pains to elaborately illustrate both the aforementioned gradual external and sophisticated esoteric internal methods of Rag Marg Bhajan in their volumes of literature. Thus, scientifically expounding the principles of Braja Bhakti, they continue to perpetuate the greatest act of mercy upon the world's Kali Yuga populace down to the present day. That few would be chosen, qualified, does not imply that many should not be called. We, as living Vibhinamsa Jivas, are eternally parts and parcels of Lord Chaitanya. Part and parcel means, quote, partner. We are meant to act as partners in the, quote, business of the Lord, having the same shared interests at heart. Suffice to say, more mature, quote, business partners representing the Lord's Sankirtan movement should recognize the gravity of their assigned, quote, business responsibilities. Following in the Lord's footsteps, we should likewise personally pursue the matchless mellows of love of Godhead, Braja Prema. Similarly, whenever and wherever possible, we should also purposefully preach Rag Marg Bhakti in the world, showing the highest munificence to the fallen people of this age of Kali. Mercifully spark the lobha or greed for the thing by facilitating an inspired regard for and attraction to the Bhagavat's essential message, and then, in due course, help to diligently fan that spark of Lobha Maya Shraddha into a blazing fire of Rag Maya spontaneity. Not that we should beat about the bush, becloud the issue, sweep it under the rug, or altogether exterminate the thing. If out of devotional ineptitude, immaturity, oversight, deceitfulness, miserliness, or sheer ignorance we were to grossly neglect or faithlessly sidestep the forward implementation of this prime, twofold missionary objective, then how could we in good conscience deem ourselves compliant, competent, instrumental, magnanimous agents of Guru and Gauranga's grace? Deliberating upon the profoundest precepts of the Gaudiya Sampradaya and the progressive navigation of the Krishna consciousness movement, we might guardedly examine how a number of individuals in key ecclesiastico-administrative positions, due to either inexperience, imprudence, unadorned obtusity, neglect, or self-aggrandizing, perhaps even devious or diabolical intents, are, as a matter of fact, irresponsibly steering the society in a direction that may not so closely adhere to the lofty course intended by the Sampradaya's founding acharyas. So, fine. Let them do like that. Whatever nonsense they think to do, let them do it, because in any case, the flow of the Kevala Bhakti cult by the decree of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu will be apratiyata, unobstructed. It will not be checked by any faction's substandard, foolish, materially conceived, watered-down misrepresentation of the Sankirtan movement's fundamental principles. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu doesn't really need the help of any individual or any group of individuals to accomplish his missionary goals. They who are internally advanced enough to precisely distinguish and wholly surrender to the influence of the Lord's divine loving network undoubtedly inherit the privilege of assisting him as his authorized Sampradayic agents. If we don't act as his instruments to purely propagate the full gamut of essential teachings of the Rupanuga tradition, it is not that no one will come forward to do the needful. Lord Krishna instructed Arjuna, quote, "Even if you do not fight, all the warriors assembled on this battlefield are already put to death by my arrangement. Therefore, relinquish your petty weakness of heart. Acting as my instrument, stand up and fight." Similarly, Lord Chaitanya has enjoined that the Krishna consciousness movement be spread to every town and village throughout the world. And, quote, spread means to spread in terms of the aforementioned purpose for which the movement is actually meant, to raise people to the path of spontaneous loving devotion, principally by way of congregational chanting of the holy name, thus giving them the chance to evolve to the stages of Raganuga Bhav and Braja Prem in this lifetime, not after some future millions of births, who knows how far down the road. Mahaprabhu's purposes will certainly be fulfilled in some way or other by someone. Do not think otherwise. It's just a question of who gets the credit. Neither the territories, nor the bylaws, nor the treasuries, logos, or various other external accoutrements of an institution necessarily constitute the spiritual essence or sampradaic spirit of the institution, any more than the body of an individual constitutes the soul of the individual. Just as an automobile is important insofar as the automobile serves the purposes of its owner, a spiritual institution can be considered important to the extent that it actually serves to further the spiritual objectives of the sampradaya it claims to represent. If the car breaks down or crashes, the owner may want to junk the thing and accept another more reliable conveyance. Often, it is moralized that the spiritual master's institution is the, quote, body of the spiritual master. But the body of the spiritual master may become diseased. If some part of the spiritual master's body becomes gangrenous, then it may become necessary to amputate that part of the body. In other words, the body may become at least partially, if not wholly, dysfunctional in the matter of serving the purposes of the spiritual master. That is not impossible. It is not that the body of the spiritual master, either in a healthy condition or in a diseased condition, is the spiritual master proper. The institution is his body. The printing press is the heart of that body. His magazine is the backbone of that body. His disciples are his bodily limbs. The collected hoards of money are that body's precious blood. The heaps and piles of resolutions upon resolutions may even be likened to constructs of the mind and intelligence. But what constitutes the consciousness, the essential supracognitive aspect of the Acharya's eternal spiritual existence? One might proffer that his consciousness is tantamount to his teachings, his personal ecstasies expressed in the purports of his books. Who would disagree? But then we should ask whether or not we have even begun to understand the most basic of those teachings, that we are not this body. The body of the spiritual master is not the eternal cognizant essence of the spiritual master proper. The spiritual master is not his body any more than we are our bodies. To say that the spiritual master's institution is the body of the spiritual master does not imply that the spiritual master's institution is the quintessence of the spiritual master's existence. So the conclusion should be that the institutional, quote, body of the Acharya is not to be equated with the Acharya's cognitive essential spirit, the eternal sampradaic truths. Rather, the body is to be seen as merely the chariot of the soul. The institution is a body through which the realizations of the sampradaic soul are to be expressed. Serving the Acharya's real interest is not merely a bodily, institutional affair. Rather, we should progressively strive to recognize, embrace, uphold, and disseminate the tenets of his Sampradaya's highest ideology, an ideology expected to be embodied by his institution. From another angle, we may say that the body of the Acharya is factually identical with the Acharya's soul, at least in a qualitative sense, since the Acharya's body is fully absorbed in yajna, sacrifice. Brahmar panam branahavir brahmagnau brahmana hutam brahmaiva tena gantavyam brahmakarma samadhina. Bhagavad Gita 4:24. All things connected with the performance of sacrifice, the firewood, the fire, the ghee, the offered grains, the officiating priest, the performer of sacrifice, and the sacrifice itself, become merged in transcendence. They become one in purpose, one in quality, as constituents of Brahman via pure devotional yajna for the satisfaction of Vishnu. Things that are equal to the same thing are equal to each other. So in that sense, the body of the spiritual master is respected on the same level as the spiritual master's soul. Even if his body becomes diseased or a portion of it becomes gangrenous, he may still remain fully determined to engage the body in acts of sacrifice. However, the spiritual master may observe that the disease of his body is such that it unremittingly obstructs the body's reasonable absorption in yajna, by which it could viably stand as a useful Brahman constituent of his existence, so much so that he may blamelessly opt to discard his body as useless for all practical purposes. If the body becomes in some way contemptuous toward the spiritual master's real pure devotional ideal, or if the body becomes contemptible in the eyes of the spiritual master, then what's the use of such a body? In other words, if the institutional, quote, body of the acharya becomes deviated from its true purpose in terms of the function intended by the acharya's sampradayic soul, then that body becomes rejectable. We would have to question whether the institutional body of the acharya is, in truth, fully engaged in yajna. To the extent that the constituents of the acharya's institutional body are fully absorbed in yajna, to that extent they are spiritual. Conversely, to the extent that they are deviated toward sundry gross and subtle material pursuits or substandard, conditional spiritual pursuits, to that extent they could hardly be considered spiritually fit, or perhaps their legitimacy as actual constituents should be wholly dismissed. In other words, we should sagaciously question whether the, quote, constituents that are materially or in other ways conditionally absorbed are at all real constituents of the spiritual master's institutional body, or only apparent constituents having no genuine relation as parts and parcels of the true form of the acharya's institution, although seeming to be integrally related. Viewed sanely, they may be deemed as reflections, pratibimba of constituents, shadows, chaya of constituents, partial constituents, or perhaps atrophied constituents. If we accept the body of the acharya as qualitatively identical to the soul within that body, we might analogously conclude that the institutional or societal body of the acharya should be seen as identical to the acharya himself, the sampradaya's pure representative. We would then have to willingly admit that those customarily seen as constituents of the institutional body, who are not purely absorbed in unalloyed devotional yajna, as per the ideals and standards of the acharya's sampradaya, could hardly be accepted as parts of the acharya's institution in the true sense, although claiming to be or masquerading as such. Granting that the acharya is a Mahabhagavat, an unalloyed pure devotee of the Lord, the institution purported to be his body would necessarily have to embody his ideals as a completely spiritual manifestation of the purest sampradayic principles, as an external exemplar of internal devotional substance, qualitatively one with the acharya. If that were so, then wherever we would see a dearth of unalloyed devotional substance, we would naturally have to question whether what we are seeing before us, in fact, is the real form of the institution. Otherwise, since the quality of the disciples is said to reflect the quality of the guru, someone might wonder whether the institutional anomalies represent impurities or a lack of qualification on the part of the acharya himself. Hence, they who, though declaring institutional membership, consciously or ignorantly undermine, either by precept or by personal conduct, the true sampradayic conclusions and decline to comply with the sampradaya's ultimate purpose of facilitating the total range of unalloyed devotional experience in its members, could scarcely themselves to be accepted as bona fide sampradayic representatives of the acharya's institution. In other words, we would have to very seriously question what or who actually constitutes the institution of the acharya. Once again, we discerningly distinguish between ostensible external form and constitutive substance or spirit. Institutional form, traditional or innovative, not constitutionally based on or inclusive of essential sampradayic substance, is suppositionous, semblant, or at best spiritually substandard or fractional. Why say that the institution is the body of the acharya? Given that the Acharya is the representative of Lord Chaitanya, we should be able to reasonably conclude that the institution is, in fact, the body of Lord Chaitanya. Yet it is seen that, in the course of his manifested earthly pastimes, Mahaprabhu uncompromisingly dismissed his own devotees who deviated from standard devotional proprieties. Similarly, Advaita Acharya openly rejected a few of his own sons due to their preaching erroneous conclusions. A son is considered an expansion of his father's own body. They were his sons, still he unhesitatingly disowned them. In the same way, if on account of sadly sensing a spiritual impotence, a disciplic incompetence among its membership, Mahaprabhu would deem an institution established by any eminent representative of his Acharya Parampara effectually useless in the matter of practically advancing his intended missionary objectives, he may see fit to altogether discard or perhaps sideline the ineffective community until, if and when, its half-slumbering constituents eventually wake up, wise up, and actually take up and powerfully preach the progressive path of beautified Braja Bhakti Bhajan for the benefit of the world. Meanwhile, the pure, broad-minded souls adhering to the path illuminated by the expressed ideals of the Gaudiya Acharyas, whether linked to this, that, or any other branch of the Chaitanya tree, institution or no institution, will be selected and empowered by Lord Gauranga to do the Sampradaya's real propagation work. They will be credited with carrying forward or helping the Lord to fully expand his 10,000-year golden era of maximum mercy within this darkest nightmare age of Kali, as the rest remain satisfied with an ongoing mere semblance of the Sampradaya's legacy. Sometimes the example is given that the Ganga, even though filled with filthy debris, stool, corpses, factory waste, and other assorted garbage, is still the Ganga. It is always pure no matter what. So in the same way, the Acharya's institution is assumed to be always pure, even if it is burdened by many impurities. But the stool floating in the Ganga is not the Ganga. Neither are the dead bodies, the oodles of scattered plastic bags, the laundry soap bubbles, the oil slicks, nor the other abounding ungodly contaminants carried by the Ganga. The Ganga is the Ganga. Whatever is impure or rejectable is brushed aside or disregarded, and then we take our bath in the Ganga. We don't take our bath in the stool. We don't take our bath in the dead bodies. We take our bath in the Ganga. Ganga water itself is pure, but if we were to make the mistake of thinking that the corpses, stool, or other debris are identical with the Ganga, are as venerable or as important as the Ganga, or any parts and parcels of the Ganga, then our thinking would certainly be a grand parade of sheer stupidity. The correct understanding of the analogy should be as follows. The Ganga is analogous to the Sampradayic flow, not to the institution. The pure form of the institution corresponds to an obstruction-free stretch of the Ganga's riverbed channeling the river's, Sampradaya's, powerful current. Superfluous stool, corpses, and garbage represent various petty anarthas, while massive sand dunes, crags, and dams correspond to more seriously obstructive misconceptions, philosophical deviations, and exploitative tendencies. The unalloyed Sampradayic flow that is to be channeled by an institution is certainly pure. The institution can also be considered pure and wholesome to the extent that it actually facilitates the free-flowing current of pure and powerful Sampradayic Siddhanta. To that end, the various apasiddhantic anomalies or non-devotional absurdities vexing an institution's state of affairs must be diligently circumvented or discarded by a concerted institutional anarthanavritti. At any rate, the bath is not to be taken in the institution or in the various attending anarthas. The bath is to be taken in the pure teachings of the Sampradaya obtained wherever we can fortunately gain the association of genuine, highly enlightened sadhus. Then one will make progress, becoming purified not by the institution per se, but by availing oneself of, adhering to, and serving the progressive current of the Sampradaya's unalloyed devotional teachings. Another example, if there was no water in Radhakund, who would be interested to go there for bath? A kund without water would hardly be considered much of a kund. The steps leading into the kund facilitate our approach to the water, but if we were to slip or trip on a loose stepping stone, we might fall on our butt or break our head before having the chance to take a dip. The idea is to take bath in the water, not in the steps. Similarly, the institution is set up to facilitate our access to the liquid mellows of the Sampradaic truths. If we get hung up on the institution to the point where we fail to honor the Sampradaic truths, then what would be the use of all the gorgeous socio-institutional arrangements? To further illustrate, a shower in a shower room is called a shower not because there is a nicely tiled shower stall with a nice shower curtain and a first-class shower fixture, soap dish, towel ring, and ingenious drainage system. Unless a shower of water comes forcefully showering out of the shower's showerhead, a quote shower would be a shower in name only. The corresponding components of the analogy should be obvious. If there is no water or just a trickle, who in their right mind would sensibly accept it to be a shower? Similarly, regardless of exhaustive institutional sophistication, if at the end of the day we were to dejectedly notice a drought of high-level unalloyed devotional instruction, or barely a dribble persisting from the orifices of the elegant institutional fixtures, how could we realistically infer the presence of a full-force Sampradaic flow? It is not the institution that makes the Sampradaya. The Sampradaya is not the institution. Sampradaya means school, a school of thought, an angle of vision or approach to the Absolute to be disseminated through the medium of an Acharya Parampara. If the institution preserves and aids endowment of the pure teachings of the Acharya to posterity, then the institution, as a facilitator, is a viable instrument in the hands of the Sampradaya. It's helping the Sampradaya do its job. But if the institution fails to recognize and responsibly fulfill the ultimate purpose of the Sampradaya's very existence, the institution becomes more or less worthless, and that the Sampradaya's true or ultimate legacy would be forbidden to flow beyond the barrage of shoddy institutional cerebral misconstructions and auxiliary convolutions thereof. Just as the Ganga naturally seeks the path of least resistance, so also, unsurprisingly, the Sampradaya's current flows wherever it finds a channel unobstructed by the various categories of spiritual inadequacy and mundane affinity. Where lives the Sampradaya? The Sampradaya is not found in the bricks and buttresses of a bunch of buildings. The Sampradaya is not recognizable simply by a blazing bodily tilak decoration or an institutionally standardized mode of attire. The Sampradaya is not the holding of a pompous board of baboons, expert at botching the business on behalf of the spiritual master. The Sampradaya is not a bluffing brigade. Actually, the Sampradaya remains with anyone who truly adheres to the principles of unalloyed devotion and disseminates the esoteric axioms of the Bhagavat in a way that powerfully transforms the hearts of the conditioned souls so as to inspirationally bring them to the path of unalloyed devotion. A person on the path of unalloyed devotion has no purpose other than to attain the spontaneous loving service of Radha and Krishna in the realm of Braja and help others do the same. Unless and until we wise up and actually embrace this understanding of the purpose of Lord Chaitanya's preaching movement and resolutely help to wholly fulfill that purpose, there will be so much disturbance and distress within the institutional fold. Very often we hear dreadfully erroneous expositions of Abhideya Vichar doggedly presented as if to preclude any prospect of pursuing Raganuga Bhajan on the pretext of protecting the praja from prying into places where the presumed to be poor little fledglings shouldn't venture, explaining away the philosophy instead of explaining the philosophy. Such may appear to be ecclesiastically expedient, but hardly satisfies the soul's quest for truth. Of course, it may temporarily serve to ward off inquiries beyond the, quote, preacher's explanatory power. However, by resorting to such impotent dissertative travesty, one appears to be no better than a blundering buffoon to individuals conversant with the Shastric conclusions. Preaching is the essence. There is no doubt about that. Within the compass of any socially interrelated institutional preaching complex, preaching in some way or other, either by precept or by example, is virtually inescapable. That is the significance of both good and bad association. Atheists also ascend the lecterns to preach their conjectural worldview. It is not so much a question whether or not one is preaching. Rather, it is more the matter of what is or is not being preached. The intelligent, relatively fixed-up disciples can certainly glean the essence of the Acharya's teachings simply by sincerely studying the Shastras. Unfortunately, they then very often become disappointed and discouraged by the well-intended misguidance of some of their esteemed, rather neophyte, quote, authorities, who, miserably misrepresenting the conclusions of the Gaudiya Acharyas, confound the affairs, thereby practically retarding the submissive disciples' spiritual growth by disallowing them to make the progress they really need to make to actually achieve the ultimate goal of their rarely attained human life. Time and tide linger for none. Life relentlessly slips through their fingers, and hundreds of institutionally committed disciples, devoid of any inkling of their eternal constitutional Brajaswarup, clamor at death's door. At times, the Sampradaya appears to broaden its influence, manifesting many concurrent branches within or even beyond the margins of any particular institutional milieu, as a number of pure-hearted, spiritually empowered individuals endeavor to propagate the correct, unadulterated Bhagavat Siddhanta. At other times, it appears that due to a dearth of qualified recipients, the Sampradaya reposes its authority in a singular individual who single-handedly preserves the Sampradaya's pure spiritual legacy. Such an Acharya may not be at the helm of a huge institution supporting worldwide missionary activities, yet because he carries within his heart of hearts the complete whole manifestation of Lord Krishna along with his Antaranga Shaktis, he is quite fit to pass on the true Sampradayic tradition. Even though his pure teachings might be rightly received by just a single qualified disciple, that one disciple may in turn impress the same upon many. There is ample precedence for this in the history of Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Still, at other times, it may be seen that an Acharya intentionally establishes a nationwide or worldwide institution to facilitate large-scale propaganda work, but only a few, or even only one, among his thousands of initiated disciples actually catch the essential current of the Sampradaya's teachings and become perfectly qualified to impart the pure esoteric Sampradayic principles to subsequent generations. That is also not unheard of. It is understood from Acharya Vani that upon contacting Sadguru, a disciple generally requires 3 lifetimes before coming to the stage of ultimate perfection, Vastu Siddhi. The spiritual master's different disciples are not on the same rung of bhakti's evolutionary ladder. Some of the disciples are in the course of their first acquaintance with Sadguru. In this lifetime, their attempt to chant the holy name will be, more often than not, fraught with offense. Owing to meager devotional fortitude, they will not likely achieve the adhikar required to transcend rudimentary devotional practices, and so must intelligently submit themselves to the force of stringent Vaidika rules and regulations to have any devotional standing at all. Others are in the course of their second attempt. Chanting Namabhas, they will gradually gain steadiness and the eligibility to pursue the path of Rag. A few may progress to the terrace of Bhava and Prema by chanting Shuddhanam, having come to their third lifetime of service at the feet of Sadguru. After quitting the present Sadhaka Deha, they will be promoted to the Prakrat Leelas of the Lord. The chronological sequence of initiation does not necessarily correspond to the progressive levels of advancement of the different disciples. Though the Acharya's senior disciples might rightfully claim or demand the junior's customary respect as per external protocol, the natural esteem offered to first-class Paramahamsas can be genuinely elicited only when the devotees of a discerning eye undoubtingly acknowledge appreciable levels of practical renunciation coupled with scripturally sound pure devotional expression. Certainly, those who chant offensively, regardless of disciplic seniority or institutional echelon, can hardly be accepted as bona fide agents of the Sampradayic flow. To be real, only an elevated spiritually endowed disciple having achieved the internal standing of a Mahabhagavat on the basis of Shuddhanam Bhajan is substantially fit to act as an empowered agent of the Bhagavat Sampradaya. Such a spiritually qualified individual, though not necessarily assuming any earth-shattering external institutional hierarchical status, will, in fact, timely and powerfully manifest the Sampradaya's profoundest influence. In the interim, many others, institutionally big or small, who are more or less preoccupied with varying degrees of watered-down, exoterically configured pragmatistic philosophy that often verily accommodate their own subtle or gross personal and extended self-aggrandizing concerns, and who maintain an apathy toward unalloyed devotional absorption, though perhaps very much institutionally involved, will effectively remain more or less on the factual sampradaya's periphery. When these spiritually naive, seduntically unapprised, or materially ambitious, quote, disciples endeavor to climb the corporate institutional ladder to access and occupy key administrative positions for the purpose of pursuing their sundry ulterior objectives, what institutional, anomalous, or farcical consequences can we not expect? Would we deem sickly or convalescing inpatients at a hospital to be part of the established medical institution itself? Would it not be more realistic to objectively regard them as clients having the good opportunity to access the convenient medical facility offered by the hospital? If an inpatient misinterprets or declines to follow the doctor's advice, or if a patient without passable medical training and experience decides to do quackery in the hospital's lobby, should we take such to be part of the hospital? Is an attending student at a university to be taken as part of the educational institution, or is the student simply the recipient of the institution's tutelage? Even if we posit the meaninglessness of a university without students, would it be at all proper for an upstart student bereft of adequate erudition and wisdom to pompously profess to be a professor? If a psychiatric patient having no clear recollection of his or her true identity impersonates a psychiatrist, would we behold a pinnacle of sanity? When money talks, everything walks. Bucks, the basis, preaching, the excuse, futility, the principle, and, as one might guess, purity, spiritual sanity, a farce. We can scarcely see among us deeply absorbed natural Paramahamsas possessed of markedly elevated transcendental consciousness evinced by expressed mature spiritual insight and discretion. Nor would we generally expect internally immersed Paramahamsa Vaishnavas to be very much attentive to the nitty-gritty of direct, hands-on institutional management. Unsurprisingly, fate would often have it that by default, various less spiritually evolved individuals take the helm, even though they may be unacquainted with, even virtually oblivious to, the Rasi culture of unalloyed devotion as per the scientific, systematic exposition of the Braja Bhakti paradigm seen in the Acharya's writings. Still others, often owing to their assorted, relatively handy material qualifications, are ceremoniously taken on board as additional digits in the equation, though their perceptions, conceptions, and judgments are relatively impure and unwarrantable in that they have yet to rise above the four defects of conditional existence. We could hardly expect the majority of an institution's administrators to be on the highest perfectional platform of Krishna consciousness. As such, canonical or ecclesiastico-managerial decisions arrived at on the basis of majority vote may often be fraught with material conception, apasiddhanta, and compromise by dint of confusion, distortion, mundane wrangling, or agnosticism devoid of sampradaic authority, thus rendering the whole show relatively asara, or useless. It is imperative, therefore, that the religio-institutional administration have the integrity, willingness, and intelligence to recognize and accept the salient advice of those impartial few who are actually pure, spiritually elevated, free from false pride, unenvious, and beyond the sway of material influences. The idea that a body of executors dubbed the, quote, ultimate managing authority of a societal organization be reckoned, heralded, or broadly accepted as head of the socio-bodily infrastructure of such a society is sheer misconstruction and a flight of the imagination, a calamitous contravention of Daivi Varnashram Principa. Individuals displaying a passion for administrative overlordship may brandish considerable diplomatic dexterity in the matter of cleverly hoodwinking lay practitioners into accepting the alleged legitimacy of various covertly contrived ecclesiastical managerial maneuvers, but mere spectacle of tactical proficiency hardly adds up to an air of Brahminical intelligence. Institutional governments is certainly the prerogative of Kshatriya-spirited devotees. In the scheme of things, these devotees, who do far better when they comport themselves as righteous Rajarshis rather than as menacing mafiosi, basically serve as the arms of the institution. Their function is to protect the society's movable and immovable assets, ensure economic stability, see that the various classes of devotees are peacefully prosecuting their prescribed religious duties, and curb the cheating propensity of the neophytes. A Rajarshi is considered a saintly administrator. However, on account of his openness to respectfully abide by the good counsel of truthful, qualified Brahma Rishis and advanced unalloyed devotees of the Lord, who are not so managerially encumbered. Any initiate acting in any social capacity may be regarded, on one level or another, as some kind of Vaishnava. Even so, those who are truly Brahmins and Paramahamsa Vaishnavas by quality and work are undeniably the actual head of an institution's social setup. A social body that either doesn't have or doesn't recognize its head is like a ship adrift without its rudder. In an acharya's physical presence, those acting as his zonal secretaries, as well as diverse other executive representatives, may easily receive guidance through his direct personal instructions. An acharya himself acts as the society's head, directly approving or disapproving the actions of his society's managerial arms as he sees fit. An acharya may even see it necessary to totally rescind the managerial authority personally invested in his zonal representatives if the latter deviate from his expressed will. Such a scenario is certainly not unheard of. But what happens after an acharya's inopportune physical demise? All his disciples may take refuge in his recorded Vani to gain inspiration and positive direction for advancing the cause of Krishna consciousness. Still, it would be most unreasonable to conclude that those somewhat managerial adept individuals to whom the acharya had delegated certain arm-related executive responsibilities should, in the acharya's absence, suddenly seek to assume the position of the society's socio-religious head. Likewise, with the subsequent deputed new generations of international, zonal, and local managers. We could hardly think that those possessed of supposed executive class intelligence tilting toward diplomacy, compromise, duplicity, unjustifiable psychological coercion, covert administrative wrangling, connivance, collusion, and conspiracy for the forward march of various, quote, Krishna-conscious managerial agenda or political ambitions to be having a clearer, more advanced Shastric perception of reality than those who are impartial, managerially unencumbered, and in fact, to a much larger extent, Brahminically occupied. The attempt of managerially engrossed individuals lacking superior Brahminical transparency to administer institutional affairs without respecting genuine Brahminical counsel simply perpetuates a socially imbalanced quasi-devotional society of cheaters and cheated, bungling bhaktas who brainlessly buy into the burgeoning business of bureaucratic befuddlement. To show due deference to the spiritual needs of the individuals who constitute the society, proper Brahminical direction must always prevail over administrative concerns. From the Vedic sociological standpoint, we might mindfully deduce the following. 1. Brahmins can be seen as spiritually and intellectually qualified anarchists. To practically function in the capacity duly prescribed for them in the Shastras, they really require a demilitarized ambiance wherein they may peacefully and creatively exercise their God-given right to be self-regulating, independently thoughtful people. Naturally, the independence afforded to them brings with it the highest constitutional responsibility, namely selfless sacrifice in the direct service of Guru and Godhead. 2. Real Kshatriyas are basically noble-minded, God-conscious monarchists. They are meant to rule their domains on behalf of the Brahmins, who in effect have factual dominion over the world on behalf of Lord Krishna. 3. Vaishyas are theistic, charitable capitalists. 4. Shudras are theocentric, working-class socialists or communists. There is a place for anarchy in human society. There is a place for monarchy in human society. So also is there a place for capitalism and communism. The Daivi Varnashram cultural paradigm scientifically accommodates these four dissimilar social ideologies in perfect equilibrium under the one banner of service to the Absolute. It is simply a matter of recognizing, facilitating, and suitably balancing the needs of different kinds of people. In view of social distinctions on the basis of diverse individual psychophysical dispositions, it would be irresponsible on the part of any one section of society to artificially impose a single ideology upon all. This would force a state of stultification upon the social order. Similarly, encroaching upon or crippling another's God-given station hinders the affected individual's natural socio-constitutional development. Members of an establishment erected to facilitate the gradual progress of internal pure devotional absorption, antaranga bhakti, may in the beginning need to be externally or conditionally engaged in light of various individual psychophysical requirements. To that end, many devotees, while inwardly striving to cultivate pure devotional sentiments, may outwardly appear to be socially stationed on the basis of varnashram considerations that naturally demand certain prescribed social limitations. One who has achieved a profound taste for pure devotional practices is in fact no longer obliged to strictly abide by external varnashram laws. Vidi dharma chari bhaje krishnara charana nishida papachare tarakabu nahe mana. Although the pure devotee does not follow all the regulative principles of varnashram, he worships the lotus feet of Krishna. Therefore, he naturally has no tendency to commit sin. That's Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya 22, 142. For such a sadhaka who is actually beyond mundane designations and their concomitant varnashram obligations, adherence to varnashram prescripts is optional. However, as long as one has yet to achieve Shuddhanam Ruchi, as long as one is likely to pursue material desires, in other words, as long as one's engagement on the basis of psychophysical considerations is an issue, even though one may pride oneself to be a Vaishnav having received Pancharatrika Diksha, or even if one happens to truly be a Jataruti Vaishnava but has preferred to mercifully profile as a social exemplar, one must respectfully submit to the constraints upon one's external status to avoid an escalation of adverse communal anomalies. Pure Vaishnavas circumstantially doing the needful to further the cause of Krishna consciousness may externally act in any social capacity. Still, when acting as Brahmins, they must externally adhere to Brahminical codes of conduct. When acting in the administrative capacity as Kshatriyas, they must honorably abide by the standard social etiquette prescribed for Kshatriyas, and when acting as Vaishyas or Shudras, they must similarly follow appropriate social protocol. Non-compliance would be rather roguish. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu himself declared, Naham Vipro Nacha Nara Patir, Napi Vaishyo Na Shudro Naham Varni Nacha Griha Patir, No Vanosto Yatir Va. Gopi Bartor Parakamalayor Das Das Anudas. I am neither a Brahmin nor a Kshatriya. The only destination that I wish to accept is that of a servant of the servant of Krishna. He was transcendentally situated. Yes, externally as a sannyasi, he very strictly followed the religious duties of the sannyas order so as not to affect a decline of social standards. Harmonious social interdependence and cooperation within any Vedic cultural institution can come into view only when the different classes of individuals involved sensibly honor the specialities and diverse social parameters of each and every aspect of the Daivi Varnashram system. Amalgamation of administrative and Brahminical functions is quite objectionable. Even if provisory modifications in the social complex are justified by force of emergency circumstances, they would hardly be deemed ideal. Division of labor is actually required, and for a very good reason. It is not that individuals functioning in the arms capacity, though they may be Vaishnavas, should doggedly insist on also acting as the head, as if there's no need to acknowledge the presence of distinguished Brahminically qualified Vaishnavas. Nor should they act as though there is no need for a social head. Nor should they imagine that a governing body of flapping arm-like managerially engaged individuals constitutes the highest religio-institutional headship. If for no other reason than to set a proper example to benefit others, Vaishnavas playing the part of administrators, Kshatriyas, though perhaps internally very elevated, should nevertheless attune to their social role in toto by externally paying due deference to the council of Vaishnavas acting in the Brahminical capacity. There is ample precedence for this in the examples of great Vaishnav kings such as Maharaj Janak, Maharaj Ambarish, Maharaj Yudhisthira, and others. Celebrated saintly Kshatriyas appearing in the solar dynasty extending from Manu to Maharaj Ikshvaku and others, though highly competent to act as gurus in parampara, having received through disciplic succession the highest conclusions of the Gita, nonetheless paid humble homage to the Brahmanas. Even the Supreme Guru, Lord Krishna, and Lord Ramachandra alike, playing the part of Kshatriyas in the course of their Leelas, deferentially honored and sought the good counsel of qualified Brahmins to demonstrate the principle by their own example. Again, eligible individuals who intend to act in the Brahminical or head-like capacity should voluntarily relinquish arm-like administrative designations and engagements to accept higher social responsibilities and, within the context of the institutional setting, independently situate themselves in such a way that they can practically function as a clear-thinking head without being swayed by the temptation to pursue diplomatic affairs and the like. They should focus on purely Brahminical activities and, as far as possible, keep themselves aloof from managerial engagements and various political exploits so that they may have the clear-sightedness and purity of heart needed for truth to spotlessly manifest in their intelligence. Patana, yajana, dana, pratigraha. These are the Brahminical engagements, and it is by observable degrees of proficiency in the execution of these Brahminical duties, combined with qualities such as those mentioned in the Gita, Samo Damas Tapa Saucham, that the measure of an individual's Brahminical aptitude is to be appreciated. Brahminically inclined devotees should be allowed to free themselves from those activities which tend to deter them from their resolute absorption in pure Brahminical culture. By culture of appropriate activities consistent with Brahminical standards, they may easily augment their personal purity, achieve respectability as trustworthy representatives of pure spiritual values, and gain the recognition and confidence of the subordinate sections of society. With all due respect to all the Prabhus, the current breakdown of love and trust in the society of devotees is basically attributable to the recurring, unbridled, Machiavellian, dastardly, hypocritical deeds of the what is now ceremoniously palmed off as religio-institutional leadership. The simple truth is that unless an independent, self-reliant Brahminical entity is established beyond the control of the institutional governing body, there really can be neither a viable, socially operative, shastrically warranted religio-institutional headship, nor reliable and accountable armship. A Brahmana's principal quality of truthfulness may easily become compromised if he allows himself to come under the control of the administrative class. His cooperation with an institution's administration does not at all require his subjugation by executive authority, provided he adheres to the Brahminical codes of conduct. Mutual cooperation as an expression of love for the institutional founder Acharya obliges the executors to execute the will of the Brahmins under the edicts and precepts of the Acharya. Not that frank and honest Brahmins are minimized, affronted, and dominated by the martial-spirited managers who in turn flatteringly court the easily corruptible, money-mad, business-brained, Vaishya-like neophytes, and so forth. It is not that a contingency of opportunistic so-called Brahmanas, Brahmabandhus, shall be kept under the thumb of the executors like expendable chattels for interpretively screwing out, quote, shastric evidence to momentously suit and justify purposefully perpetrated opposodontic, communally imbalanced, quote, party line miscomputations. They who opt to bend, water down, compromise, or obscure the truth to suit various inveigling, materially conceived managerial agenda on the plea of propagating the Krishna consciousness movement are not truthful Brahmins. What then of being Paramahamsa Vaishnavas? Just as an Acharya's book trust, though fashioned to fulfill certain institutional objectives, may be constituted as an independent managerial authority beyond the jurisdiction of the institution's governing body, just as other trusts such as MVT may be similarly constituted in collaboration with their mother institution, so in the same way a Brahminical advisory entity to which a governing body must be held accountable may also be established above and beyond the jurisdiction of the institution's governing body. If the head-like Brahminical council is subordinated by the arm-like governing body, there is every likelihood that the former may be headlocked or bullied by the latter into resignedly espousing the administration's often half-baked, discombobulated party-line policies instead of being allowed to stand up independently for truth, to which the administration must sensibly submit. In accordance with the principles of Varnashram Dharma, the governing body, an administrative entity, must be answerable to the consensus of a Brahminical council. The legs are intended to carry the body under the direction of the head. The belly is to nourish the entire body, to help fulfill the purpose of the body's very existence, which is to be ascertained by the head. The arms are to protect the body's existence under the guidance of the head. It is the head, not the arms, belly, or legs, that decides the purpose and right direction of the socio-institutional body at large. It is not that the governing body bureaucrats should misconstrue the term, quote, ultimate managing authority to mean, quote, ultimate authority, wrongly posing themselves as absolute, indubitable, hegemonic religio-corporate power brokers. It is not that devotees acting in an administrative or ruling capacity don't need to seek the approbation and blessings of those devotees who are by and large Brahminically occupied. Second-class intelligent managers are not the ultimate authority in Vedic society. Truthful first-class intellectual Vaishnav Brahmins are the ultimate guiding authority as per the Daivi Varnashram blueprint. Just as an acharya during his physical presence checks the behavior of his zonal secretaries, so too in the acharya's absence, an independently powerful, purely Brahminical intelligentsia must be recognized and solidly established to advise, correct, or even when required, disband or dethrone the executive oligarchy when the latter strays from the unequivocal directives of Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra. Our founder Acharya, seeing the topsy-turvy Kali Yuga condition of the world, repeatedly expressed the need to train up qualified Brahmins to assume the role of social head in order to rectify the ills of a present-day misdirected state of human affairs. To this end, it may be assumed that he tried his level best. To advocate that the establishment of an institution's Brahminical head is in any way unfeasible is to suggest that either there really is no need for a body to have a head after all, or that perhaps certain individuals are attached to a scheme of unbridled institutional dominance, erroneously thinking that Vaishnavas, who are above Varnashram, need not conform to varnashram protocol while managerially, quote, doing the needful, or else that the Acharya's attempt to create a class of spiritually intelligent Brahmins to guide society was unsuccessful. However, considering his probable success, they who would be capable of offering guidance to the whole of greater humanity would certainly be qualified to positively advise the administrative class executors of his relatively tiny institution. One might incisively question the likelihood of reestablishing a head on a macrocosmic human society if we ourselves could not even practically implement the principle on a microcosmic scale. If a religio-institutional exemplar of Daivi Varnashram society could not be practically established, then from what living example of the thing would humanity at large have to draw? Moreover, if we were to surmise that the Acharya was unable to train up qualified Brahmins, how could we ever think him successful in the matter of creating self-effulgent Shuddha-sattvic Paramahamsa Vaishnavas fit to model as successor Sampradayic Acharyas, transcendental to the sattvic Brahminical qualifications in every respect? It should not be concluded, however, that, quote, because I'm not very much spiritually advanced or qualified, none other could possibly be more advanced or qualified than me. Atmavan manyate jagat. From the onset of Kali Yuga, Brahmins as a class lost their headship credibility in the eyes of the subordinate social divisions as a result of a general increase of religious hypocrisy and crass self-centered petty materialism abounding, particularly among those who laid claim to hereditary Brahmanism. Yet simply by sidelining the Brahmins with a view to arbitrarily administer political affairs, the Kshatriyas, who were no less affected by Kali's influences, could not sustain the trust of the similarly dishonest and increasingly selfish Kali Yuga Vaishyas, who in turn sought by various capitalistic maneuvers to overthrow the self-indulgent, hegemonic so-called Kshatriya overlords. And of course, as history would have it, the Shudras and sundry other humanoid social degenerates, unable to tolerate the exploitative monkey business of the merchants and money changers, revolted against their exploiters to uppishly establish their own brand of hedonistic honesty among thieves. That's just the way the Kali Yuga cookie crumbled. However, despite all that, it was not at all the Acharya's intention that the Kali Yuga derangement of the Varnashram system should persist, at least not in the context of a controlled socio-religious institutional environment. If we are to accept that all the Acharya's disciplic descendants are Vaishnavas simply by dint of Nam and mantra initiation, and that being a Vaishnav transcendental to Varnashram considerations renders the call to externally honor traditional Daivi Varnashram social protocol null and void, even while one advantageously occupies various socio-religious incumbencies, then why waste our invaluable time discussing the Acharya's presumably insightful instructions concerning the apparently practical institutional and trans-institutional inculcation of Daivi Varnashram behavioral standards? Why pay lip service to the organization of society in terms of the Varnashram scheme of social divisions unless we are willing to exercise the humility, discrimination, and appropriate determination needed to honor and follow the attendant inter-class etiquette? At the end of the day, unless one's adherence to Daivi Varnashram Dharma in some way promotes a fondness for hearing, chanting, and remembering Radha Krishna's Madhurya Leela Guna Roop Nam, unless it enables one to become cognizant of one's eternal constitutional relationship with the Lord of Brudge. Moreover, unless all such external psychophysical bodily regulation actually helps to bring one to the point of love of Godhead on the fully self-realized platform, then Shrama eva hi kevalam. The whole affair is simply so much useless endeavor leading only to the formation of another material body. Let everyone immediately get off the material platform and focus exclusively on the internal culture of unalloyed devotion, bearing very little, if any, concern for the rules and regulations of Varnashram Dharma. Eta Saba Chadi Ar Varnashram Dharma, Akinchana Hanalai Krishnaika Sharana. Without hesitation, one should take exclusive shelter of Lord Krishna with full confidence, giving up bad association and even neglecting the regulative principles of the 4 varnas and ashrams. That is to say, one should abandon all material attachment. Chaitanya Charitamrita 2293. Sarva dharmam parityaja mam ekam sharanam braja. The most basic ABCDs of spiritual life. Reestablishment of Varnashram principles in society, though organizationally useful and important on one level as far as institutional progress or Vedic social intercourse goes, is quite secondary and even superfluous to the culture of unalloyed devotion. It is neither the primary concern of the Acharya nor the goal of the Gaudiya Sampradaya's teachings. The Acharya's primary objective is to propagate love of Godhead, Braja Prema, via the process of Nam Sankirtan, and their secondary objective is to re-establish Varnashram Dharma. Even if it is circumstantially found that an institution's bureaucracy deviates in various ways from the pursuit of these primary and secondary sampradaic or institutional objectives, even if Kali's clerically cloaked secret agents infiltrate various echelons of the institutional establishment to subvert, hijack, or derail the Krishna consciousness movement, that will not dissuade the faithful Saragrahi Vaishnavas, however obscure or unassuming they may be, from pursuing and, wherever possible, overtly or even, when required, covertly, preaching the principles of Rag Marg Anugamana Prema Dharma. Perhaps only a very few of those associated with them will fortunately catch the real idea and become adequately qualified to carry forth the progressive current of the Sampradaya's ras-imbued heritage. Many will be pleased to prostitute the pure devotional principles for affectedly dignified, institutionally conventionalized, substandard objectives which accommodate conditional devotional, mixed devotional, quasi-devotional, or non-devotional attachments. Some would be happy just to get the hell out of this hellhole and go to Vaikuntha. Others would be gratified to go to heaven. Some are more than happy to hoard their collected Guru Dakshin in their secret Swiss bank accounts. Others, keen on contractual so-called devotional engagements, are rapaciously bent on bringing home their monthly wage packets. Oops, I mean their grihasta, quote, maintenance allowances. Anyway, however we euphemize the thing, they get their padded positions, their hearth and home, their conveyances, and their promised pensions upon retirement. The institution becomes practically like any other materialistic corporate establishment. It may be pragmatically convenient to contractually bind people in order to ensure an externally impressive illusion of managerial success, but in terms of generating an atmosphere of pure, unconditional devotion, it does no more than increase our indigestion. Nevertheless, it's easier to pay people to do the jobs than to engage them in acts of pure devotion. So it looks like the jobs are getting done. the floors are getting swept, the deity's boga offerings are getting cooked, the puja is being covered, the funds are being raised. There is even a semblance of institutional management. However, no one gets the benefit of entering an atmosphere that is surcharged with unconditional devotion simply because the pure devotional energy is most conspicuously lacking. Performing services with a view to gaining material amenities hardly even constitutes karma yoga, what to speak of bhakti. Some individuals making excuses for themselves are simply satisfied with short-term genital infatuations on the plea of, quote, Krishna-conscious home life. Still, others boldly campaign for the institutional ratification of, quote, Krishna-conscious homosexuality, and so on and so forth. When an individual or the consensus or joint action of a body of individuals accords with the principles of sampradaya, as per the decisions of Guru, Sadhu, and Shastra, then only will the words and deeds of such individuals elicit our commendation and compliance. Conversely, it would be most indecorous of an individual or body of individuals deviating in various ways from standard sampradaya conclusions, regardless of ecclesiastico-administrative bearing, to expect or demand anyone's unreserved avowed allegiance. Our fealty shall be to the service of truth, not to the dumbed-down slavedom of politically rationalized philosophical misconstruction. Everything is undoubtedly orchestrated by the Supreme Controller to mete out the various circumstantial requirements of every devotional candidate. It is not by chance or for no good reason that one soul gets genuine sadhu sangha and another has to hear from an avowed institutional charlatan. We all have to go through our various positive and negative learning experiences. No one can avoid cooperating in some way or another with the Lord's greater cosmic arrangement. However, it should be keenly noted that one result is attained by directly supporting the Lord's unimpeded munificence and another by indirectly serving as his cheating agent. It is not that because we have, quote, joined a Mahabhagavat's promising spiritual institution, society, we cannot become cheaters. We cannot dull-headedly or mischievously mislead or under-edify people. Jai Gurudev, Jai Gurudev. But are we actually guiding them properly, or are we cheating them by not allowing them to see what the Sampradaya actually intends to teach? Years and years are wasted in misconception, both for the cheaters and for the cheated. And then maybe if one is fortunate, Bhagyavan Jeev, one miraculously stumbles upon someone who can actually elucidate the essential import of the Shastras and mercifully offer proper internal devotional direction from the realized platform. Regardless of the extent to which the Prakrita Bhaktas and other show-bottle, miserly, institutional ignoramuses pride themselves to be satisfied that whatever they're doing on the basis of ulterior personal motives is in fact some way gratifying to the ego, mind, senses, or whatever, the true fact is that they will, in due course, eventually, in some lifetime or another, dejectedly recognize that their soul has not been satisfied. They have not become prasanatma. Watered-down philosophy means watered-down result. Watered-down result means they are cheated and cannot become fully joyful. Becoming sufficiently frustrated, they may then, sooner or later, fortunately come to the position of crying out to Krishna and honestly begging for the real thing in all humility. Wherever we find a realized exemplar of the full array of unalloyed devotional wisdom, the personage's external institutional rank or social status notwithstanding, there we will behold a perfectly holistic representative of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement. Perceptive, truth-seeking people yearning for genuine spiritual substance are not impressed by any level of histrionic, institutional upadi-reinforced, razzle-dazzle sermonizing. It may be argued that, well, we on various levels are all representing the movement in the making. Movement in the making means to progressively move the bumbling bhaktas from the position of unaccomplishment to the position of accomplishment, from imperfection to perfection, from impurity to purity. The idea is that the movement is like a hospital gradually moving everyone toward the healthy, pure devotional ideal, not that one should idealistically expect everyone in the hospital to be perfectly healthy and pure. That's all right. We shouldn't unjustly cast aspersions upon the sincere patients, sadhakas, though they, with all their frailties, have yet to be fully disinfected. The point, though, is that the doctors should be healthy and pure. The movement's acharyas, leaders coming in the acharya parampara, should be pure and self-realized. It is not that there shall be no subsequent generations of acharyas. All the disciples are instructed to come up to the decontaminated, liberated standard of acharya. The offenseless Shuddhanam Bhajan Sankirtananandi, practically manifesting the pure attributes of an acharya who clearly ascertains, follows, and from the realized position propagates the scriptural conclusions as per the decisions of the previous acharyas, is to be considered a truly viable link in the Sampradaya's disciplic succession. There really can be no feasible makeshift or stopgap blind uncle vichar. Disciplic succession means from acharya to acharya or acharyas, not from acharya to umpteen gazillion blockheads who, being too spiritually gutless to grasp the recognized esoteric method of unalloyed devotional realization, prefer to parade about, presumably on the plea of para upakara, preaching any retarded, shabby so-called philosophy that blunderbusses out from their internally bankrupt, institutionally bamboozled, busy-bodying brainlessness. Just as the series of crystal-clear lenses of a telescope brings a distant image within the purview of our eyes, in the same way a sampradaya's transcendental heritage is brought into the scope of our understanding through a transparent medium, the chain of pure, spiritually potent representatives of the Acharya Parampara. A chain of lenses is as clear and reliable as its faultiest lens. Dusty, foggy, flawed, warped, or impotent lenses will not do. To act as transparent medium means to allow others to clearly perceive the descending radiance of the Bhagavat Siddhanta by purely exemplifying the perfect application of the principles of Bhagavat Dharma, as per Sambandha Abhideya Prayojan Vichar, on the basis of scriptural evidence and personal attainment. Acharya in the Gaudiya line really means one who is fully Krishna conscious, who purely teaches the path of unalloyed devotional conduct, both external and internal, by personally imbibing and practically demonstrating the unalloyed, unconditional, loving devotional ideals of the Brajbasis. Whether a Nityasiddha avatar appears in this world as an acharya, or a sadhana-siddha, having attained perfection in a previous life, is reborn by the will of the Lord to act as acharya in the service of the sampradaya, or one or more individuals in the present life gain the spiritual fitness to exemplify the principles of Braja Prema Dharma for the benefit of others, the role of Sampradayic Acharya is not a matter of institutional rubber stamping. There's no question of institutional rubber stamping. The rubber stamping of gurus is, in fact, quite against the principles of Sampradaya. It indicates neither purity nor high-caliber Krishna consciousness. There actually has to be purity, and where there is purity coupled with realized Siddhanta-based Ragmayi unalloyed devotional expression, rubber stamping or no rubber stamping, there we may hope to see the actual current of the Sampradaya. No amount of institutional legislation has ever in the past ensured that the budding disciples will not get any other than Sadguru, nor does such presently offer any reasonable assurance to that effect, nor can such ever feasibly promise a foolproof approach to Sadguru in the future. Glaring testimony to this statement rests in the much less than unblemished post-founder Acharya institutional track record. What more need be said? One gets Sadguru by the grace of God. Having accumulated suitable sukriti by lifetimes of inadvertent contact with agents of bhakti, a fortunate jiva becomes inclined toward the service of the Absolute. When Krishna, who is seated as Paramatma within the heart, directing the wanderings of every living entity since time immemorial, deems one the object of his mercy, then only, by his arrangement, is it possible for one to get the feet of Sadguru, not otherwise. By the mercy of Krishna one gets Guru, and by the mercy of a genuinely elevated Vaishnava Guru one gets Krishna. The institutional rubber stamping of Guru, as well as the recurrently observed herding of unsuspecting fledgling devotional candidates into institutionally endorsed liaison with Chikawash, locally lionized, ecclesiastically rubber-stamped guru figureheads, simply boasts of a preposterously overestimated shot at managerially manipulating, governing, or meddling with the entirely independent will of the Absolute. In reality, though, God's will is quite beyond the grip of any theocracy's ostensibly ironclad administrative edicts. Those who are God-sanctioned to get the feet of Sadguru will definitely succeed by dint of Providence's inscrutable transcendental system, even without the aid of materially concocted religio-legislative contrivances. And despite all the well-intended precautionary legislation, those not destined to get Sadguru in the present life, though associated with one or another preaching organization, will be frustrated time and again, even after repeated futile attempts. Of this there is ample precedence. The shining example of devotees authentically empowered by Krishna Shakti to undeviatingly represent the teachings of the predecessor acharyas will itself suffice to satisfy all institutional requirements. Aspiring Sampradayic adherents need only be sedantically edified and alerted as to the standard Shastric criteria for ascertaining the fitness of Guru. That much institutional governance is legitimate. Deviants and impostors will automatically be shunned and fall into disrepute. No amount of artificially imposed ecclesial governments in the matter of guru appointment under any clumsy pretext can change for half a hairbreadth the God-sanctioned progress of a jiva's sojourn through eternal time. To advocate otherwise on the plea of administrative safeguard and quality control is to indecorously vaunt one's lack of faith in the inescapable will of the Supreme and the Acharya's actual instructions concerning the principles of disciplic succession. It is not enough to proficiently engage the unapprised, sub-devotional, ass-like neophytes in preliminary sub-religious purificatory processes. Outwardly epitomizing the strict adherence to rudimentary Vaidhi devotional codes of conduct alone is not sufficient to qualify anyone as an acharya in the real sense. Certainly, the bona fide Bhagavat Acharya has the enormous task of gradually uplifting two-legged animals to a reasonable semblance of religious life, but the onus does not culminate in merely instituting semi-devotional or obligatory devotional regimentation on the foundation of stereotyped external ritualistic formulae. An acharya must have the fitness to elevate the disciple to the pinnacle of ultimate ragmayi spontaneous devotional perfection. He himself must exemplify the standard of unalloyed devotional perfection as inspirational living proof that the process of Rupanuga Bhajan actually works, that transcendence or divine consciousness is practically achievable. A language instructor does not merely teach his students the alphabet. There's also spelling, grammar, composition, style, syntax, and so forth. Similarly, a bona fide sampradaic agent must be competent to offer advanced instructions to further enlighten the more eligible graduate and postgraduate disciples. A disciple could hardly hope to reach the stage of parabhakti for the attainment of life's ultimate objective under a neophyte's or intermediate's insufficient guidance. The velocity of a disciple's pure devotional progress is an individual affair, contingent upon pre-existing and presently acquired types and levels of shraddha. It is not the duty of an acharya to hinder the advancement of a progressive student by insisting upon the latter's exclusive confinement to the regulative principles of Vaidya sadhana. With all due respect, Vaidhi Bhakti, being considerably encumbered and constrained under the sway of Aishvarya Gyan, knowledge of Krishna's supremacy, and encroached upon by scriptural injunctions together with argument, intellection, analysis, and description, is not real bhakti. However evolved, it is not parabhakti or kevala bhakti in the real sense. Unless one comes to the platform of parabhakti, one's devotion to Guru and Krishna cannot be considered real. Vaidhi Bhakti, as applied in the context of Rupanuga Vaishnavism, serves only as a threshold to the house of real bhakti. It is merely a rudimentary apprenticeship meant to offer the Kanishta Adhikaris a preliminary footing on the devotional path. It is not that we are to remain indefinitely on the Prakrita platform as lifelong Kanishta Adhikaris with no higher superlative devotional ideal. Bhakti that is characterized by the unconditional endeavor to please Krishna, to love him because his personality is so unlimitedly enchanting and lovable, simply because he is the way he is, the sweetest of all sweets, regardless of whether or not he is, in fact, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is real bhakti. Real bhakti, parabhakti, is none other than ragmayi spontaneous devotion, and raganuga sadhana bhakti is unarguably a necessary bridge to the plane of spontaneous ragmayi realization. Real bhakti is solely the prerogative of the rag bhakta. Any expression of devotion to Guru and Krishna not based on rag cannot be accepted as a real devotional expression because the devotion on which the expression is based is not actually real devotion. It is obligatory, fear-impelled, ritualistic devotion which does not lend itself to the natural, free-flowing, spontaneous, loving attraction of the heart toward the confidential service of Krishna and his dearest devotees. The acharya may graciously hear and accept a neophyte disciple's relatively sincere but rather sentimental childish glorifications to encourage his disciple's gradual devotional progress. Moreover, an aging Kanishta Adhikari posing as an intimate associate of the acharya may naturally take pride in nostalgically reminiscing about the Guru's past interpersonal dealings as far as a tenaciously lifelong neophyte's paltry perception of reality permits. Yet unless and until one comes to the pure cognition of one's ultimate internal Ragmayi relationship with Sadguru, in consonance with the intrinsic Nitya Dharma of the soul as an eternal denizen of Brajadam, any air of allegiance to or appreciation of the Acharya Parampara, or the Acharya's Sampradayic legacy must be considered relatively petty, shallow, or superficial. As such, apart from the unalloyed devotee established on the platform of Parabhakti, or real spontaneous Ragmayi devotion, no one would be accepted as a perfect and complete, seduntically comprehensive and very real representative of the Rupanuga Sampradaya. Delineation of the principles of Vaidhi Bhakti constitutes merely a tiny fraction of Sri Chaitanya's teachings. If one does not pursue the path of real devotion, Rag Bhakti, and if one does not purposely endeavor in the course of one's preaching to encourage others to surpass the Kanishta stage, to upgrade to the path of Rag Bhakti, then it cannot be said that one is viably representing the tenets of the Gaudiya Sampradaya. To genuinely represent the Gaudiya Sampradaya as per the principles of Rupanuga Dharma, one must, through the process of extensive hearing about Krishna's Braja Leelas and all relevant topics from the stage of Shravanadasha, first allow oneself to become attracted to the sweetest prospect of realizing an intimate relationship with Brajendra Nandana Krishna. Then, with intense greed, great enthusiasm, strong conviction, and one-pointed determination, one must, following one's own intrinsic inclination toward one of the Brajabhavas, transcend the conditional, vidhi-dependent Kanishta Adhikar and come to the position of firmly embracing the principles of Raganuga Sadhana Bhakti from the stage of acceptance, Varanadasha, in the Madhyam Adhikar. By deep internal cultivation characterized by intensified hearing, chanting, and increasingly constant recollection of Radha and Krishna's names, forms, qualities, and pastimes, one can verily gain the appropriate Ragmayi Bhav as one's Sadhya, Apanadasha. Then, as a Bhavuka or Premika Mahabhagavat, from the realized position, having attained the desired outcome, Sadhya, namely spontaneous loving devotion based on rag, or attraction to the beauty and sweetness of Krishna in his loving dealings with the Brajabasis, one can powerfully propagate the Bhagavat Siddhanta in such a way as to positively inspire adequately fortunate conditioned souls to abandon all occupations save and except the cultivation of loving service to the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna, on the basis of the attractiveness of the Braja Leelas and the superlative nature of the principles of supra-mundane rag. Divine life, the apricot stage of Krishna consciousness, can be attained at once, within a second, or one may not attain such a state of existence even after millions of births. It is only a matter of understanding and acceptance. A disciple's pure devotional progress may be greatly expedited or factually obstructed, dependent on the instructor's elevation or lack of elevation along the devotional path. If the neophyte instructors lack the experiential insight required to impart the essential substance of Braja Bhakti to their students, what can be said? Circumstances demanding inexperienced instructors, as per Acharya Vani, should without duplicity humbly admit their inability and send their deserving disciples to learn from more elevated Vaishnavas conversant in the science of Braja Bhakti Ras. To say nothing of the true function of various illustrious institutions established on behalf of the Gaudiya Sampradaya, ultimately, the total material creation is an institution set up simply to directly and indirectly facilitate a few fortunate souls' eventual highest attainment to the Braja Leelas. To preach Rag Marg Bhakti, the path of Braja Bhakti Bhajan, to the world via the Prema Nam Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is to effectuate the purpose of the entire creation. If neophyte devotees cannot at least begin to appreciate the elementary example of compassion toward others, as shown by Prahlad Maharaj's expressed anxieties for the fools of this external realm, then how could we expect them to fathom the ocean of premika compassion abounding in the topmost devotees' transmundane eroticism in the supreme realm of Braja? Can a kindergarten pupil understand calculus or trigonometry? It is necessary for the externally oriented novices to observe the principle of compassion directed externally toward the realm easily identifiable to them owing to their own horrific experiences of material entanglement. Then it may be possible for them to gradually come to recognize and serve the superlative, internally applied aspect of the same principle, appreciable only from a platform of considerable purification. That is an indispensable part of our basic training. In that sense, for a novice, earnest engagement in the Lord's external preaching mission under rudimentary rules and regulations may certainly function as a prerequisite for future high-grade internal bhajan. If, however, one does not intelligently come to the position of meticulously culturing the internal Raganuga Bhav, then preaching Krishna consciousness remains for the most part an external affair, a kind of show-bottleism in the name of Krishna consciousness. The put-on Sankirtan smile may appear to be temporarily useful in the matter of eliciting an immediate favorable emotional response from a naive or good-natured audience, but unless one is actually blissful, having achieved the Anandamaya status of Apanadasya, attaining the genuine experience of one's constitutional spiritual Sthayi Bhav as a result of spiritual trance, samadhi, one's gimmicky make-show preaching won't effectively generate in others the abundance of paramarthik ruchi required to sustain long-term pure devotional service on the basis of powerfully inculcated spiritual substance. Nor will it directly foster the preacher's own ultimate premika absorption in the moods of Braj. It is often rabidly sermonized that, quote, higher than living in Vrindavan for one's personal benefit is to leave Vrindavan for the benefit of others. The conclusion naturally being, quote, therefore get out of Vrindavan and preach. Placing the lotus feet of my spiritual master upon my humbled head, I dare to offer a few of my observations in this connection. It should be obvious to any sober-minded devotee that the Acharya's instructions to this end stand not so much as a mandate to abandon the Vrindavan, quote, comfort zone, but rather more as a directive to abandon the self-centeredness of pursuing one's personal benefit, material or spiritual, while neglecting the practical cultivation of the Adi Brajabasi's sublime para-upakara mood of helping others to become spiritually enriched. Once again, it is the attitude, the consciousness more so than the action, that is under scrutiny. Because the endeavor to benefit others is based on a higher selfless devotional mindset than performance of devotional service simply for one's personal gain, the former, whether done in or out of the Dham, would in principle naturally ascend to a markedly more elevated platform. It would serve us well to remember that our Guru Maharaj, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, after having spent 9 preparatory years in Vrindavan, went out to benefit the people of the Western world as a fully self-realized spiritual master, not as a, quote, fake it till you make it, relatively unimpressive, struggling, neophytic, superficially polished cyber preacher having little, if any, actual cognition by way of divine revelation as to the details regarding his highest potential Brajaswarup. For the most part, we have seen over the years that many devotees of every rank, for diverse reasons, tend to leave, nay, rather flee from Vrindavan, not for powerfully preaching Krishna consciousness all over the world, but for pursuing their various personal and extended personal material requirements. I do not prefer to expand very much upon this point for fear of drastically increasing the bulk of this book. Suffice to say, on account of maintaining sundry gross and subtle material attachments, one would certainly be deprived of the actual internal experience of the Dham, even while physically residing in Vrindavan. Would it not then be rather presumptuous to expect that the mere semblance of a devotee, incapable of uttering Shuddhanam, is in any way fit to establish any more than a mere semblance of the Vrindavan atmosphere anywhere outside the Dham? Flying and flying around and around the world on the plea of supposedly preaching Krishna consciousness or managing institutional affairs in and of itself does not necessarily constitute, in the highest sense, quote, the benefit of others, any more than living in Vrindavan necessarily adds up to merely, quote, one's own benefit. Nowhere in the teachings of the Acharyas is it suggested that it is impossible to reside in Vrindavan for the benefit of others. In fact, real Vrindavan life, as exemplified by the 6 Goswamis, means to voluntarily accept painstaking austerities in devotional service for the benefit of others. Nana Shastra Vicharanaika Nipano Sadharma Samstapako Lokanam Hitakarino. Shastra has it that 50% of a disciple's devotional merit automatically goes to the Guru's account, even without the disciple's conscious offering. If the disciple consciously sacrifices on behalf of the spiritual master, both the disciple and the Guru achieve 100 times the result of the proffered devotional austerities. It would be the Guru's greatest asset to have serious, hard-working, sacrificial-minded, lazy, intelligent, Rupa Sanatanuga disciples serving to reveal the pure cult of Vrindavan to the world from the transcendental seat of Vrindavan or Sridham Mayapur, where the result of such para upakar preaching work towers 1,000 times over and above that which is achieved by the same preaching done anywhere else in the world, for the beneficiaries and benefactors alike. Yes, we should all agree that it is higher to leave Vrindavan for the benefit of others than to stay in Vrindavan for one's own benefit. But who says Vrindavan life is meant to be for one's own benefit? Krishna's Gopas and Gopis of Braj, whose immaculate, selfless moods of devotion we are to emulate, never for a moment consider their own benefit. Their every endeavor is a sacrifice for the service of others, the service of Krishna, the service of Radha, the service of her friends and maidservants, and the service of Nanda Yashoda, Balaram, Sridham, Subal, Raktak, Patrak, and the rest. They come to this earth planet to do the highest good to others by generously attracting the conditioned souls to the beauty and sweetness of their intimate, highest para upakar moods of loving service demonstrated in the course of the Braja Leelas. They are not misers, nor are their genuine representatives coming in disciplic succession. The simple truth is that achievement of the highest self-sacrificing moods of the Brajbasis, whether done within or beyond the physically manifest boundaries of Braj Mandal, require one's meticulous assimilation of their consummate para upakara loving service attitude. Practical internal solidification of the spirit of that broad-minded, most considerate devotional temper is immensely supported by loud sankirtan of Krishna's holy name. Indeed, favorably assisting the Acharya's preaching mission anywhere in the world can certainly help one to get a foothold in the progressive cultivation of the topmost bhavas of Braj, when done with the proper conception of the internal counterpart Braj Leela feature of the externally directed preaching principle. Still, it is not at all wrong to follow Srila Rupa Goswami's advice in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, quote, if possible, one should physically reside in Vrindavan. Since any devotional service performed in Vrindavan yields 1,000 times the result, 1 year of such service would yield the result of the same service done elsewhere for 1,000 years. Thus, if the average lifespan were taken to be 60 to 80 years, then 1 year of para upakara-based pure devotional service done in the Dham would be equivalent to 12.5 to 16 plus lifetimes of the same para upakara devotional service done anywhere else in the world. That is the extraordinary power of this holiest land of Boma Vrindavan, as confirmed by the statements of the Gaudiya Acharyas, in particular our Srila Prabhupada. Practicing while physically residing in Vrindavan all varieties of favorable internal and external devotional service for the benefit of others is the best way to practically capture the essence of a Brajbasi's selfless service attitude. It is the best way to expedite one's progress in the affair of realizing the radiant para-upakara nature of one's own sthayi bhav as an eternal resident of Braj. It is the best way to expedite one's progress in the business of accumulating the heaps and piles of Krita Punya Punja mercy credits in one's transcendental bank account actually required for directly serving Radha Krishna's Boma Leelas in the Siddhadeha. It is the best way to expedite one's progress in the matter of gaining the internal qualification required to actually preach from the platform of ultimate perfection. If for any reason one cannot take full advantage of this greatest spiritual facility manifest on earth by the mercy of Lord Krishna and his purest internal devotees, then taking shelter of the holy name, Shuddhanam, while endeavoring to assist Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement wherever one may be, one must endeavor to cultivate feelings of separation from Vrindavan based on intensified desires to attain eternal residence in Vrindavan. Kripa Kodi Kodotare Vrindavanabasi. Then one may also gradually augment the purest para-upakara nature of an unalloyed Brajbasi or Brajbasini by Guru and Gauranga's divine grace. Some fools foolishly philosophize that performance of Yuga Dharma has very little, if anything, to do with the internal culture of Raganuga Bhajan. They hastily relegate Nam Sankirtan to the realm of externals, Sankirtan being, of course, the business of the masses and mere ordinary Bahiranga Bhaktas, external devotees. Their tendency to do like this, however, simply demonstrates their utter incompetence to reasonably grasp the inner significance of the eternally comprehensive, broad-spectrum Sankirtan principle that undoubtedly fosters both external and internal devotional evolvement. They really ought to be embarrassed and ashamed of themselves. Harinam Sankirtan, as well as its extension in the form of transcendental book distribution, Brihat Bhagavat Kirtan, when sincerely and purely done for the Lord's exclusive pleasure, in fact, naturally and very easily elicits within the heart of a deeply introspective devotee a profound, indelible impression of the soul's latent, constitutional, Stri disposition. One thereby becomes gradually awakened to the pure cognition of the soul's ultimate source and ontological position as a constituent of Sri Radhika, Krishna's compassion personified, as part of the cooperative aspect of Srimati Radharani's complete, whole, loving game plan. Stri, the feminine influence, refers to the principle of expansion. When the Stri principle is pervertedly reflected in the illusory material dimension where both so-called males and so-called females are deranged, misled, and corrupted by a false male egoism, Purusha Abhiman, aberrant to the original constitutional temper of the soul, it manifests as the expansion of a Mayic, quote, man's loathsome, all-entangling empire of mundane, egocentric, quote, enjoyments. The pure spiritual aspect of this Stri principle, however, exists diversely in all pure constitutional rasas, Dasya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya, proportionate to the degree to which masculine consciousness is discarded in deference to the intensified, unalloyed, selfless service temperament that extends to the standard of Parakya Bhav, where the Stri dynamic expresses its maximum deliciousness. Serving to blissfully expand the empire of the Lord's satisfaction, Krishna's transcendental Stri enjoyables purposefully entangle him in the loving network of amorous interpersonal reciprocity on the spiritual platform. Radha, Lord Krishna's Adyashakti, is known as Mula Prakriti, the original root of all expanded varieties of Prakriti, which is intrinsically female, or ontologically the enjoyed aspect of the Absolute. The infinitesimal jiva, Paraprakriti, characteristically possessed of the spiritual Stri quality expanded to a minute degree, is designed to, in some small way, facilitate or help to expand the happiness of the supreme enjoyer, Sri Krishna. This supramundane Stri function of the pure soul is most thoroughly fulfilled when the subordinate she cooperates to fulfill the purposes of the Stri Empress, Sri Radha, by directly or indirectly serving to transcendentally increase the Lord's variety of enjoyables. Purely conducted Sankirtan of Radha Krishna's all-attractive names, forms, qualities, and pastimes facilely enables the practicing devotee to tangibly experience what it is to function in that way, because through its performance, the devotee, aside from personally pleasing the Lord, naturally serves to expand Krishna's pleasure empire by inducing a myriad of souls to come forward to serve him for his satisfaction. Thus, by performing Sankirtan Yajna, one becomes scientifically acquainted with the true essence of one's intrinsic Stri nature, which undoubtedly finds its peak expression in all perfection as a follower of the transcendentally flirtatious damsels of Braja. Herein lies the sum and substance of the science of self-realization. As such, it should be clearly affirmed that Shuddhanam Sankirtan and the perfection of Krishna consciousness augmenting Braja Prema Bhakti Ras go together very well. The performance of Yugadharma Harinam Sankirtan, when inspired by a conscious greed for Braja Prema, very powerfully and rewardingly elevates one's adhikar in the matter of attaining the transcendental loving service of Radha Krishna's Nitya Leelas. Such Sankirtan, done in pursuit of the Madhurya Bhavas of the Brajbasis according to one's personal taste, Swaruchi, is thus to be accepted as Nija Abhishta Bhav Sambandhi, that which is related to one's desire Staibhav, or constant ecstatic loving mood as a Braja Gopa or Gopi. It is not merely because the physical body senses of the sadhaka deha are externally engaged in activities of devotional service that one's actions must be characteristically characterized as Vaidhi Bhakti. Here again, it is the motivation factor, the internal absorption behind the actions, that establishes the status of one's activities more than anything. When lobha, or greed for the ultimate attainment of the moods of braja, prompts their performance, both Sankirtan of the holy name and transcendental book distribution, done purely as yajna for the satisfaction of Lord Chaitanya, no longer function as Vaidika duties. Rather, they ascend to the path of spontaneous loving service and become celebrated as potent constituents of Rag Bhajan, bridging the apparent gap between external and internal affairs. At this juncture, it would not be at all superfluous to firmly reiterate that, strictly speaking, the sole objective of the Bhagavat Marg is to seed, germinate, nourish, and fructify Raganuga Bhav. With all due respect for the topics under discussion, one should mark with utmost interest that the internally perfected realization of one's eternal spiritual identity, Braja Sarup, whether achieved by the practice of Antaranga Bhakti Bhajan or by Kripa or by both, would immensely enhance one's preaching proficiency and efficacy. Therefore, it would not at all look well for a resolute, pure devotional aspirant to childishly neglect to recognize the intersupportive nature of Sankirtan and Antaranga Braja Bhakti Bhajan. In this age, Sankirtan Yajna is the vital force of inspired Antaranga Bhajan, and conversely, beautified Antaranga Braja Bhakti Bhajan is the essential dynamic behind superlatively empowered Sankirtan. My dear, most love-worthy and merciful Radha Shamasundar, may the broad-minded, forward-thinking souls evermore respect these deliberations, which are replete with profound concerns for advancing a more progressive culture of Antaranga Bhakti in the lives of your seriously dedicated Sankirtan devotees. Please let those essence-seeking, deeply introspective, soft-hearted individuals who patiently and sincerely read or hear these verbose utterances very soon attain the highest transcendental happiness, Paramananda, in the spontaneous loving service of your lotus feet, according to their innermost heart's aspirations. Third heartfelt effusion. My dear lordships, Sri Sri Radhasham Sundar, crying at the lotus feet of Sri Guru, one very fallen and destitute soul humbly offers to you the following unrestrained stream of prayerful outpourings for your kind and considerate audience. Hey Radhe Sham, when, by a flood of unprecedented tender-heartedness, will the cowherd girls of Vrindavan bestow upon this wretched person the most blessed birth within the cowherd community of Varshana? When, by the mercy of my beloved Guru, will I appear as a resplendently delightful young damsel of Braj? I will never mature beyond the end of my 12th year, and will remain ever intoxicated with luscious, freshly blooming Vamamadhya love fascinations. My bewitching, spiritually perfect bodily features and transcendental voluptuousness will lay to shameful waste all the most beauteous and supposedly charming frog-like women of the lower, middle, and upper planetary systems of this cosmic creation. By your beneficent divine benediction, the Lakshmis of Vaikuntha, the queens of Dwarka, the enlightened ladies of Mathura, and even the Sakhis of Brajadam will highly esteem the irresistible, prepossessing pulchritude of my person. My transcendental, slender-waisted, nicely hipped figure, the color of creamy golden honey tinged with a rosy hue, my sweet face with deeply charming, dark, cudgel-lined doe eyes, my blissfully arched Cupid's bow eyebrows, flawlessly flanking the glowing moon-like tilak on my forehead, and circumscribed with captivating kasturi gopi dots, my elegantly raised nose adorned with a chained honey pearl nose ring, my luxuriantly soft and smooth rosy cheeks, and rapturously sportive, glistening honey moonbeam, playfully smiling cherry lips, my jasmine-entwined, long-braided locks of glossy, dark bluish-black, softly curling hair, bedecked with clusters of chumpuk flowers and falling nearly to my feet, my deep crimson, splendidly embroidered silk satin choli, bountifully brimming with newly blooming adolescent grace, my iridescent indigo skirt and scarlet diaphanous veil, embellished with ornately embroidered alternating Radha golden and Shama bluish lotuses, which I received from the lotus bud hands of my tender-hearted mistress, Srimati Anangamanjari, and the matchless, supra-celestial, sparkling sapphire-studded golden earrings, mangtika, necklaces, armlets, chiming bracelets, finger rings, waist bells, delicately jingling Nupura ankle bells and toe rings adorning my graceful limbs, my everything, my heart, my mind, my words and deeds, and my entire existence, all this and everything else about me will be ever absorbed in the mercy mellows of our eternal reciprocal loving intimacy. Indeed, by the interceding, pity-laden appeal of my beloved Guru, your very acceptance of my heartfelt, supernatural, amorous aspirations, and your mercy glances of profuse grace upon my humble existence will render the entire cosmos, along with the powerful controllers of the 14 worlds, utterly subservient to me. To augment the nuances of Paramore love, unlimitedly gracious Purnamasi Devi will arrange for my marriage to an overconfident, dunder-headed cowherd boy from the village of Yavat. Though outwardly feigning fidelity toward him, I will not be the least interested in keeping his company and will never ever allow him to defile me, or for that matter, so much as even touch a hair on my delicate body, which I will have dedicated exclusively for the prema sevas of your pleasure pastimes. While speaking deceptively charming, candy-coated blather, I will cheat him and my in-laws at every opportunity to escape the dungeon of household duties and flee into the forest to faithfully serve your nectarious Nakunjalilas. Having been magnetically drawn by the captivating song of the flute, I, deeply immersed in Parakya Bhava, will eternally reside by the beautiful banks of Radhakund within the skillfully secluded, idyllic, mind-alluring, bliss-pervaded Vamsi Vadadananda Kunj near the northern Ghat in the enchanting grove of Srimati Lalita Devi. My ornately filigreed golden entrance gate arbor, lusciously entwined with vine clusters of intoxicatingly fragrant malati, juhi, and madhavi flowers, frequently attended by swarms of intoxicated, buzzing bumblebees and butterflies. My splendidly inviting, personally landscaped love bower, bordered by luxuriant, consecutively coupled, multicolored, sparkling, gemstone-like kalpavriksha trees and spiraling kalpavali creepers, concertedly bearing 6 seasonal sweet and fragrant fruits and flowers of all descriptions. My enchanting, winding garden walkways, glowingly paved with intricately picturesque emerald, ruby, lapis lazuli, crystal, honey golden onyx, and moonstone mosaics of elaborate supra-celestial leaf, fruit, and flower designs, flanked by thick moss, ferns, and varieties of lush, sweet-scented, flower-bearing verdure. The adjoining, intermittently situated, divinely engraved, tastefully gem-bedecked, comfortably cushioned golden bliss benches beneath the beautifully bending boughs of overladen kadamba, champak, bakul, ashok, parijata, radha chori, Krishnachuri, and lovely land lotus trees, graced with adjacent meticulously sculptured elegant crystal swans, magnificent emerald and sapphire peacocks, and unblemished translucent marble, super-delightful, rapturously poised, flirtatiously dancing love maidens. My privately placed, splendidly domed, black and gold onyx garden gazebos, beautified with many flower creeper embraced, festively festooned, exquisitely carved ivory inlaid pillars and arches, and replete with varieties of irresistibly engaging pleasure accoutrements such as large and small, multicolored, super soft silken pillows, firm, satin-covered love bolsters, elegantly carved golden pitchers and goblets for supplying refreshing cool water and ambrosial nectar drinks, as well as jeweled pond boxes and moonstone-studded golden spittoons, plus chumera whisks and large handheld peacock fans for creating cooling and festive breezes. My indescribably sweet and attractive, immaculately sculpted Chintamani crystalline Kunja love cottage, intimately nestled amidst maze-like, consummately love-inspiring, forest-laden courtyards, intriguingly arranged rock gardens, exotic flower gardens, blissful tulsi groves, and charming, sweet-scented vineyards continually filled with the symphonic twittering, warbling, cooing, passionate crying, and sweet-talking of many varieties of parrots, minnows, peacocks, swans, cranes, gulls, doves, pigeons, sparrows, and finches, always ecstatically responding to my love-lorn constant singing of your holy names. Hey Radhesham, the splendor of my personal abode cannot be suitably described by a mere string of words. When, in the course of your never-ending love escapades, will you, by your unlimited kindness, periodically come to see my exquisitely enchanting private Vilas Kunj as one of your favorite secret pastime paradises? Hey Radhesham, when, mercifully coming to grace my delightful love bower, along with your dearmost beloved Srimati Anangamanjari, who is the goddess of my very life, will the two of you simultaneously from both sides embrace me and kiss my cheeks, knowing me and my everything to be your very own? Hey Radhesham, when will I be invited into the services of your eternal eightfold daily pastimes within the all-blissful love groves of Sri Vrindavan? I will ever attentively, in every way, selflessly serve to augment your absolute delight. Sometimes I will sweep your pastime cottage with my long curly locks of hair. Sometimes I will massage your exquisitely beautiful limbs with fragrant oils, bathe you, dress you in splendid garments, and decorate you with incomparably charming flower ornaments made by me and one or two of my friends, just to see them become mercilessly mutilated by your reckless, ravaging love play. Sometimes I will gently wave a fan of peacock feathers to remove the drops of perspiration produced from the heat of your heart's passion for each other. Sometimes I will blissfully offer you varieties of intoxicating honey wine to initiate the jubilation of 1,000,000 cupids. You will reciprocate by forcibly inducing me to drink as well, after which I will not be able to clearly articulate what Cupid did or did not do to me to enhance the munificent expansion of your pleasure pastimes. And sometimes, when you are in the mood, you will ask me, your unworthy maidservant, to sweetly sing from the core of my heart while playing the Swar Mandalika Veena in ragas appropriate to your delightful bhavas, which naturally accommodate my own desired mood of ever-loving availability. Oh hey Radhe, when, in your assembly of Sakis, will I get the chance to see, with my own blooming eyes, incomparably lovely Lalita Sundari, forcing her way between me and Lord Sham, while endlessly rebuking him with the most outrageous, audaciously sarcastic criticisms to prevent him from capriciously ripping at my upper garments. When will I, my glistening, honey-sweet lips slightly smiling, relish with a love-laden sidelong glance the nectar of his ambrosial, crestfallen face at that time? And when, in your smiling presence, by your incomprehensible kindness, will I ever whisper into his ear, I love you too, as your enchanted, whimsical Sham, knowing me to be yours, passionately embraces me to his heart? When will I become so blessed as to be in your company when your lover prankishly accosts you along a narrow footpath, demanding amorous favors as an excise for your invaluable loads of carefully concealed bodily beauty? When, as clouds rumble in the sky, will I, hiding my blissful smile behind the corner of my veil, apprehensively witness the witty way the unreliable Sham boatman entreats you to step into his old dilapidated boat on the banks of Manasaganga at the foot of Govardhan Hill? What uncommon price will the uncommon lecherous gardener demand of me as payment for even the least of his uncommon tree-grown pearls? O Radhike, will that day soon come when I will delightfully embrace the moods of the Sakis who, with clever insistence, forcibly assert your rulership over the forest of Vrinda, as your messengers remonstratively demand, at your behest, a tax on all the produce from Sham's newly harvested astonishing garden crop of pearls? Hey, Gandharvike, when will I personally witness Sham's indescribably sweet masquerade as your new Saki, his disguise as a young female snake charmer, his bold intrigue as a distressed demigoddess, his impersonation of your foolish husband, his emergence as a wild, ferocious beast along the forest path, and his many other guises, all donned when circumstantially needed to access your loving embrace? When will a certain inconsolable maidservant become happy upon seeing you accept the dress and appearance of Subal Saka to escape Mother Jatila's vigilance? My heart will ever revel in the ecstasy of these pastimes. Hey, Brajadeep Sri Radhike, the ambrosial pastimes of your two delicate lotus feet are an ever-enchanting, limitless mercy ocean of sweetness. In this world, the perfected Antaranga Bhaktas standing at its shore are sprinkled with a few mist-drops of the nectar spray from the crashing waves of that ocean. I, fortunately encountering the seaside breezes coming through the merciful lotus mouths of my beloved Guru and all the eminent acharyas in disciplic succession, have now become maddened by the mere scent of that ocean's proximity. Not caring for the opinion of others and firmly disallowing anyone or anything to come between me and my ultimate attainment, I, though blinded by tears and intense simultaneous hope and desperation, nevertheless hasten to get a glimpse of that ocean of Premamrita. Hey Praneshwari Radhe, when oh when will I, with the purest heart, be privileged to selflessly and most intimately serve your wonderfully enchanting Ras dance pastimes in the company of your beautiful Sakis and most enchanting Kinkaris? Sometimes I will play on the veena, sometimes I will flutter on the flute, and sometimes I will delightfully sing on the fifth note while blissfully reciprocating your beamless smiles. Sometimes I will clap my hands or chime the kartals in time with the various rhythmic drums that serve to set the pace. Sometimes, when your unlimitedly charming younger sister will, on your indication, prankishly pull frantically protesting me by the hands into the circle of twirling gopis to dance by her side, you will make your ever-devoted Sham dance with each of us in turn. When he catches hold of my hands, spins me around, and embraces me by the neck, maddening me with the intoxicating aroma of his avid cupidity for the nectar lips of your loyal, unalloyed maidservants, at once my tongue will desire to become hundreds of tongues with which to taste the honeydew sweetness of his kisses. My jubilant nose will desire to become thousands of noses with which to relish the ambrosial fragrance of his arms. My eyes will want to become millions of minnows to swim in the nectar ocean of his unfathomable handsomeness. My ears will wish to become billions of goblets with which to quaff the elixir of his fearlessly forward, flirtatious flattery. My two virtuous, budding raised breasts will shamelessly yearn to become a host of freshly blossomed, saffron pollen besprinkled, honey-laden golden lotus flowers to enrapture his intoxicated bumblebee-like, heroically roaming eyes. My hands will want to expand by the trillions to check his persistent, whimsical pinching. My heripulating thighs will urgently require quadrillions of empathetic reinforcements to sustain my all but swooning everything. And my mesmerized mind, intelligence, happy heart, and soul will ever remember, honor, and favorably serve for your exclusive satisfaction the shoreless mercy ocean of the peerless pastimes of your tender lotus feet. Dearest Srimati Radharani, when, at the end of your nocturnal love festival, as I serve to satisfy you with extraordinarily delicious aromatic pan, will you and your sweethearted Sham whisper about me into each other's ears, knowing the treasures of your lotus feet to be the most cherished hope of my heart? Hey Radhe, when, having awakened from this dreamlike conditional material existence, the miserable affectation of male egoism long forgotten, will I find myself automatically rising to smilingly muse upon your Shamasundar's distinctive love marks on my person, still bleary-eyed and languid with fatigue from the previous night's Ras festival, bewildered by a mixture of lingering loving sentiments, feelings of eternal gratitude, and a stirring awareness of the urgency of my impending morning services, I will happily enter your Kunja Wind Palace with a few of my friends to behold the boundless beauty of your tightly embracing dark and fair sleepy forms. When will you, hearing our softly arriving, tinkling anklets amid the sweet early morning warbling, cooing, and twittering of Vrinda's walking chorus of many kinds of love-filled birds, my arrival gradually dawning upon your still drowsy, half-open eyes, sweetly request of me just a few minutes more, anticipating the imminent distress of your lover's pangs of separation. Then and there I will worship you with an artik of 10 million glowing smiles. As the starry firmament slowly fades into the emergence of a new day, I, stealthily returning unnoticed to my in-laws' home, will burn with an overwhelming desire to constantly serve you in a myriad of ways throughout the day and night. In no time I will quickly come to assist your morning bathing and dressing and help adorn your delicate limbs with what I know to be your favorite, exquisitely fashioned, dazzling, sapphire-spangled golden ornaments. After massaging your delightful figure with exceptionally fragrant seasonal oils and helping to blissfully shower you with an abundance of refreshing flower-scented water, I will remove your thin white bathing garment, carefully pat you dry with a luxuriant soft silk towel, and, at Lalita Sakhi's behest, gift you with new lavishly lacy undergarments lovingly made by me. I will then carefully dry and comb your long curly tresses, and, in the dressing room, as my friends help to tie your sari, I will, on the pretext of fastening your jeweled ankle bells, placing my head beneath your skirt where no one can notice me secretly kissing the tips of your sweet and delicate toes, offer my life's breath 1,000,000 times over in the dust of your lotus feet. With a happy heart, I will loosely place above your incomparably gorgeous, shapely buttocks, which captivate the unruly eyes of your beloved Shamasundar, a sweetly tinkling, crystal-belled kinkari belt. As my Priya Sakis, upon my request, place sparkling toe rings on your toes, jeweled rings on your fingers, and many thin, delicately chiming, alternating gold and sapphire bracelets on your wrists, I will adorn your lovely, pure, plump breasts with heavenly, fragrant kumkum and dexterously paint upon them with varieties of mind-alluring pictures with kasturi musk. I will place around your beautiful neck delightful pearl necklaces, a gunjamala, a fine and meritorious garland of tulsi leaves, and aromatic garlands of bael and champak flowers, all simply to mesmerize the already enamored heart of beloved Sham. I will intertwine your beautiful serpent-like braid with supra-celestial bakula and jasmine strands bearing divine redolence known only to the transcendental forest of Vrindavan, and, with a smirky smile, I will intermittently place, wherever possible, the plumes of a peacock, knowing your mind to be intently absorbed in happy thoughts of Sham's embrace. Hey Radhe, knowing me to be well attuned to the inner ways of your heart of hearts, you will tender-heartedly beam at me with the sweetest radiance. The sight of this will bring rippling waves of delightful moonbeam smiles to my Priya Sakhi's moon-like faces. When I hold before you a glistening sapphire-framed, highly polished golden mirror, you will see how I so perfectly decorated your charmingly lovely, rosy-cheeked honey face with an exquisite honey pearl nose ring, dangling dark blue crystal earrings, and a Kamayantra tilak. Noticing your elegant hair part, marked with crimson, mind-alluring sindura, pretentiously proclaiming your faithfulness toward your so-called husband, you will gently smile, becoming absorbed in the veiled ecstasy of paramour love. With fondness you will favor how I faultlessly ornamented your crest with an effulgent sapphire-bejeweled chandrika, along with a nicely placed blue sapphire mungtika dangling to border your curly hairline. You will see how I carefully painted indescribably enchanting gopi dots around the playful Cupid's bow eyebrows adorning your limitlessly compassionate, cudgel-lined eyes, and how I placed so perfectly a splendid musk dot on your sweet chin. All these will have magnificently embellished the inexhaustible loveliness of your luxuriant, deep crimson sari, which redoubles Sham's insatiable passion to touch you. Beholding the image of your own boundless beauty, you will all but swoon, wishing to be at once ravaged by the infatuated, reddish, lotus petal eyes of your dark, honey-bee-like lover, whose supreme honey-love goddess is none other than my limitlessly lovable you. Kundavali will then arrive with a message from Nandagram. At that time, I will boisterously encourage you to comply with Mother Yashoda's request that you come quickly to cook for Krishna. Hiding my smile when you openly rebuke me for so passionately supporting such a potentially scandalous affair within the earshot of your superiors, I will again and again offer my undying dedication to the service of your lotus feet. Hey Radhike, when will my most merciful Guru Rupa Sakhi, to whom I evermore owe my everything, invite me to accompany you and your impassioned Sakhis to the palatial home of Nanda Maharaj atop lofty Nandishwar hill? There I will help you cook an incredibly sumptuous breakfast love feast for the pleasure of Shamasundar and his cowherd boyfriends. When Mother Yashoda greets us and requests the Kinkaris to go to the Boga Mandir to make necessary preparations for your blissful cooking festival, I will build nicely blazing fires of first-class cedar wood and engage a few of my friends in helping to keep them ablaze. Moving like a firebrand, simultaneously cooking many varieties of tasty dishes, you, being too busy, will instruct me to quickly stir the pot of rich, creamy milk so it doesn't burn. As I am stirring, and stirring, the milk will suddenly become thicker and thickest, upon which you will order me to quickly add the pre-measured ground cardamom and rock candy powder. Take the pot off the stove, spread the contents to cool on a marble slab, and roll it all into nectarian, buttery burfi balls. I will all the while marvel as you mercifully integrate your loving milkmaid into your loving services to your very own beloved Sham. Hey Radhe, after honey-faced Shamasundar returns with his friends from milking the cows and is nicely bathed and dressed, he will blissfully sit amidst all the boys and eat the fabulously fragrant breakfast feast, praising the amazing variety of tasty delicacies. Everyone will float on the waves of ever-hungry Madhumangal's unlimitedly humorous wit, punctuated by the unabashed, intoxicating hasya-ras of all the jovial cowherd boys. All the while, Sham will search out the glowing golden treasure of your fairest features through the kitchen window to offer you the nectar of his evocative sidelong glances. At that time, I will do everything within my power to mitigate your acute loving afflictions, redoubled by the unfeasibility of intimately meeting with him in the presence of his mothers and friends, let alone through the kitchen window. Afterwards, I will relish a little of the ambrosial remnants of his Adaramrita Prasad, personally given to me by your own munificent hand. Being especially kind upon me, you will take me with you to the prearranged morning rendezvous with your beloved Sham within a cave on Nandeshwar Hill. When, as I fan the two of you in the wake of your luscious love play, will I shyly lower my smiling face upon hearing him curiously ask you, "Who made those nectarian, buttery burfi balls?" To show special causeless mercy upon your unworthy, insignificant milkmaid, you will silently tell about me to your Krishna with the indications of your Cupid's bow eyebrows as your smiling eyes mercifully dance in my direction. In the late morning, Sham will leave his father's house for cowherding, along with all of his happy, playful Gopa Balakas. He, in various ways, will politely persuade his anxious parents to desist from following him to the forest, just to give his bosom buddies the opportunity to freely frolic with him to their heart's content. When will I, greatly anticipating the distress of your heart, witness with my own eyes the torment of the whole of Braj as they tearfully return to their respective homes? I will weep to see you collapse into the arms of your Sakhis as they mercilessly carry you back to the gloom of Mother Jatila's jailhouse abode. I will again and again hear you anxiously beg to be born as a bird so that you may freely fly from the confines of household imprisonment to the company of your beloved Sham. Again and again I will hear your desperate plea to be reborn as a bamboo, to get the opportunity to drink the nectar of his honey moonbeam smiling kissy lips by becoming his hand-held playful flute. Again and again you will praise the fortunate of his shark-shaped earrings that unabashedly kiss his soft, sweetly shining cheeks. Repeatedly engulfed by intense feelings of separation, you will sardonically eulogize Giri Govardhan as Hari Das Varya, knowing full well the incomparably superlative satisfaction Sham feels by placing his delicate lotus feet upon the supremely rapturous mountain slopes of your firm, amatively swollen breasts. Again and again you will beg to become like the river Yamuna, that you might swiftly flow unchecked to the ocean of Sham's unfathomable sweetness. You will fervently pray to become a breeze, rushing unhindered to whisk away the fragrance of his person. As you place your freshly made garland of forest flowers in the hands of your expert maidservant Tulsi to take to your beloved, you will flood with a passion to become that very garland placed upon his broad, handsome sapphire chest. Plaintively pining, but hardly solaced by the succor of your Sakis, you will repeatedly languish, longing to become a Madhavi creeper whose tender tendrils curl to enclasp the torso of a certain youthful Sham tamal tree within a forest bower. When will we, with renewed enthusiasm and happy hearts, escape the looming prison walls of insufferable separation? On the pretext of accompanying you and your Sakis to pick flowers for worship of the sun god, I will take you to a Sanketa Kunj by the side of your limitlessly lovely lake. Anxiously anticipating the nectar flood of your fabulously festive midday pastimes, I will lovingly reflect upon your amorous delusions as I witness you flirtatiously feigning indifference toward a tamal tree as we hasten along the forest path. In the suspense of your lover's imminent arrival, you will see him everywhere in all directions, again and again restlessly rising up from the edge of your exquisitely ornamented flower bed within the jewel-bedecked bower house. You will impatiently gaze from the doorway down the forest path, and again you will return to sink in the ever-rising tide of your desperation to see him. When will I bathe your two exquisitely beautiful lotus feet with an incessant flood of tears as you, experiencing a moment as if a millennium, anxiously apprehend the failure of your now much overdue beloved Sham's arrival at our prearranged tryst? Repeatedly imploring you to patiently remain just a few moments longer, I will suddenly notice his rakishly smiling eyes winking at me through the window lattice of the Kunj cottage. Not so fast, Buster. She is our property. Don't touch. We just took so much time and trouble to exquisitely dress and ornament her, and you want to ravage everything in a moment. Do you think you can so freely have our Swamini just because you desire her? I know you. If you want to realize your wanton wishes, you'll have to pay the price. Unswerving loyalty to the service of the dust of her limitlessly luscious lotus feet. Otherwise go to Shaibya's friend Chandravali. She's easy. Her maidservants will eagerly make all the arrangements. Hey Radhe, boldly asserting the truth of our preeminent proprietary status, I will pull you behind smiling Lalita, who will stand as a formidable fortress to ensure the intensification of your pleasure pastimes. Incorrigible Sham, adopting a disdainful demeanor, will scornfully smile and fragrantly demand, "What did she say? Who is this insolent new Kinkari anyway?" Would she stand so valiantly if Kandarparaj forcibly waged war against her charming bodily beauty in a cave of Govardhan Hill? If he ever laid his hands on her, he would definitely teach her a dance or two. At that instant, I will quickly hide my jubilantly blushing self behind my unlimitedly beautiful you to ensure the intensification of your pleasure pastimes. Hey Radhike, when inconceivably clever Sham, to everyone's astonishment, suddenly eludes the comprehension of all, somehow penetrating our impervious phalanxes to bind you in the stronghold of his tight embrace, I will, on your indication, stealthily spirit away with his mischievous flute. Sham, being mesmerized by the intoxicating fragrance of your person, will not at all understand what has happened. At that time I will beseech that best descendant of the bamboos, O foremost procuress of the wants of he who loosens the hair braids of the innocent gopi girls of Braj. O you, who, empowered by our Swamini, force the formidable fortresses of their bodies to give way under the sway of their impassioned recollection of his indomitable handsomeness. O you who, guilty of drinking the ambrosial nectar of the lusty lips of Radha's supremely libertine lover-boy, wish to escape the discontent of the dear-eyed gopis to whom that nectar actually belongs by returning the stolen property 1,000-fold. O wanton Vamsi, I know you. The next time Sham sweetly presses your mouth to his bimba fruit lips in his quest to conquer the pride of the Kinkaris, please mercifully whisper into his ear how we are burning with the desire to attain him in the context of our service to our Swamini. I will then secretly slip the Vamsi behind my back to a Nangamanjari, who will in turn covertly consign it to the custody of Lalita Devi. Hey Radhe, you will then, by the strength of your unblemished honor and reputation as a chaste housewife, manage to free yourself after a little struggle. Glancing in all directions, you will sternly admonish all of the Sakhis with your tightly knitted eyebrows, while earnestly endeavoring to retie the loosened sash about your trembling hips. As entranced Sham playfully approaches and dexterously catches the corner of your sari, you will coyly smile while looking askance, frowning your restless Cupid's bow-like eyebrows. Your soft, doe-like eyes will ambivalently rejoice and brim with tears. Your lusciously quivering bimba fruit lips will reveal your intense inner joy. While strenuously struggling to resist the ambush of his brazenly adventurous fingers, you will outwardly reproach your lover by lightly bopping him on the head with the play lotus in your delicate hand. Don't touch me, we've just bathed for our worship of the sun god. How will our offerings be suitable if we are sullied by a rapacious rake like you? When will I be so privileged with the sight of your sweetest Kila Kanchit and Kutamita moods, which profoundly delight Sham with an indescribable happiness millions of times over and above the bliss he obtains from complete union? Hey Swamini Radhe. Just then, Brindadevi, smiling to see the fun, will intervene, saying to you both, Hey, you two Rasik lovers, the Abhijit Muhurta is quickly approaching. Best we not waste these auspicious moments with any unnecessary quarreling. If you want to soundly succeed in the consummation of King Cupid's loving game plan, then quickly come with all of your Sakhis to see the beauty of the monsoon forest. This forest is complemented by the jubilant dancing of many peacocks, and is specially arrayed with a myriad of swings. These swings were just now fabulously decorated for the pleasure of your eyes and the happiness of your hearts by my expert Vanadevi maidservants. At that time, you, being so petitioned, will relent and sweetly consent to happily traverse the dark monsoon cloud-shaded forest path with your arms about your glorious dark monsoon cloud-shaded lover. Eagerly intent upon climbing onto the best of all swings with his best of all transcendental sweethearts, Ghanasham will fill our hearts with ever-expanding transcendental bliss as he fills your sweet ears with the ambrosial nectar of his flirtatious, joking words. When will I beam with pride as I shower your splendidly rapturous dark and fair forms with fine, multicolored, supremely fragrant flower petals as the Sakhis begin to sing and push your swing? Softly rumbling to congratulate you, the jubilant cloud friends of Krishna will momentarily sprinkle tiny rain droplets upon you to bring a cool exhilaration upon your ecstatic swing festival. You and your beloved, looking like incomparably pleasing lightning within a boundlessly beauteous monsoon cloud, will swing higher and higher as if to benevolently befriend the clouds and lightning in the sky. That delightful day will certainly come when I will personally witness the overpowering magnitude of your matchless divine generosity toward your multitude of happy girlfriends. Blissfully sharing your loving Sham with your most trusted confidants, you will gradually make all of them intimately sit with him on various forest flower decorated love swings. All glories to your ever-expanding transcendental passion for tenderly reciprocating the love of your fully surrendered friends and maidservants. Vrinda will then come to you and secretly whisper something into your ear. As I see a slightly mischievous smile appear on your face, a blissful curiosity will flood my heart. Hey Radhe, still dizzy from so much exuberant swinging, everyone will slowly wander with you along the forest path into a charming spring flower-filled meadow. There, sweetly singing birds will be warbling in ragas befitting the festival of spring. Jubilantly smiling and agitated by rippling waves of prema, the Sakis will spontaneously compose complimentary Krishna love anthems in the Vasant Rag. Vrinda's Vanadevis will then present before you an amazing array of implements to fittingly stimulate your forever famous holy pastimes with your beloved Sham. Before you will lay a large variety of delicate powder balls of fragrant kunkum, chandan, camphor, saffron, turmeric, and various flower pollens. There will also be excellent forest flower bedecked bows with quivered flower arrows. Broadly smiling, we will see exquisitely ornamented jewel syringes for spraying assorted scented fluids produced from aguru, musk, chandan, mud, and juices pressed from varieties of highly fragrant flowers. All these substances will excitedly wait in splendid gold and sapphire water pots. Seeing all this, valorous Sham will exclaim, "Aho, what is this? How is it that Madhava, the spring season, directly follows the monsoon season out of sequence? O Madhavi Radhe, I think it could only be because your heart's passion for conquering the kingdom of Madhava has emerged as this delightful springtime meadow replete with this formidable arsenal of superbly suggestive flower power weaponry. Certainly, there could be no explanation beyond this. Do all of your wanton desires so aggressively appear as incontestable reality? O proud young lady with roguish eyes! Chivalrous warriors do not speak much, but rather prove their prowess by courageous deeds. If you think yourself heroic enough to withstand the onslaught of my flower bombs upon your devastating beauty, then, armed with coquettish glances, stand and fight. Glancing confidently from the corners of your unconquerably gorgeous, cudgel-lined eyes, you will boldly counter, "Ho, bombastically boasterful brahmachari, it appears that it is you who are doing all the superfluous chatter. Enough of this small talk. We will see how you maintain your equilibrium and sense control when you are totally demoralized and devastated by the indomitable bodily splendor of my Saki soldiers and Manjari bodyguards. At that, we will all quickly change into thin white garments suitable for the occasion. Then your holy love assault will commence in earnest." Hey Radhe, when will I have the blessed opportunity to supply you with your desired weaponry as you smilingly pelt Sham's unlimitedly handsome chest with powder balls of sindura and gulala? The Sakis will all simultaneously reciprocate Sham's continuous streams of colored juices by blissfully pulverizing him from all directions with a barrage of colorful powder balls. Some very fortunate girls will immerse themselves in the nectar of transcendental musical accompaniment delightedly singing and playing varieties of stringed veenas such as Kachapi, Vichitra, Rudra, Swar Mandalika, and Tampura. Others will blissfully play on various kinds of flutes, shanais, and nagasimhas, creating an inestimable exhilaration. Still others, with amazing dexterity and potency, will zealously play different mridungas, pakawajas, damarus, and nagara drums in many varieties of complex rhythms, together with various bells, chimes, gongs, and kartals, all periodically combining to make an incredibly tumultuous musical uproar. As multicolored powders flying in all directions cloud the swirling air with a dense, colorific confusion, triumphant sham, revolving with great alacrity like a blazing firebrand, will appear before each overwhelmed Saki, besmearing one girl's face, another's breasts, and still another's beautiful belly. Embracing one happy girl to his heart, catching another girl's braids, holding another's hands, drinking another's nectarian kisses, and pinching yet another's buttocks while biting her neck. In this way, your Sham Roop, Gokulananda Sham Sundar, will blissfully befriend each and every one of us by the sway of your ever-resplendent, totally triumphal munificence. When the colorful clouds of Ananda dissipate somewhat, Vrinda and Urvana Devis will approach to offer varieties of refreshing nectar drinks. Sham will then take you by the hand to a private garden, and the selfless Sakis, intoxicated with the ecstasies of their own amorous afflictions, will stumble off into their various individual kunjas. My dear slender-waisted Radharani, I have heard from the lips of great saintly persons that your honeymoon-faced Rakish lover, Sham Sundar, has expanded his innumerable energies through his various agents to manifest all the spiritual and material worlds, intelligently accommodating the various desires and attitudes of unlimited varieties of living entities. Is that really so very wondrous? All the vibhutis of the entire cosmic creation are said to have sprung from a mere spark of his splendor. Am I supposed to be very much impressed? So what if daily he skillfully killed so many terrible Rakshasa demons, liberating them by merging them into his Brahman effulgence? Was his bewildering Lord Brahma, by expanding into duplicate forms of thousands of cowherd boys and calves, truly a display of his mystic opulence? Was his exhaustive dancing on the hooded heads of Kaliya Naga really very artistic or graceful? Perhaps if he at that time would have invited you and your friends on board for rasa dancing, I would be somewhat appeased. I have heard of his having devoured devastating forest fires in his childhood. But what about the now raging fires of our desires to see his sumptuous, supramundane, confidential Premakali union with you? Some people might think his instructing the wives of the Yajnik Brahmanas to return home to their husbands and patiently wait for some future opportunity a most noble and noteworthy display of Kripa. Is it really so wonderful or important that he defied unduly puffed up Indradev by easily holding up Govardhan Hill with just the single pinky of his left hand? Couldn't he recognize any worthier mountains, mountain-like breasts, to uphold in this land of Braja? I dare say he would not ably do the needful in this regard without the arduous exploits of all the fingers on both his hands. He may have been able to somehow lift a little mushroom like Giri Govardhan, but how, under the present circumstances, will he be able to lift the weighty Vamagiri mountain of your unrelenting contrariness? I have heard that in his previous life as Raghupati Ramachandra, he wrathfully killed Ravana, supposedly to give protection to Sita Devi. Soon after, however, he insensitively banished her to the forest, giving her unlimited distress merely for the fame and namesake of his Raghu dynasty. Were these deeds really so commendable or considerate? How glorious was his ungrateful arrest of Bali Maharaj, or his confining him to the prison of his palace in the netherworlds. Bali had given to him everything in the three worlds, including his own person, yet Krishna, as Vamanadev, in return, only rewarded him with a mere post-dated position as an insignificant Indra. By that, are we to think him very high-minded and magnanimous? How heroic was his deliverance of the elephant Gajendra from the crocodile jaws of all-devouring death! How victorious was he when dismantling the insignificant wasp Hiranyakashipu, or when dealing a death blow upon the demon Hiranyaksha while delivering Mother Earth from the depths of the Garbhodak ocean! Let him now consider the crocodile of all-devouring time upon us, as if we have any more of this fleeting afternoon to waste. Let him, upon a charming plush flower bed within a secluded, ornately gilded kunja cottage, victoriously dismantle the hair knot of your loving anguish in a raging battle against your tantalizing, feigned belligerence. Let him, dealing a death blow to the pride of the most liberal lovers in the three worlds, most mercifully deliver you from the fathomless depths of your vast ocean of confidential Kamarup desperations to please him in every way. Hey Radhe, only when I see him carefully placing the slender arches of your delicate lotus feet upon the contours of his blissfully shining cheeks, kissing them with his quivering, coppery lips as streams of tears glide down from his half-closed, all-alluring lotus eyes, will I consider him to be even a little intelligent. Hey Priyeshwari, Sham is known as Bhushana Bhushanangam, the ornament of all ornaments. His ornaments are beautified by dint of their being worn by or associated with him, the best of all ornaments. Yet he alone, with or without ornaments, is not particularly beautiful. Only when he humbly begs to become your faithful Purusha Bhushana, to selflessly ornament, be beautified by, your matchlessly elegant and splendorous lovely limbs, will he meritoriously attain the apex of magnificence. Only when I see him totally overwhelmed and defeated by the intensity of your lavishly luscious loving ecstasy, unconscious, fainted beneath your bountiful bosom, will I consider him to be at all heroic or skillful. All glories to your solitary love play within the bumblebee-bedecked blossoming bowers of Vrindavan. Hey Swadina Bhartrike Radhe, only when I see him afterwards, at your beck and call, deliriously enraptured and amorously turbulent, unsuccessfully attempting, with uncontrollably trembling hand, to repaint the smudged Kasturi pictures I previously painted on your pleasingly plump and beautiful, mind-bewitching breast, will I consider him to be at all graceful or artistic. Only when I see him, upon your order, begging to become the surrendered servant of your unalloyed maidservants, taking the dust of their feet upon his head, will I know him to be very opulent and fortunate. Such are the winsome ways of your immaculately selfless love fascinations. I will attain the pinnacle of bliss upon witnessing your peerless pride and joy as you lay your own dearly beloved Shyamasundar to rest by the side of she who is dearer to you than your own life's breath, your darling, most treasured, incomparably delicate younger sister, Srimati Anangamanjari. At that time, Rupa Manjari, Rati Manjari, Rasa Manjari, Mani Manjari, and Guna Manjari, along with their associates, will come to her supremely opulent Anangambuja Padma Mandir eminently ornamenting the heart of your love-saturated lake to lovingly serve her lotus feet. I offer my heart billions of times over in the dust of her lotus feet. When will I attain even a dust particle of her eternal loving service? In this way I will surely become especially dear to you. This is the most cherished aspiration of my heart. In reality, I have no other. Understanding this, you will always arrange what is best for me. That is my firm conviction. Hey Praneshwari, after some time, all of the Sakis will then gradually arrive from their various kunjas, having in their own ways satisfied the Lord of their honeyed hearts. While either shyly smiling or overtly scowling, endeavoring to cover the many symbolic inscriptions of Cupid upon their enchanting loveliness, they will delight you and beloved Sham with an exchange of many joking words, indirectly insinuating the depths of their intimacy with him. Meanwhile, playfully preoccupied Sham will suddenly remember, and reaching to check his cummerbund and looking here and there, he will discover the absence of his, where is my, when did my, who stole my flute? I will inwardly delight to see his nonplussed astonishment at that time. Hey Radhe, in a demanding mode, Sham will search here and there, leaving no gopi unturned until he notices me fearfully glancing toward you for protection. I didn't take it. I swear to God I didn't. Well, who took it then? Oh, Sham Sundar, I'm just an insignificant maidservant who has no separate interest than the interest of my mistresses. Why do you think the peerless housewives of Braj would want to steal your useless, old, fault-filled flute anyway? We wouldn't condescend to even look askance at your flute. Even if we were sneak thieves, as you surmise, do you think there are no better things to steal in this forest than your inconsiderate, degenerate, hypocritical, and shameless old flute? O ravager of innocent women, Rupamanjari is right. It was most probably you who purposely stole your own flute just to have an excuse to give us all unlimited trouble. That's precisely what I think, too. Sure, I believe you. You can say whatever you like, but don't think I'm such a fool that I couldn't notice your fascinating, fearful countenance. Saying this, Sham, playing the part of a police inspector, will mercilessly arrest me in his snake noose-like arms. As he relentlessly frisks every nook and cranny of my helpless, horripilating person, I will revel in the enchantment of your beaming smile. At that interval, Lalita will crack, break the flute, and splash, throw it in the kund, exhorting, "Are, Mr. Womanizing Policeman, there is no use wasting time looking for your wanton flute in that way. She who actually inspires all of these blissful pastimes challenges you to a water war within the nectar waters of her limitlessly enchanting lake. If you can valiantly conquer the irresistible kingdom of her unfathomable beauty and matchless skill in conjugal affairs, as she sports amidst her lotus-like lady friends within the blissful waters of her lotus-filled kund, then only will we consider the purpose of the flute and all your gallant aggressions to have been served." Hearing these daring words of Lalita Saki and considering them reasonable, beloved Sham will relinquish his previous pursuits and nobly accept the challenge. He will then cheerfully proceed along with you and all the Sakis to the ornately bejeweled banks of your incomparable liquid prema-filled Radha Kund. Hey Radhe, when will that happy day come when by some unimaginable good fortune I will be so blessed to have even the slightest opportunity to serve your splashingly effervescent Radha Kund water-warring pastimes? After promptly helping you and some of your Priya Sakhis prepare for battle, I will blissfully stand with a few of my friends on the steps of a gorgeously engraved sapphire bathing ghat. There we will clearly witness the unsurpassed delight of your beloved Sham as he enters the crystal-clear waters like an unruly elephant encircled by his elated she-elephant gopi love-mates. The rippling reflections of the glowing gopi's goldenness will mingle with the reflected bluishness of resplendent Sham, generating within the water's waves a mesmerizing emerald greenness to immerse the minds of all the onlooking gopis at the water's edge. Is he a dark, ras-filled rain cloud floating on the ras-filled waves of transcendental enchantment within your blissful, ras-filled, splendorous reservoir of ambrosial, ever-increasing playfulness amidst the fickle, lightning-flash gopi embodiments of Shringar Ras? Is he a boundlessly beautiful bouquet of blissfully bluish lotus flowers, brazenly breasting the onslaught of unabashedly blossoming lotus-like, water-warring golden gopi goddesses? Is he an autumnal moon descending from the heavens in the middle of the day to boldly plunder the pride of the Chakravaka-like floating breasts of his enthralled, charmingly contrary, strenuously resisting, honeymoon-faced, delightful Sakhi sweethearts? Excitedly musing in this way, I will blissfully behold the inconceivable, all-attractive playfulness and handsomeness of beloved Sham as he expands his beauty in an attempt to forcibly subjugate the sweetness of his countless Sakhi combatants, while simultaneously assailing each one of them with reciprocal volleys of prema ras. Amorous Sham will wantonly wrestle them hand to hand, chest to breast, neck to neck, cheek to cheek, mouth to mouth, tooth to tooth, and finally, dueling tongue to dueling tongue. In an instant, he will teasingly steal away their wealth of garments and ornaments, allowing his honey-thirsty bumblebee eyes to madly drink the luscious nectar of each Sakhi's eternally resplendent, blissful, lotus-like, delicate limbs as they coyly retreat to hide amid the multitudes of lilies and lotus flowers. Lalita Sakhi, noticing the rising waves of secret amative infatuation splashing the lakeshore of my heart, will glide toward me like a regal swan, and after jokingly showering me with splashes of premamrita, she will quickly catch the corner of my skirt to playfully pull me in. Hey, Lalite, do you want to make all of your girlfriends corrupt like you? Misery loves company. Frantically laughing and strenuously struggling to free myself from her forceful grip, very much afraid of what Sham might do to me if she actually succeeded, I will somehow deftly manage to escape. As I hastily recoil my feet from the peripheral waters of the Kund, laughing Lalita will heartily splash at me again and again. Anangamanjari, knowing my innermost intentions, will lovingly glance upon me with beaming approval. Hey, Shomeshwari Radhe! At that time my heart, splashed by waves of amorous amusement, will marvel. Have the glistening gopi goldfishes plunged into a play pool of ever-increasingly nectarian Sham Ras, just to become caught in the love net of their own endless amorous obsessions by the fishermen of Sham's ever-enchanting, playful glances? Have they now become utterly overwhelmed and captivated by encountering his incessant, spirited splashing showers of love-drenched, handsome delightfulness? Has Jayashri, the glamorously glowing, gorgeously golden goddess of victory, now intervened to totally overwhelm and incapacitate a mortally mesmerized Sham? Has she not victoriously vanquished his every hope of superseding the indomitable preponderance of her ever-resplendent, ravishingly curvaceous, triumphantly transcendent, boundless bodily beauty? Preoccupied in this way, I will joyously shower volleys of fragrant flowers to celebrate the ascendancy of vivaciously playful you, my supremely victorious water-warring Swamini. Then, along with your friends, you will delight in making music by rhythmically slapping the water with your reddish, lotus-like hands. Just as lotus-like sadhakas, deeply rooted in the nectar pool of hearing, chanting, and remembering the gopis' pastimes with your lover, rise to exuberantly dance, celebrating the festival of Sankirtan with the hope of attaining your eternal loving service, the happy lotus flowers emerging from Radha Kund's agitated waves will jubilantly dance to the sway of your amorous midday pastimes, swaying to and fro as if agitated by an intense desire for the felicitous festival in the tender touch of the lotus petal fingertips of your Sham Sundar's lotus-like, conjugally clever hands. Hey Praneshwari, when, after witnessing the conclusion of your blissful water play, will I be so privileged to catch hold of your delicate lotus bud hands to carefully help you up onto a beautifully bejeweled bathing platform near the water's edge? Rati Manjari and others will then assist in your massage and bath. Meanwhile, I, anticipating the confidential flow of your heart, will, upon your sweet indication, go to help Rupa Manjari gently anoint and bathe your all-enchanting lover. Upon quickly bathing and emerging from the nectar-mellow waters of your Kund, my blissful, shapely, juvenescent features will become all but conspicuous through my dripping, thin, white bathing garment. At that time, the sight of my delicate loveliness will, for your absolute delight, make the unrestrained, roving eyes of your incomparably handsome Sham savor an inspiration 10 million times greater than that which he achieves from the mutual fascination of his pure, supramundane, intimate Anga Sangha with me. Hiding from his view, I will don fresh, thin, dry clothes handed to me by one of my friends. We will then all enter an indescribably gorgeous temple of jewels within a grove of kalpavriksha trees. There I will joyfully help you and the Sakhis dress and decorate our beloved Lord Sham. We will offer varieties of charming, ornately fashioned flower dresses and ornaments made from various forest flowers, leaves, twigs, and peacock feathers. Beholding his charming features, I will blissfully muse, how sweet, how cute, how lovable, how irresistible. No wonder she becomes so incredibly impatient. Hey Radhe, knowing the flow of my heart, you will indicatively instruct me with the hints of your reassuring, ruthful eyes. At that opportune moment, I, with a happy heart, will shyly present a fulgently smiling Shamasundar with the new bamboo Vamsi flute I secretly made for him at home the previous day. With your beaming consent, he will happily accept. Then, with his lotus eyes blooming, he will cheerfully inspect its excellence, sweetly flutter a few notes to be sure, and carefully tuck it into his flower belt. I will blissfully marvel at how my most merciful you, along with Lalita Sakhi, so cleverly orchestrated your sublime leelas to incorporate the fulfillment of my own heart's cherished aspiration. We will then ornament both you and the Sakhis with many varieties of gorgeous, intricately designed, sweetly scented flower dresses, anklets, belts, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and chandrika crowns. Vrinda will then invite everyone to assist in serving a superbly sumptuous forest picnic that she has just arranged for your beloved Shamasundar, Subal, Ujjval, and 2 or 3 other of his most intimate Priyanarmasakas. Ever-hungry Madhumangal will also miraculously appear on the scene just in time to fill his bottomless belly. The Vanadevis will bring forth many varieties of deliciously prepared fruits, roots, and nuts gathered from the forest, and you and all your girlfriends will carry various milk-sweet preparations brought from home. I will also bring the homemade succulent Gulkanda ladus and creamy cashew burfi, which I secretly prepared with the hopes that Shyam may at this time accept and delight in them. I will be overjoyed to see him happily relish all of our offerings. Thereafter I will please you and the Sakhis by helping to distribute his nectarian prasad. Thus I will make you once again savor the sweetness of his Adaramrita kisses. As Shyam Sundar and his friends recline on soft, spacious flower beds, resting and relaxing while chewing sweet tambula, you will, out of sweetest loving gratitude toward your ever-surrendered maidservants, benevolently expand the compass of his compassion by personally sharing the remnants of his mercy kisses with each and every one of us. Dear most merciful Srimati Radharani, I will ever attach the desires of my heart, the activities of my perfect spiritual body, my eternal life, the transcendentally situated soul of my very being, my everything, and my all in all to the shoreless nectar ocean of the pastimes of your tender lotus feet. By the unfailing influence of your special causeless mercy upon me, my heart will be ever increasingly overwhelmed with undeniable, transcendentally passionate, loving attraction to the Lord of your life. Still, I will never, abandoning the consideration of your ultimate satisfaction, independently endeavor to please your beloved Shyam, even if he, in a secluded grove, unceremoniously tries to force himself upon my frail existence. Shyam belongs to you, and you, by your boundless benignity, belong to me. Therefore, Shyam, bound by your gracious desire, automatically belongs to me within the context of my loving service to the extended mercy feature of your pleasure pastimes. Without your consent, I will not, and therefore cannot, do anything. Taking absolute refuge at your lotus feet and giving up all egocentric motives, I will do anything and everything for your pleasure. You will always be my supreme Swamini, my enthusiastic singing of his holy names, my earnest glorification and recollection of his form, qualities, and pastimes, my sincere friendship with his devotees, my ardent longing for his occasional encounter, and my acceptance of his mercy upon your ever-loyal, incorruptible, unalloyed maidservant will be done exclusively with the aim of satisfying you. Instrumentally acting upon your expressed wishes, or, when required, simply doing the needful upon anticipating the flow of your inner feelings, I will delightfully serve to satisfy the senses of your laudably libidinous lover. I will do so not so much to mitigate his distress, but to relieve the paradukkha-dukhi heartfelt anguish you feel when apprehending the disconsolate condition of his ever-insatiable, transcendentally impassioned heart. Hey, Swamini Radhe, I will thus have no separate interest apart from your own. Regardless of whatever deeds I may apparently enact for the pleasure of Shyam, my Bhavalas Rati will remain forever intact and immaculate by dint of my heart's constant vicarious absorption in the pleasure of my Yuteshwari. Ultimately, whatever actions I may perform in Krishna consciousness will be eternally governed by the satisfaction of my Guru Rupa Sakhi. My dear most beloved Srimati Radharani, you undoubtedly relish 10 million times the happiness of your own intimate meetings with Shyam by sharing him with your confidential companions. Who can fathom the limits of your divine inspirations? Moreover, it is a profound truth that your infinitely indomitable beloved Shamasundar derives a special ineffable bliss by agreeing to be astonishingly overwhelmed and conquered by the love of your infinitesimal, eternally separated Vibhinamsa protege. Therefore, from time to time, you are thrilled to facilitate such a variety of happiness in him. The individual soul's endearing preferential prema for your lotus feet causes your kindness upon her to increase to the utmost. Actually, it is her deep love for you and your amplified ananda expressed as consequent compassion upon her more than anything that profoundly impresses him and forces him into submission. Thus, some of your Saki Sneh Adi Kinkaris will certainly, under special conditions prearranged by you, sometimes agree to meet with your beloved when wholly convinced of your absolute delight. In doing so, they never breach your confidential trust and are thus never deprived of their supremely privileged access to your most intimate Nikunja Sevas. The amplified ananda within your heart spontaneously inundates their intensely absorbed Tad Bhavechatmika consciousness. This makes it possible for them in all circumstances to relish a pleasure 10 million times that which they could ever access by direct Sambhog Hmayi association with the Lord. There is nothing very astonishing about that, for they are most affectionately, if not ever exclusively, committed and selflessly surrendered to the happiness of your heart. O Radhike, when, as the Pasha Kela dice board is placed before you, will I happily hear with my own lucky ears your Sakis jestingly humiliating playful Sham by insolently declaring, "This is not the forest for tending cows, playing macho muscle games, and killing Rakshasa demons. This is a brain game in which the sagacity of skillful persons is tested before an assembly well-versed in erotic affairs." To my sudden trepidation, the both of you, dice in hand, will then unexpectedly decide to stake me alone as the winner's prize. Shameless Sham will cunningly vaunt his farcical triumph, inciting a riotous dispute among the Sakas and Sakis. Kundalata, siding with him, will advocate on his behalf, prattling so many promiscuous presumptions. In an instant, eminently erudite Nandimukhi, famous as Purnamasi's foremost disciple, will push your way to the forefront. Boldly asserting your obvious upper hand, she will dismiss all opposing arguments with a single retort. She will then promptly pull jubilantly laughing me by the arms to you. Catching the base of my braid, my unlimitedly merciful Ganeshwari, Srimati Lalita Devi, will then force me, whose gladdened heart is already yours, to surrender my head at your lotus feet like a sold-out animal. Hey Radhe, when, as the wagering of the flute, kisses, embraces, ornaments, and clothing intensifies, will I, with great apprehension, hear Vrinda's panicky messenger parrots suddenly report the nearing of Mother Jatila to the vicinity of the Surya Mandir. Being so alerted and helping to quickly change back everyone's clothes and ornaments, I will hastily grab the flower basket and go with you and the Sakis to the temple of the Lord of the day. Sham will look so charming, appearing on the scene disguised as a highly intelligent, supremely sense-controlled, gentle Brahmin boy. How humorous! When Jatila unsuspectingly accepts him as your priest for the now very late worship of the sun god, when she credulously instructs you to wholeheartedly surrender to his lotus feet, when Sham pleasingly bewilders her with his outrageously elusive astrological declarations, convincing her of your, quote, unblemished fidelity toward your imbecile eunuch of a so-called husband, when she unwarily beseeches him to become the permanent priest of her household deity, when greedy, comical Madhumangal rapaciously appropriates the dakshina and sweets upon Sham's pompous refusal to accept, how will I be able to contain my insuppressible mirth? How will I be able to beat the sudden overwhelming swell of veiled agony within the core of your heart as you reluctantly traverse the return path to Yavit? Has the condensed milk of her heart's jubilation sweetened by the ever-enchanting sight of his ever-increasing handsomeness now curdled at the prospect of virulent viraha? Thus deliberating, I will reel with despair. As we enter the citadel of your in-laws' home, your intensely distressful feelings of separation will reach insuperable proportions. How will mere camphor, sandalwood paste, wet lotus stems, and conciliatory chicanery suffice to alleviate the conflagration consuming your heart at that time? Only when you become engulfed by the fire of carefully cooking Manohar ladus, Amrita Keli, Karpura Keli, Ananga Gutika, and other nectarian sweets for Sham's supper will you become even a little cooled and pacified. Then, as we return to your private chamber, you, engladdened and sweetly smiling, will mercifully sit me down on an exquisite couch, and reclining to rest for a little while with your head upon my lap, softly intimate to me the longings of your Sham-infatuated heart as other maidservants fan you and gently massage your delicate limbs. Hey Radhe, after we have bathed, dressed, and decorated you nicely for the evening festivities, you will desperately beseech me to mercifully show you the Lord of your life. When I cheerfully pull you to the top of the Chandra Shalika, you, anticipating the quickly approaching evening sky, will see the clouds of dust upraised by the hooves of the cows. I will then enthusiastically take you, on some pretext, to a thicket by the side of the path. There you will have the opportunity to exchange in an unseen way profoundly ecstatic, meaningful glances with your beloved. Sham, swaggering like an inebrious elephant, will intoxicate the whole of Braja as he returns rollicking home from the pastures with his uncountable jovial cowherd boyfriends and cows. Is he a lordly elephant parading into Braj with a host of rapt attendants? I hardly think so, because when have we ever seen an elephant herding a myriad of cows? Is he a tamal tree moving on a pathway between the Ganga and Yamuna? No, it could not be, because tamal trees don't play sweet, mind-alluring songs on the flute, and the rivers Ganga and Yamuna don't moo like cows and buffaloes. Is he a walking, talking, playful sapphire deity of divine love benedictions? Maybe, but why has this one lost his equilibrium upon glimpsing the sparkling rays of the toenails of your lotus feet? Hey, Krishangi Radhe, just once more see his charm, his jauntily peacock-feathered forest flower crown, his Braja-duli dusted, sweetly curling locks of hair, his fascinating, sweetly smiling, unlimitedly kissable honeymoon face with gracefully dancing, elongated lotus petal eyes, his ever-victorious, flirtatiously frolicking Cupid's bow eyebrows, his shark-shaped earrings sweetly swinging alongside his gorgeous, glistening cheeks, which are splendidly adorned with chandan and mineral pigments from the slopes of Govardhan Hill. O Radhe, just see, his handsome lion's neck and beautiful broad shoulders tastefully draped with a flowing reddish gold silk chiffon chutter and a rope for tying cows. His charming flower bracelet bedecked, snake-like reassuring arms with teasingly tender lotus-like hands pressing his new Vamsi flute to his bimba fruit lips, his magnificent Kastubamani adorned chest, a desperate, slender-waisted gopi's only wish-fulfilling asylum. Just see. His lion-waisted torso covered with elegant garlands of gunja and tulsi, and a swaying Vaijayanti garland reaching down to his knees. His whirlpool nectar navel drowning the helplessly enraptured hearts of whoever ventures to view. His generous, handsome hips wrapped with a crimson brocade sash. His powerful thighs covered with a glistening golden yellow dhoti hiked up above his auspiciously visible shanks. Just see and hear his blissfully jingling ankle bells complementing his limitlessly delicate, soft, and gentle lotus feet now traversing the pathway to Braj. Are the concave arches of those two delightful lotus feet not fittingly contoured to perfectly complement the rotundity of your two big and beautiful breasts? Hearing these cheerfully expressed amorous infatuations of mine, intended solely to inspirit your love-thirsty heart, you will sweetly smile upon your happy handmaid, all the while eagerly drinking in the ambrosial sweetness of your homecoming sham from the moistened corners of your overjoyed eyes. Hey Shama Priye Radhe, upon returning you to your quarters, I will, on your tender-hearted command, gather all the various previously prepared sweets and go along with 2 or 3 of my closest friends to Nandalaya. There, Mother Yashoda will be overflowing with maternal affection as she sees her adolescent Shamasundar returning the cows to the Goshala. With a little persuasion, Sham, along with Batu and Balaram, will enter his father's palace for refreshments. At that time, I will happily deliver the sweets to Brajeshwari and humbly bow before her. When will that blessed day come when I will be fortunate enough to be mercifully engaged by Yashoda Mata to help bathe, dress, and ornament your beloved Sham in the company of her housemaidens as she and Mother Rohini return to the kitchen to continue cooking the evening meal? When I massage his limbs with pure, nicely scented oil, he, unseen by others, will tug on my veil. In response, I will silently protest by sternly knitting my creeper-like eyebrows. We will then perform his abhishek by pouring pleasantly scented Yamuna water from exquisite jeweled pots. When I dry him off with a soft silken towel, he will secretly pinch my trembling left arm. I will silently ignore him as if I didn't notice. Radhe is the freshly donned, gleaming golden dhoti embracing his handsome hips, now audaciously posing as a rival of you who yearn to lovingly envelop their pride in the fury of Cupid's erotic embrace? I think your all-attractive Nagara will surely abandon that rival of meager sway in the progress of your culminating intimacy. As I fasten his ankle bells, he will mischievously tease me by tugging again and again on my plaited hair. At that time, I, steeped in the remembrance of your painful separation, will take the opportunity to secretly kiss his lotus feet. Hey Radhike, when ostensibly dissatisfied Sham repeatedly removes my artistically painted gopi dots from around his ever-enchanting lotus petal eyes, I, flustered, my bodily hairs standing on end, will many times softly appeal to you in restless apprehension. Just as I finish my perfect final touches, suddenly, to my sheer astonishment, roguishly playful Sham, with his 2 wayward lotus hands, will shamelessly seize my 2 firm, freshly blooming breasts. I will skillfully retreat while vociferously rebuking him, exclaiming, "Are, what are you doing, Sham? You know I'm just an insignificant maidservant. I belong to that girl for whom your avariciousness is actually meant. Without her permission, you are not allowed to even so much as lay a hand on any of us, so why do you bother yourself so? beaming broadly, justly winking at my shyly smiling friends, and looking just like sweetness personified, cunning Sham will rejoin, "Hey, Kinkari, I was just demonstrating to you what I'm going to do to your Swamini when we rendezvous this evening. Why are you so upset? I'm not lying. When you return to her lotus feet, just tell her everything that has happened." Just then, as we, like dry, scattered leaves, blown by a whirlwind, quickly retire from sight, cheerful Nanda Maharaj and Balaram will arrive, taking Shyamasunder to the dining hall for dinner. When will I be blessed with the occasion to blissfully behold the sweet manner with which beloved Shyam heartily accepts his evening repast, sumptuously feasting upon and praising the many varieties of tasty delicacies offered to him at the insistence of Father Nanda, Balaram, Mother Yashoda, Rohini, and other superiors. Shyam will happily relish the 4 types of foodstuffs with great gusto. Finally, the greatly fortunate Yashoda Mai will offer all varieties of sweet preparations, saying, "Oh Lala, happily eat all these delicious sweets prepared by the peerless hands of the daughter of Maharaj Vrishabhanu, and you will live a long, healthy, and happy life." Hey Radhe, as charming, quintessentially delicious Shyam begins to taste one of your succulently delicious Manohar ladus, he will become suddenly overwhelmed by the indescribably delicious thoughts of your incomparably delicious form, qualities, and Nakunjalilas. When I see his unexpected loss of appetite perturbing the mind of his mother, when I notice his love-stricken listlessness, his pretentious muffled belch overtly indicating the conclusion of his meal, and his persistent parents' total inability to persuade him to eat even a morsel more, and when I see his affectedly cheerful request to retire to his Shayan Mandir with a few of his intimate friends, I, slightly smiling, will understand everything. Unseen by others, I will go to learn from him the venue of our evening tryst. When will that auspicious moment come when I will find him lying on his spacious bed, his lotus eyes brimming with suppressed tears of fathomless, overwhelming love for you? Seeing his condition, I too will be submerged in a welling stream of love-filled tearfulness as I recall the untold afflictions of your inconsolably love-lorn heart. Hey Radhe, receiving the remnants of his repast from the hands of thoughtful Dhanishta, I will then return to make you happy by joyfully recounting every detail of what happened at the house of Nanda. I will inform you about Shyam's proposed tryst, feed you his remnants, his ambrosial Adamrita kisses, excitedly help to ready you for your Ambisar, and blissfully take you into the night, down a secret forest path, to meet the Lord of your life. Hey Shyam, the enchanting Shyam Kasturi musk anointing your unlimitedly beautiful body will stealthily rob your in-laws of the power to persist with their moral wakefulness. Your stifled anklets will render their notice of your stealthy departure conspicuous by its sonorous slumber. Your dark bluish-black Shyam-colored dress, your deep Shyam blue sapphire ornaments, your beautiful Shyam bluish-black braided hair, the dense, dark, nocturnal, Shyam expectant forest of Shyam bestowing kalpavriksha trees, the Shyam dark current of the Yamuna flowing along the side of Govinda Stala, and the Shyamness of the moonless Amavasya night will all envelop you every step of the way, at every turn, in inestimably profound, ecstatically exhilarating, Shyam poignant love fascinations. All glories to your rapturous, madly Shyam anxious evening Abhisar. I, assiduously anticipating your course, will find myself running ahead to carefully brush aside the ominously obstructive brambles and branches along the forest pathway to the Sanket Kunj Palace. O Radhe, when will I, overwhelmed with insupportable distress upon seeing your incessant torrents of tears, overhear the sharp rebukes of Lalita Shaki? Utkantita Saki Radhe, it has been hours since our coming to this hard-hearted forest grove, and you still think it wise to wait for him? You might as well be happy with your own disappointment. I've told you time and again not to make any more friendships with that bogus, blackish boy, but you just don't listen. That nonsense, morally debased, deceited, debauched, cheater number one is black not only outside. He's black through and through. No doubt he will show up at the end of this unbearable night, sporting kajal upon his coppery lips, kiss marks on his cheeks and arms, and a host of Chandravali crescent moon fingernail marks on his chest, along with smudges of kunkum, one while gallantly pressing the breast of she who is your constant competitor. You should angrily take no notice of him. Turn your face away. Don't be so gullible as to believe any of his lame brain excuses. And if you actually want your ultimate good, don't even for a moment abandon the dignity of your disdainful demeanor. Hearing these discouraging words from your dearest Saki and feeling inconsolably dejected and let down at heart, you will indignantly order me to promptly remove anything and everything that in any way reminds you of unreliable Sham. Your Sham blue sapphire ornaments, discarded. Your Sham bluish-black clothes, cast aside. Your enchanting Sham Kasturi musk body unguent, disdainfully wiped away. Your beautiful Sham bluish-black hair, bound up and imprisoned in an anguish knot behind your head. The lovely Sham blue lotuses pushed over your ears, flung afar, wilted, distraught, and disappointed. The Sham bluish sapphire-studded drinking goblets, pan boxes, and spittoons, good riddance. Has the removal of the elegantly embroidered Sham dark draperies not revealed the absolute shamishness of the darksome night through the window lattice of the Kunja Palace? Shall we now not throw away the earlier thought to be favorable dark's duration? Unable to discard the diminutive remainder of the already irretrievable night and helplessly engulfed in your inability to forget inconstant Sham for even a moment, you will futilely attempt to escape by retreating behind the closed windows of your Sham-darkened eyes. Seeing nothing but Sham within and without, exasperated to the point of total devastation, and collapsing, fainted upon your now withering bed of stemless flowers, your every attempt will be baffled as you become overwhelmingly sunken in an ocean of Sham blackish oblivion. Hey Radhe, when will I, posted by Rupa Manjari at the pastime palace gate, eyes drowsy with sleeplessness, relentlessly ignore your lover, who, clasping my ankles with his two lotus hands while crying and crying streams of tears upon my feet, blubbers plaintive supplications, wishing to glimpse even the rays of your effulgently sparkling toenails. At long last, unable to any longer suppress my hot tears of yawning indignation, I will reproach him mildly, saying, "O Sham, what is the use of your crocodile tears now? The night has already come and gone. When were you ever in your whole life sincere about anything other than your own madcap infidelity? She is now peacefully resting and does not want to be disturbed. Your mother is calling you. Just go. It's time to go home and milk the cows." My dear most kind-hearted Srimati Radharani, when, one morning, as the pitiless crimson shafts of sunlight pierce upward through the unsuspecting ruby cloud banks along the eastern skyline, will I, upon arriving at the palace of Nanda Maharaj, see nearby with my own 2 tear-filled eyes the flag atop the chariot of Gandhini's son, Akrura? How will I, with my scorched existence, protect you from the malevolent grip of imminent providential calamity? How will I have the strength to withstand the weight of your ineffable desperation? How will I ever have the power to console your infinitely disconsolate heart? When insolent Indra inundated the land of Braj with torrents of rain and hail, was that not a stroke of unprecedented good fortune? She then had the opportunity to relish his matchless sweetness, beauty, and handsomeness without any distraction as he held up Govardhan Hill continuously for 7 days. Is ill-tempered Indra now revenging his defeat by withholding his devastating deluge at this dire hour of need? Why now do the hard-hearted cloud friends of Krishna not rain torrents of tears to daunt his departure? Thinking thus, will I not then witness the magnitude of the gopis' love as they despondently muddy the ground with their dispirited Samvartika cloud-burst constant torrents of tears? Will the tender creepers of their hopes of somehow permanently sinking the wheels of the chariot, now prepared to at once abscond with the Lord of your life, not bear fruit? Has not the water of Vrindavan now become exceedingly salty on account of their perpetual weeping? Are we to believe his cheating words as he cunningly promises his early return? We know what "just now coming" means in the land of Braja. Just now never comes. Incessantly crying and crying to no avail, I will throw my parched self down before the cruel one to supplicate his mercy upon the denizens of Braj. Ha Radhe, the measure of my everlasting love for you, the outcome of lifetimes of dedicated devotional practices, the consequence of having served and satisfied many spiritual masters, the effect of having progressively evoked the causeless compassion of innumerable Vaishnavas, the result of having earnestly scrutinized untold volumes of scriptural texts, the ultimate point of my many lifetimes of determined Sankirtan and Transcendental book distribution, the mark of your matchless mercy upon your minuscule me, the degree of my highest prema, all will be tested by my ability to somehow solace your hopelessly heavy heart as cruel, inconsiderate Akrura ruthlessly takes him away. As you stand stunned, robbed of the very life of your life, like a painted picture of a totally traumatized, inconsolable Radha, we will helplessly behold the last traces of the dust clouds upraised by the wheels of the chariot as it quickly departs and disappears toward the precincts of Kamsa's capital. Hey Praneshwari, I will ever consider it my supreme constitutional dharma to carefully minister to the heart-rendering desperations of my gopi mistresses as they, unable to tolerate Shamsundar's absence for the mere twinkling of an eye, and thus cursing the Creator for designing their bodies with eyelids that blink, become inimitably maddened with severe Sudura Pravash feelings of separation in total disappointment upon his leaving the sweetest land of Braj to reside in the opulent city of Mathura. Ha Prananath, ha Priyatma, ha Madhava, Sham, please return again to the path of my eyes. Out of jealous anger, contrariness, or sheer capriciousness, I would indignantly refuse to see you or would prankishly play hard to get. Taking you for granted, we thought you would always stay with us in Vrindavan to enjoy our company. Now you have forsaken us and gone afar. Only now have we come to fully appreciate the value of a moment of your company. O Krishna, if I could just have back all those priceless moments in which I scornfully denied you, I would never refuse to see you again. please return to the tear-worn path of my eyes. Ha Radhe, when will I, hearing you submissively sob these wistful words of utter remorse, be submerged by the irresistible influence of your special causeless mercy in an ocean of ever-swelling waves of prema for your love-lorn lotus feet? Ha, ha, Radhe! Could the young city ladies of Mathura ever express in their anxiousness to see him a love in any way comparable to the immaculate Kevala Madhurya Prema of your incomparably beauteous Sakhis of Vrindavan? How rasik was his display of mercy towards Kamsa's scentless pumpkin flower of a maidservant, Kubja, anyway? Was his breaking Kamsa's sacrificial bow such an act of chivalry? Let us see him break the all-powerful bow of Cupid, which incessantly pierces our hearts with the painful shafts of premika cupidity for his eternal, lifelong loving service. Krishna easily killed the enormous, fearsome elephant, Kuvalyapita, but what about the more than formidable maddened elephants of our excruciating fears of being endlessly downtrodden and neglected by him? Okay, so he triumphantly killed Kamsa, fear of death personified, but how will he kill our dread of the fateful demise, threatening our ruthlessly abandoned you, without his penitent return to this land of Braja? Hey Radhe, in the madness of prema, I will hear your mesmerizing Mahabhav-spirited speeches to the black Krishna bee who mischievously poses incognito as his own messenger just to savor the delirium of your piteously impassioned heart. How encouraging were Uddhava's notorious Jnanamaya messages, the recollection of which only redoubles our distress. How considerate was Shyam's drastic decision to further dissociate himself from us by relocating to his cleverly constructed, far-off island fortress of Dwarka. How valorous was his kidnapping Princess Rukmini from the midst of a few insignificant, jackal-like, so-called princely men of this world. So what if he miraculously created 900,000 skyscraper palaces within the twinkling of an eye? Was that actually so wondrous and magnificently majestic? Was his simultaneous expansion into 16,108 husbands, one for each of his 16,108 queens, really so very astonishing? Did he not inimitably expand his original form by the millions to synchronously sport with his millions of gopi wives in your most charming realm of Braja? His love for the exalted queens of Dwarka may certainly appear to be very wonderful, but it could never compare with the concentrated amorous intoxication he relished in the company of even the least of your Braja Gopi girlfriends. In this land of Vrindavan, the supreme prankster, Krishna, made his self-willed adolescent shenanigans successful by deftly stealing away the garments of the unmarried Brajakumaris. Is he now trying to amend his wicked ways by conversely contributing an unlimited measure of sari cloth to protect the dignity of the Pandavas' queen, Draupadi? I have heard of Shyam's occasionally condescending to become the humble order carrier, servant, and messenger of Yudhisthira. That, in some way, may appear to endow his character with slight dignity and appeal, until we reflect upon the pitiable plight of the people of Braj. All this far-off news sounds so strange and grating to my aching ears that earnestly long to hear the bittersweet songs of his now heartlessly abandoned flute. Rolling on the ground with straw between his teeth, tears flooding his lotus eyes, his peacock-feathered crown fallen in the dust of Braj, he, fawning in this way, would again and again beg each and every maidservant for the smallest dust particle of service to the dazzling dust of your delicate foot soles. O Radhe, did he not mean well by all these antics? Was there not even a scrap of sincerity? Will Sham not soon reappear to revive the people of Braja and make you happy with his merciful sidelong glances, sweet love talks, and passionate embraces? I will never, not even for a moment, accept that our beloved Sham Sundar is the son of anyone other than Mother Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj. That he ever left Vrindavan to save the lives of his, quote, real parents, Vasudeva and Devaki, is merely a Mayak myth, a ruse. That Satyabhama and the other thousands of princesses married by Dwarkanath are really none other than you and the other gopis of Braj is only so much conciliatory phantasmagoria. How could it be otherwise? For you and all of your associates ever remain here to decorate this sweetest land of Braj with your nectarous pastimes. Hey Radhe, neither you nor your Brajendranandana Sham ever take a single step out from the borders of Brajabhumi. His apparent absence is simply his playfulness, which occasions him to camouflage himself against the blackened background of your loving delusions so as to shroud the whole of Braj in a Ganasham monsoon cloud of confusion. Do you think that when Sham now exuberantly dances with you at night in the Ras Leela, it is just a dream? Do you think that when he stands before you with a smirky smile, when he passionately pulls at your sash of kinkari bells, when he forcibly folds you into his tight embrace, drinking the ambrosia of your bimba fruit lips, or when he piquantly plunges into your nectar pool of amorous deliciousness within a cave of Govardhan Hill, he is just a figment of your imagination? Hey Radhe, in your land of Braj, by the influence of his inscrutable attraction, nectar and poison become indiscernible. Meeting and separation are integrally interconvertible, coexisting substantialities. Reality becomes illusion, and illusion becomes reality. Stone-like hearts melt, and the softest hearts break to pieces like brittle stone. Wakefulness is taken as dream, whereas one's innermost cherished dreams awaken to tangible existence beyond one's wildest dreams. Hey Karunamayi Radhike, Sham, in this way, even to this very day, augments the intense loving attachments of the residents of Braja to the point of sublime supramundane excruciation. You should please kindly not blame him for this, for after all, from the standpoint of his absolute masculine autocracy, he is unable to factually fathom by direct experience the deep nectar ocean of loving devotion to his lotus feet. My dear most love-worthy and merciful Radha Shama Sundar, may the broad-minded, forward-thinking souls evermore respect these deliberations, which are replete with profound concerns for advancing a more progressive culture of Antaranga Bhakti in the lives of your seriously dedicated Sankirtan devotees. Please let those essence-seeking, deeply introspective, soft-hearted individuals who patiently and sincerely read or hear these verbose utterances very soon attain the highest transcendental happiness, Paramananda, in the spontaneous loving service of your lotus feet according to their innermost heart's aspirations. Fourth heartfelt effusion. My dear lordships, Sri Sri Radha Sham Sundar, crying at the lotus feet of Sri Guru, one very fallen and destitute soul humbly offers to you the following unrestrained stream of prayerful outpourings for your kind and considerate audience. Hey Radhe, I long to directly witness how delinquent Sham repays his unrequited debt to his beloved gopis by donning the various moods and characteristics of his own intensely attracted Ragatmika devotees in his form as Lord Gauranga. When will I be permitted to personally play a part in the progressive extension of your Braja Leelas the Audarya pastimes of my most merciful Nimai Chandra. Please let me eternally serve, in any small way, the lotus feet of my dear most beloved Sachi Sutta in the company of the followers of Nitai and Janavamata. He, the most beautiful of all, more enchanting than millions and billions of cupids, will eternally dance in the core of my heart. My dear unlimitedly gorgeous Sachi Sutta Sundara, when will your magnificent Goswamis of Vrindavan, headed by Sri Rupa, leniently bestow upon this fallen derelict the priceless treasure of loving service to your Prem Nam Sankirtan Leelas in the Nitya Navadweep sector of Golok Dham? I will happily serve in any small way to help augment your blissful relishment of the moods of Braja throughout the day and night. I yearn to not only see, but to also get, by your supremely merciful divine dispensation, the chance to actually participate in your blissful nocturnal kirtans at Srivas Angam in the company of your eternal associates. I will ever immerse my ever-youthful anti-material body, mind, voice, and heart in the ever-expanding ocean of your Prem Nam Sankirtan pastimes. Dancing ecstatically while wearing blissfully chiming ankle bells about my feet, I will at different times play various kinds of kartals, wampers, and gongs to help exhilarate your heights of Premananda. Sometimes I will play on the snake-like Narasingha horn or conch shell. Other times I will play happily upon the Vamsi flute, joyfully generating a festive mood to encourage your rapturous dance. At times I will play on stringed instruments, and occasionally I myself, exhilarated with divine exuberance, will blissfully dance, raising my trembling arms in transcendental delight. At other times I will again and again roll in the dust of the feet of all the Vaishnavas, profusely crying streams of tears in unbounded happiness. I hope and pray that someday I, at the behest of your eternal associates, may sweetly sing the holy names of Krishna for you in a voice overflowing with intoxicating Madhurya Ras. At that time you will recognize me as your long-lost eternal servitor. Dear honey-faced dancing Lord of my life, when will that blessed moment arise when, drenching my entire body with torrents of tears gushing from your incomparably love-laden lotus eyes, you will mercifully enfold my insignificant yet fully love-saturated person into your most magnanimous bosom? My Sachi Sutta, my Prananath, there is no one more dear to me than you. Let us always stay with each other through thick and thin and keep each other company. Please don't deprive me of your all-delightful association. Please always stay with me and never ever abandon me. Kindly let me always have you, and you always have me, and I always dearly love you, and you always dearly love me too. I have none other than you. Without you, I have no one. Please don't let anyone, even in a dream, ever take you away from me. May my heart ever recall your indescribably captivating countenance, your enchanting gestures, and your ruthful, reassuring words of love to me in the privacy of my own dreams. Please let me never, even for a moment, ever forget you. Since my beloved Srila Prabhupada revealed to me the enchantment of your sublime personality, I have cherished an indelible desire to, in an eternal, unhindered spiritual body, forever serve the dust of your lotus feet. Anyway, what need is there for me to further disclose the treasures of my troubled heart? After all, they are almost certainly no more than the overly optimistic self-delusions of a miserable madman notorious for his eccentric absorption in the dreamland of pensive spiritual delirium. When will all my ungodly anarthas flee far away from my rascal mind? For now, in my shamefully fallen, condemned condition of material existence, I am helplessly incarcerated in this vile cesspool of a mortal stool bag, struggling in this world to do any kind of devotional service at all. Practically, in my present state, I have nothing nice to offer. All of my heartfelt hopes and aspirations for eternal loving service to your Nitya Leelas in the lands of Navadvip and Braj, as also the verbose utterances burdening the pages of this book, seem to me like so many sky flowers. I have written these words in response to a dream in which Srila Prabhupada moved me to do so. Hey Sachi Sutta, although I would generally feel disinclined to voice these few inner thoughts and feelings, at his behest I have inspirationally done as was prompted by you from within. It is as if you, like a highway robber, stealthily assailed me along the way, plundering whatever little wealth of words I was carefully keeping to myself, only to haphazardly scatter them over the pages of this book in your haste to escape my prudent circumspection. If I could not somehow or other ultimately achieve the fulfillment of all these hopes for divine service, then what would be the meaning of my having joined the Hare Krishna movement? What would be the value of my having unassumingly sacrificed by altruistically distributing thousands and thousands of transcendental literatures in the earlier years of my devotional career? What would be the purpose of my having, in my own shameless way, embraced the severe austerities of the renounced order of life? What would be the sense of my ongoing struggle to loudly sing the holy name? What would be the point of my living and dying in the holy land of Braj? What would be the significance of all these toilsome, long-winded sentences? What would be the sanity of my maintaining all these lofty aspirations? What would be the proof that the Supreme Lord is most merciful to the fallen? Anyway, my dear Sachi Sutta, under the circumstances, I see no option but to remain ever determined to somehow or other serve the mission of my spiritual master, though I am hardly able to do anything very substantial. Even if I never become one of his stalwart, quote, big book distributors, I could at least try to assist by humbly helping to keep the bathrooms clean. I could help wash the pots or carry out the trash when needed. Then again, I could help by nicely dressing the deities with plenty of fragrant flowers. Maybe I could even try to lead a kirtan from time to time, or perhaps I could help load the buses with books, or help distribute prasad to the devotees and guests, man the shoe room, or anything, recognizing the absolute nature of all varieties of devotional service. At least my lowly insignificance could manage to daily complete a measly 16 rounds of Harinam Japa. I regard any, quote, big or, quote, small position within the Acharya's institution as the post of a menial servant. I consider any big or small menial service to your Sankirtan movement to be tantamount to the exalted service of Radha's lotus feet. I pray that my Guru will kindly see my meager attempts in that light. I pray to the lotus feet of my beloved Srila Prabhupada that he may forgive my laughably inadequate and sometimes rather blunt statements presented in this small volume. I am most certainly a despicable reprobate of a so-called disciple. I cunningly pretend to be some kind of a devotee just so the illustrious leaders of what now passes as his Hare Krishna movement don't kick me out on my ass. Dear Srila Prabhupada, even though I am a contemptible offender and surely don't deserve any consideration, I have no other shelter than the shade of your lotus feet. I am really not at all very much advanced, and I don't have much longer to live within this one miserable, presently flapping dead body. My erstwhile sinful life of material sense gratification was so abominable. Now the cruel black snake time factor is mercilessly devouring the feeble remaining span of my mouse-like existence. Yet somehow, by the influence of your graceful words, in spite of everything, an undeniable burning anxiety to attain the lotus feet of supremely handsome and beautiful Lord Krishna has surged within my heart, a dwarf hoping to catch the moon. By divine revelation, my internal self-acuity and heartfelt lofty aspirations for spiritual perfection were aroused by you in the course of my resolute endeavors to please you by my pounding performances of Nam Sankirtan Yajna. By your special causeless mercy, the fruition of all my deepest desires in good time will certainly come to pass. In a dream, you spoke to me the following profound and particularly meaningful instructions. Quote, actually, Aindra, book distribution is not enough. Our real business is to become Bhajananandi, and, by our personal example, try to encourage as many others as possible to also become Bhajananandi. Book distribution simply facilitates this. In a subsequent dream, you spoke to me again, quote, Aindra, I want you to write a book about how to distribute books. Dear Srila Prabhupada, I really don't know what kind of book you expected your insignificant, unworthy Aindra Das to write. Whether my attempt is brimming with great hope or overshadowed by dire hopelessness, I can't really say. Whatever came from the core of my heart, I have submitted with the hopes that you may smile, even if only ever so slightly, or at least not get too mad at me. I pray that my verbose outpourings may in some small way instrumentally serve the purpose of our predecessor Acharyas. I don't expect that many will be interested in troubling themselves to seriously study the contents herein. Yet another bundle of pages to impudently clutter the increasing shelves of so many volumes of comparatively greater consequence than my own, that we would hardly have time to read in an eventful lifetime. Among the few who make even a cursory attempt to go through this treatise, still fewer may very deeply appreciate, or for that matter actually grasp, the essence of what I have endeavored to present. How compelling could the words of a minuscule microbe like me be anyway? In attempting to openly present my own perspective and personal inspirations as I have done, I intend not that the reader necessarily embrace the details of my particular apricot bhav, given that each individual soul will seek and ultimately realize a unique angle of loving reciprocation with the Lord according to the individual's natural affinity and personal capacity. Rather, the intent is to encourage one to deepen one's own bhajan so as to gain an enhanced internal devotional experience of one's own. It is not that divine revelation is beyond the scope of contemporary feasibility. The holy name of Krishna is as real and responsive today as ever. Yeyata mam prapadyante tam stataiva bhajamyaham. As all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. One should prudently think, if it can happen to insignificant Aindra Das, if that rascal can do it, anyone can do it. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Let's go for it. If, out of fear of being ostracized, I were to ignore my heart's calling to responsibly discuss, for others' benefit, the subject matter expressed in this book, I would consider myself to be a faithless misanthropist, a godless nihilist. I am not unaware of the inevitability of my words raising a few eyebrows. Still, I have risked writing down these ideas simply with the hope that I may somehow serve to reinforce, augment, or perhaps even catalyze an intensified quest for the ultimate aim of Krishna-conscious self-discovery among the non-envious. Faithful persons who have a glimmer of greed for the attainment of the realm of Braj will value this attempt. Let the Jatarati Vaishnavas assess my merits and demerits. Those who are unfit to discuss the substance herein perhaps should avoid going through this book, lest they become lamentably confused, contemptuously censorious, or unduly enmeshed in endless shallow argumentation and offense. I really did not write the book for such people. To the esteemed introspective reader who has bothered to expend invaluable time and energy to peek into these pages, I offer my humble obeisances again and again. I beg to place before you a few closing words for your kind deliberation. It is an incontestable matter of fact that the mass distribution of transcendental literatures unfolding the principles of Bhagavat Dharma for the propagation of Rag Bhakti throughout the world is the number one missionary business of the Krishna consciousness movement. Only a dull-headed ecclesial anthropoid would speciously conclude otherwise. Still, it should be borne in mind that there is really no mundane dichotomy between the essential message of the scriptures so proliferated and the application of the primary methodology promoted by the scriptures themselves, the congregational chanting of the holy name. In fact, the main function of any scripture propagated by the Gaudiya Vaishnav Sampradaya is to convincingly induce the fallen souls to take up the practice of the Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan, without doing which one could hardly expect to make much tangible spiritual progress in this present age. This book also seeks to pointedly propound the same principle. We should always remember that Vedavyas compiled and wrote down the scriptures with a view to facilitate the less intelligent, fallen people of this age of Kali, who have relatively short memories and therefore require books as reference material. In previous yugas, there was no pressing need for the written word. The Shrutidaras, upon hearing only once, could immediately memorize for life the knowledge disseminated through Guru Parampara, which specifically emphasized the appropriate process of self-realization appurtenant to the respective yuga circumstantially in progress. Given that scriptural texts were presented specifically for this present age of Kali, it would be ludicrous to surmise that Vyasadev's ultimate conclusion would be in any way divergent from the interest of the Kali Yuga avatar, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, in the matter of widespread propagation of the currently appropriate Yuga Dharma, the congregational singing of the holy name. One who, with great effort, obsequiously goes out to bear the task of transcendental book distribution without recognizing this essential intention of the scriptures is like an ass that, lacking much good sense, simply carries the burden of heavy loads of paper and ink. In Kali Yuga, no other devotional activity supersedes the currently prescribed Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan. Indeed, all other dharmas and all the various adjunct angas of bhakti must subordinate themselves to the service of the Yuga Dharma to be deemed at all conducive. So far as the proper progress of the Krishna consciousness movement is concerned, all doings connected with Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement may be accepted as Sankirtan, or facets of the Sankirtan principle, to the extent that they factually inspire, promote, and facilitate, or at least positively complement, direct performances of Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan. Temple deity worship in this age can be seen as Sankirtan only when we recognize the deity's intention that his devotees regularly assemble to satisfy him by their splendid performances of Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan. The recommended system of deity installation and also the highest subsequent worship of the deity in Kali Yuga is undoubtedly the performance of Sankirtan Yagya, the congregational singing of Krishna's holy names. we nicely care for the deity, making all the best arrangements for his pleasure and comfort, simply to inspire him to remain with us and glance favorably upon our performances of Nam Sankirtan, and thus enjoy in our company. Even if we don't feed him very nicely, he will still be pleased to stay with us if he sees our keen interest to perform Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan for his satisfaction. In fact, all regulative temple functions basically aim to induce novice devotional aspirants, as well as the general public, to systematically associate with the primary devotional process, Nam Sankirtan. Sweeping or cleansing the temple can be considered Sankirtan in that they serve to facilitate the performances of Harinam Sankirtan. No gentleman likes to come to a dirty place, so if the temple is nicely cleansed, people will be happy to congregate there to engage in Sankirtan Yajna. Prasad distribution is useful to the extent that it encourages people to assemble together for the purpose of congregational chanting and dancing with the devotees. When the aroma and enchanting taste of Krishna's prasad inspires them to get a taste for chanting the holy name, then only has prasad distribution served its highest purpose. Cow protection is important in human society because the cow gives her milk to increase the human being's finer brain tissues for understanding subtle spiritual values. When that good brain, Sumedha, is used for understanding the importance of performing Sankirtan Yajna, the congregational chanting of the holy name, for the satisfaction of our Kali Yuga Yajna Purush, Lord Chaitanya, then only can cow protection be said to have served its true domestic function. Otherwise, cow protection in and of itself would remain a relatively mundane affair of very little pure devotional consequence. Unless all varnas and ashrams are aimed at the process of Nam Sankirtan in pursuit of the highest Nitya Dharma of the soul, then Varnashram Dharma could hardly boast an evolved human dignity. Making babies can be considered a Sankirtan when the children produced from the coition of the father and mother become fixed up in pure devotional principles by gaining a profound taste for practicing the Dharma meant for the rescue of all Kali Yuga conditioned souls, namely Nam Sankirtan. Then the progeny actually does the work of putras and putris by delivering the parents from the hellhole of material existence to the shelter of the Lord's lotus feet. Temple management is Sankirtan to the extent that the managers intelligently recognize the real congregational function of the temple and purposefully do the needful in the matter of favorably fostering prolonged performances of Harinam Sankirtan, both inside the temple and outside as well. The temple must also serve as a base from which Sankirtan parties go out to publicly propagate the Yuga Dharma, the congregational chanting of the holy name. Book distribution is also Sankirtan, primarily because it serves to widen the scope for large-scale acceptance of the process of spiritual elevation most recommended in this age, Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan. Institutional administration may also be considered Sankirtan to the extent that its influence positively motivates the devotees of the Sankirtan movement to get out of their doldrums and engage their life's energy as much as possible throughout the day and night in the performance of the Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan. Kali Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan is the Yuga Dharma for this entire Yuga, please. Kali Yuga lasts a total of 432,000 years, of which only a mere 5,000 years have passed. The understanding should be that the process of Nam Sankirtan is applicable to all souls appearing on earth, particularly in the human form of life, during this entire 432,000-year period. The Yuga cycles functioning on this planet are not effective on other higher or lower planetary systems. Hence, it is we who have presently appeared on earth who are expected to take full advantage of the golden Nam Sankirtan opportunity for easily going back home, back to Godhead. It is not that hardly any more than 500 years after the Lord and his associates descended to inaugurate the system of sacrifice for this entire age, some other scheme should take precedence. If we don't have complete faith in the congregational chanting of the holy name, if we have very little taste and attraction for chanting and dancing, and are thereby relatively disinterested or diverted to other engagements, leaving ourselves little, if any, time to seriously take up the religion of the age, if we don't recognize the beauty and value of Harinam Sankirtan, and if we are not intent upon practically helping to push forward that most sublime Dharma emphatically prescribed by Lord Chaitanya, then we should simply understand that we are cursed by Yamaraj, that we have not realized the purpose of the Krishna consciousness movement, and that we have not truly comprehended the highest mercy aspect of the Lord's ongoing Audarya Leela of preaching the Sankirtan movement all over the world. The highest mercy aspect of the Lord's ongoing Audarya Leela is to elevate fallen conditioned souls to the topmost perfection of relishing eternal spontaneous loving Madhurya service to Radha and Krishna on the platform of Braja Prema. There is no doubt about this. Golokera Premadan Harinam Sankirtan. Any Goloka Ras may be awakened by the performance of Vipralamba Ras Maya Hare Krishna Mahamantra Sankirtan. However, as Rasaraj Mahabhav Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu mainly descended to this world to freely distribute the supremely nectarian mellow of Radha Dasya, it should not astonish anyone that Sankirtan of the ultimate matchless Mahamantra Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, would primarily appear to distinguishedly stimulate and nourish that Unato Jvala Brajaras. Namam Duskritino Mudha Prapadyante. But who are the Mudhas? The term Mudha does not exclusively portray the other guy. As much as we ourselves, like beasts of burden, continue to blunderingly bear the encumbering heaps and piles of corporeal egoism, material attachments, and misconceived notions about the recommended processes by which the ultimate philosophical conclusions of the Gaudiya Sampradaya's teachings may be practically implemented and realized, that much we ourselves can be considered mudhas. Naham prakasha sarvasya yogamaya samavritaha mudhoyam nabijanati loko mam ajam avyayam. I am not manifest to everyone, because I am concealed and guarded by my internal deluding potency, Yogamaya. Dull-headed, ass-like individuals cannot recognize me as the unborn and inexhaustible Supreme Personality of Godhead. That's Bhagavad Gita 7.25. Kaviraj Goswami has stated in his Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi 17.22, Kali Kale Nama Rupe Krishna Avatar. In this age of Kali, Krishna descends from his eternal abode in the form of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Paritranaya Sadhunam. It is Sri Harinam Prabhu who descends to deliver the sadhus by augmenting their faith in the process of Sankirtan Yagya while granting a profound taste for its performance, thus mitigating their pangs of separation. Vinashaya Chadushkritam. It is Sri Harinam who annihilates the demonic, anartha congested mentality that generates the unfortunate reluctance, disregard, and sheer disinterest concerning the performance of Nam Sankirtan. In Kali Yuga, not to engage one's energies in the performance of Yuga Dharma Nam Sankirtan can be considered the primary form of irreligion. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in its performance, yada yada hi dharmasya klanir bhavati, and a predominant rise in the negligence of such, abhutanam adharmasya, then tada, at that time, dharma samstapanarthaya, it is only Sri Harinam appearing through the lips of the Lord's pure devotee who can fully restore the jivas to their eternal occupation, Shuddhanam Sankirtan. So also, it is Sri Harinam who descends to graciously bestow unalloyed love for himself through the profound culture of Nam Sankirtan Yajna. Even so, Krishna Nam reserves the right to either expose or conceal himself in response to an individual's quality of faith. Regrettably, disoriented neophytes possessed of persistent mudha-like tendencies do not recognize the true nature of the holy name, who, though unborn, inconceivably takes birth from his mother, who takes the form of a pure devotee's tongue. Only a pure devotee can truly experience Shuddhanam Ruchi. Yogamaya protected Sita Devi behind her mystic curtain, externally expanding an illusory form of Sita to delude the demon Ravana. She facilitated the gopis' escape from their in-laws' vigilance by expanding Mayic forms of each gopi to remain with their so-called husbands. In a similar way, she veils Sri Harinam Prabhu, allowing those who have not yet become pure devotees to chant a mere semblance of the holy name. Only when she hears one's ardent, fully surrendered, pure devotional solicitude does she lift her curtain, allowing him to appear in all his rasovai saha sweetness within one's heart and on one's tongue. The beginning, middle, and culmination of Sharanagati, surrender to the Lord's shelter, as a practical expression of one's level of paramarthik shraddha, are actualized in this age by surrender to the service of the holy name. Nam ekam sharanam braja. One can easily surmount the otherwise insurmountable material influences, mama maya duratyaya, by such surrender. Nam evaye prapadyante mayam etam tarantite. And the prime methodology for such surrender is the propagation of the current Yuga Dharma, the congregational chanting of the holy name. This truth was profusely demonstrated by Sri Gauranga throughout his manifest earthly pastimes. The means and the end is the same. Only Prema Rurukshu devotees who are considerably advanced on the path of pure devotion can truly understand the power of the holy name and the need to wholeheartedly take shelter of the process of Nam Sankirtan. Bhaktya tvananyaya shakya aham eva vidhorjuna gyatum drashtum cha tatvena pravishtum cha parantapa. My dear Arjuna, only by undivided devotional service can I, as Nam Rup Avatar, be understood as I am, standing, dancing, before you, on your tongue, and can thus be seen directly in the proper light. Only in this way can you enter into the mysteries of my understanding. That's Bhagavad Gita 11:54. Ata Sri Krishna Namadi Nabhaved Grayam Indriyai Sevan Mukhi Hijivado Swayam Eva Sporatyadaha. No one can understand the transcendental nature of Sri Krishna's names, forms, qualities, and pastimes through materially contaminated senses. Only to one who becomes spiritually saturated by engaging the tongue, etc., in transcendental service to the Lord is the true nature of his names, forms, qualities, and pastimes revealed. That's Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu 1.2.234. Here again, in Kali Yuga, quote, transcendental service to the Lord connotes primarily the congregational chanting of his holy name. Unfortunately, ass-like Bharavahi, externally absorbed Kanishta Bhaktas of meager spiritual understanding, though socially established through Gaudiya religio-institutional affiliation, have very little, if any, true cognition of the eternality, infallibility, and omnipotence of Krishna's self-same names, forms, qualities, and pastimes. Owing to residual sinful reactions, insufficient accumulation of piety in this and previous lifetimes, and a tendency to commit nam-aparad, they are unable to worship the holy name with the determination required to gain much tangible experience of the efficacy of Nam Sankirtan. On that account, their faith in and concomitant surrender to the direct prosecution of the Yuga Dharma largely lacks firmness. For want of spiritual insight, they do not clearly ascertain what is and what is not to be done. Their pursuit of Krishna consciousness lacks proper prioritization. They disregard scriptural injunctions even while giving lip service to the importance of following scriptural injunctions. They thus fail to submit to the prescribed process recommended in the scriptures for this age, and so give little importance to the practice of congregational chanting and dancing. Hence, their degrees of faithlessness in the matter of congregationally chanting the holy name relegate their way of thinking to the domain of assorted Mudha-isms. Srimad Bhagavad Gita has it that 4 kinds of faithful neophyte devotees begin the process of devotional surrender with the hope of gaining the Lord's favor. The distressed, artaha, who are to some extent mukti kami, hoping to get peace of mind by chanting the semblance of Nam. The inquisitive, jigyasu, who are curious about the effects of chanting the holy name. The fortune seekers, arta-arti, who are to some extent bhukti-kami, hoping to fulfill desires for material gain by performing sankirtan, and the wise, gyani, who actually know things as they are and dutifully perform sankirtan of the holy name with an aspiration to pure devotional progress. All these people are considered to be more or less pious, sukritanaha, eligible for elevation to the Madhyam Adhikar through the association of pure devotees. Conversely, there are those of us who, even though posing as devotees, relentlessly decline to acknowledge the need to intently adhere to the process of Nam Sankirtan. On the pretext of various other devotional engagements and institutional responsibilities, they platitudinously declare themselves to be exempt from the need to seriously prosecute the Yuga Dharma. Due to miserly weakness under the influence of the Lord's deluding potency, they are hard put to see the connection between the Sankirtan performances and the fulfillment of all material and spiritual exigencies. To the extent that we fail to appreciate and earnestly actualize the propagation of Nam Sankirtan, residues of the demonic tendencies persist in our hearts. Correspondingly, the terms Duskritina, Mudha, Naradama, and Mayaya Pritigyana found in the Gita also indicate our own individual and collective devotional deviations or shortcomings. So, who are the Mudhas? We are the Mudhas. Why? Because even though the truth of the importance of prosecuting the Yuga Dharma as the only viable method by which the goal of life can be practically achieved is staring us in the face, we continue to ignore the obvious and attach ourselves to so many other relatively superfluous strategies. On the plea of various Krishna-conscious or institutional pursuits, we are primed to die losers, without ever having truly understood or appropriately applied the science of self-realization. Yo va etad aksharam gargyavidit svasmal lokat praiti sakripanaha. He is a miserly man who does not solve the problems of life as a human and who thus quits this world like the cats and dogs without understanding the science of self-realization. That's Brihad Aranyaka Upanishad 3.8.10. This very brief human form of life is a most valuable asset for allaying the tribulations of conditional existence which resolve around the quest for ultimate happiness. Therefore, one who does not utilize this golden opportunity properly for the achievement of Braja Prema via the process of Nam Sankirtan is a miser. Unless our lives uphold the performance of Harinam Sankirtan, the end of all our endeavors, will sport like ornaments on a lifeless, aborted fetus, or resound with the efficacy of a misfired blank bullet or a dud firecracker. All other spiritual practices may be considered legitimate to the extent that they actually enhance the performance of Harinam Sankirtan. As much as we engage our time in activities other than Harinam Sankirtan, or activities other than those that support, inspire, or facilitate the direct performance of Harinam Sankirtan, that much our human form of life may be considered a devotional wasteland. The Krishna consciousness movement is not Lord Chaitanya's Archana movement. It is not Lord Chaitanya's kitchen religion prasad distribution movement. Neither is it Lord Chaitanya's management meetings movement, nor is it Lord Chaitanya's Varnashram movement, nor is it a cow protection movement, nor is it an Ayurvedic movement. It is not Lord Chaitanya's money scamming movement, nor Lord Chaitanya's computer junkie, social development, community service, international matchmaking, child protection, or eating, sleeping, baby buggying, and mutual back scratching or backbiting movement. We would do very well to clearly mark that the Krishna consciousness movement happens to be Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement, please. A movement that does not primarily inspire, promote, and facilitate its members' concerted absorption in Kali Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan is hardly a Sankirtan movement. Moreover, a Sankirtan movement that neglects to purposely encourage the pursuit of Rag Bhajan for the attainment of Braja Prema is not the Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In this Kali Yuga, there's no question of pleasing Lord Krishna without pleasing Lord Chaitanya. Human beings with good brain substance, Sumedhasaha, intelligently recognize that Lord Chaitanya is immensely pleased by the Lobhamaya performance of Sneha Samyukta Nam Sankirtan. There is no universally viable dharma in this age save the congregational chanting of the holy name. To reiterate, as well as emphasize a point briefly mentioned in Chapter 2, it should be doubly reaffirmed that in this age of Kali, the success of any other limb of devotional service, not excluding Bhagavat Shravan Kirtan, of which Transcendental book distribution, Brihat Bhagavat Kirtan, is an extension, largely depends upon one's isocronous absorption in the direct practice of Nam Sankirtan. It is seen with reference to Acharyavani that the most highly elevated, self-surrendering devotees doubtlessly prefer to exclusively embrace the congregational singing of the holy name rather than rely on other devotional processes for the evolvement of prema. In the Bhakti Shastras, the efficacy of Nam Sankirtan is well established above all other angas of bhakti. Tara Madhye Sarva Shrestha Nam Sankirtan Niraparadhe Nama Laila Paya Premadan. Chaitanya Charitamrita Antya 471. In fact, Nam Sankirtan stands alone as the greatest devotional practice, Maha Sadhana, and therefore reigns supreme as the only infallible means of attaining love of Godhead, Braja Prema. It is not that other forms of devotional service are as good as Nam Sankirtan, but somehow or other Nam Sankirtan is really not good enough, financially viable or whatever, obliging us not to highlight its performance in any way. If we are to propose that Nam Sankirtan is not good enough to merit our concern, then any engagement allegedly, quote, as good as Nam Sankirtan should also be equally ignored. Beyond that, the proposition that any devotional activity is in any way better than prosecuting the Yuga Dharma should be deemed sheer madness. Any other anga of sadhana bhakti deserves to be lauded as sadhana only if it in some way facilitates one's active absorption in Nam Sankirtan Ras. Further, any sadhana that fails to promote but rather tends to detract from one's progressive attachment to the process of Nam Sankirtan is simply an anartha, an impediment on the path of ultimate perfection, even if, in the broader sense, it is computed to be some sort of sankirtan. As one covets a particular mellow of loving relationship with Krishna, Nami, so also one's reciprocal ras in rapport with Harinam will manifest. Krishna's name is the living embodiment of all transcendental rasas, Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha. As Krishna is Bhava Grahi Janardana, so too is Sri Harinam. The Madhurya Bhaktas will cherish a conjugal attitude toward the holy name. The Vatsalya Bhaktas will serve the holy name in light of their parental affection. The Sakya Bhaktas will befriend the holy name as they would their best friend, Krishna, and so on. Merciful Sri Harinam Prabhu will appropriately answer to each individual devotee's unique approach. Knowledge of Virjendanandana Krishna Sambandha Tattva, Braja Bhakti Abhideya Tattva, and Braja Prem Prayojan Tattva, along with Braja Leela Vichar and so forth, as taught through the Shastras, is essentially required to give proper shape to one's worship of the holy name. It is supplementary information facilitating the flowering of Shuddhanam Bhajan for the unobstructed attainment of one's constitutional internal devotional mood, Bhav Siddhi. Although not reliant upon the force of scriptural injunctions, even one prompted by a spiritual greed, lobha, for the attainment of the moods of Braj, naturally seeks favorable guidance, inspiration, and nourishment from relevant scriptural information. As stated in the Bhagavatam 11.14.26, the more one's heart becomes purified by hearing and chanting about my beautiful pastimes, the more one can ably discern the subtle reality of the absolute truth, Vastu. The words tata tata pashyati vastu shukshmam in this Bhagavatam verse are significant in that they refer not only to a proportionately realized perception of the non-material, eternally substantial existence of the absolute, infinite Godhead and his infinite integrated counterpart internal spiritual potencies, but also to the simultaneous gradual identification of the Swarup of the Sat-Chit Ananda Siddha Deha, eternal spiritual body, of the integrally existing infinitesimal part and parcel living entity. God realization and self-realization go hand in hand, just as the sun's appearance in the firmament simultaneously facilitates one seeing both the body of the sun and one's own body. As such, this important instruction spoken by Lord Krishna to Uddhava undeniably indicates the feasibility of gradual self-discovery, understanding and perfectly realizing one's Braja Swarup by internal revelation through the purifying processes of hearing and chanting, without which Brajalok Anusharata, following the moods of the Brajbasis, and qualified Leela Smarna could hardly be achievable. Although recognized as a principal feature of Raganuga sadhana, Leela Smarna, particularly in Kali Yuga, is nevertheless inescapably dependent on kirtan. Endeavoring to separately practice Astakaliya Leela Smarna without doing kirtan is simply an inane attempt to besmear oneself with the hog stool of worldly illustriousness before the Vaishnav community. Of all types of kirtan, Nam, Rup, Guna, and Leela, Nam Kirtan, the loud singing of the holy name, is said to be primary and most efficacious. Furthermore, among the varieties of Nam Kirtan, Hare Krishna Mahamantra Sankirtan, coupled with Vairagya and Vidya, is highly esteemed as the most potent. The 32-syllable Mahamantra, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, is affirmed by the Shastras to be the approved Tarak Brahma Kirtan mantra for this present age of Kali. The Tarak Brahma Kirtan mantras prescribed for the previous yugas, Satya, Treta, Dwarpa, and Kali yugas in which avatars other than Lord Chaitanya appeared, are Aishvarya, or mixed Aishvarya Madhurya Maya mantras, bestowing the attainment of the Lord's majestic realms and subordinate rasas up to Vatsalya as their fruit. The Hare Krishna Mahamantra, however, is a Kevala Madhurya Maya Radha Krishna Yugal mantra, which integrates both Tarak and Parak potencies, granting to the Lobha Maya Shraddhavan Jan liberation from material existence, and far beyond that, the sweetest fruit of Braja Prema, culminating in the Madhurya Ras and the attainment of the eternal realm of Braj. It is not at all fortuitous that the Tarak Brahma Kirtan mantra, corresponding to the present age, in which the most munificent Lord Gauranga advented to broadcast the sweetest of all Madhurya mellows of Braj, Radha Dasyam, be absolutely in consonance with the very thrust of his mission. Much stress is therefore given to Hare Krishna Mahamantra Sankirtan. In truth, Lord Gauranga, Brajendra Nandana himself, cutting to the point, inaugurated the Yuga Dharma for the present age, the congregational chanting of the holy name, primarily the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, which, unlike the Dharmas, Dhyana, Yagya, and Archan, established in other yugas by Brajendranandana Krishna's expansions, happens to be the highest eternal occupation, Jaiva Dharma, of the soul, inherently possessed of the capacity to culture the spontaneous Madhurya moods of Braj. In this age, everyone, upon invoking the mercy of the Panchatattva, Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadhar, Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda, by the grace of Sat Parampara, can best access the course of concentrated Braja Bhakti Bhajan through the medium of Hare Krishna Mahamantra Sankirtan, which easily and powerfully promotes vibrant, all-round Nam, Rup, Guna, and Leela absorption in Krishna consciousness. Nevertheless, unless we progressively perform Mahamantra Sankirtan with proper depth of internal meditation, recognizing the superlative sense of Sambandha Abhideya Prayojan Vichar as per Rupanuga Gaudiya Vaishnav Siddhanta, while cultivating a greed for attaining the highest Ragmaya fruit of one's chanting, then our participation in the Sankirtan of the holy name will not engender the most desirable outcome. As a husband is the life and soul of his wife, Vadu, so Harinam Sankirtan, performed with the greed to taste the nectar, Braja Bhakti Ras, for which we are always anxious, is, in fact, Vidya Vadu Jivanam, the very life and soul of all transcendental knowledge found in the scriptures. What is the validity of a wife, Adhyatma Vidya, without her husband, Nam Sankirtan? Without the performance of Harinam Sankirtan, no other practices of Bhakti Yoga, such as residence in Mathura or association with devotees, are complete. Acharyavani additionally has it that even if we do exclusively Harinam Sankirtan, we will surely win all the fruits of residence in Mathura, associating with devotees, serving the deity with loving faith, and listening to the Bhagavatam. Thus, the preeminence of Nam Sankirtan is emphasized. Have no doubt about it. Simply through Harinam Sankirtan, all perfections come to the jiva. Those who worship the Lord by the congregational chanting of the holy name are most intelligent. As for the rest, they have been defeated by the sway of Kali's clutches. Sneha Samyukta Braja Prema Nam Sankirtan. We read about it, we armchair philosophize about it to the extent we're able. We distribute millions and billions of books about it, but to what extent are we actually living it? Let us take account. How much of it do we actually do? Consider another point. Although Krishna Nam Rup Guna Leela Katamrita is relished by the Lord's devotees both here and in the spiritual world, any form of preaching to reclaim wayward, corporally engrossed jivas is only done in this material world, which is sometimes manifested and sometimes not. Just as Paramatma, the Supersoul, is a temporarily manifested feature of the Lord, appearing only occasionally with the creation of the cosmos, so also Sri Guru's function as external representative of the Supersoul is a temporary or occasionally manifested affair. Similarly, preaching cannot really be said to be an eternal occupation of the Lord and his devotees. The function of Sri Guru as pertaining to the eternal abode, Sanatan Dham, as well as the activities or pastimes of the spiritual world, are in the true sense nitya, or eternal, whereas, although regularly resumed again and again with each successive cosmic creation, the pastimes unique to this realm, such as the birth of the Lord, the actual killing of demons, and even preaching to deliver fallen conditioned souls, should, for all intents and purposes, be seen as naimitika, or occasional leelas. Preaching through the medium of mass transcendental book distribution, as we have seen in recent years, does not exist in the spiritual world. It is temporarily manifested in this material world with the aid of the recently invented printing press, and will continue only as long as high-tech accoutrements grace the face of our so-called modern technological civilization. The performance of Prema Ras Maya Nam Sankirtan for the Lord's pleasure, however, is an eternal function of the soul and is ever featured in the highest realm of Golok. It should be noted with utmost interest and deference that it is this most powerful eternal aspect of devotional service which is directly descended from Golok Dham as the Yuga Dharma for this terribly fallen age. Only when Prema Nam Sankirtan descends to this dark material world does that eternal golden Sankirtan principle appear to assume a preaching demeanor as Harinam Prachar. By such divine appearance of the loudly broadcasted Ragmaya Mahamantra, the brightest holy name, and the darkest Kali Yuga display an extraordinary contrast unseen within this world during previous ages. Thus, this age of Kali and the holy name enhance each other's value. Actually, however, it is the rasic relishment of Nam Sankirtan, which is the eternal occupation of the jiva. The highest preaching demeanor of Nam Sankirtan is circumstantially, temporarily, manifest according to time, Kali Yuga, and place, the material world. Mass transcendental book distribution is not the eternal occupation of the living entity, though when done in full Krishna consciousness, it in every respect perfectly accords with the essential Sankirtan principle of pure devotional surrender, in keeping with its ultimately realizable internal Nitya Lila countertype. The ultimate purpose of all temporary, circumstantially manifested features of God, Guru, and various utility-based forms of devotional service associated with this external field is to awaken our innate loving service tendency toward the eternally substantial parallel Nitya Lila features of Guru and Godhead. The details of the featured forms change, whereas the essential ideological substance remains perpetually intact. For example, in the worship of the Archavigraha, as found in this world, the pujari, when decorating the deity, circumstantially needs to stick the deity's rings and other ornaments on his limbs with the help of sticky substances like beeswax and blue tack. Undoubtedly, the idea of ornamenting the Lord's body is an eternal reality, but the use of blue tack, it is not enough to merely move on the temporarily useful physical platform, barring any internally reflective counterpart Nitya Lila notion about our externally corresponding pure devotional engagements. The culture of Harinam Japa Yagya is said to be a disciple's first and foremost essential obligation at the feet of Sri Guru. Though apparently bearing a relatively small radius of para upakar audibility, a disciple's offenseless chanting of at least a fixed minimum number of holy names daily unquestionably constitutes the top priority, most substantial service to Sri Guru and his institution. In fact, the Guru imposes no more imperative order than to regularly complete one's prescribed personal japa vrat. Such is the incontrovertible status of Nam Japa's enormous significance. Personal absorption in Nam Bhajan is well ascertained to be a far more weighty devotional responsibility than a devotee's transcendental book distribution of any amount. Qualitative and quantitative increments in the chanting of Nam Japa appreciably augment one's personal purity. Moreover, Shuddha Nam Japa dynamically establishes one's internal spiritual link with Krishna's Antaranga Shaktis, through which alone one can ever hope to receive the empowerment required to effectually broadcast the holy name. In the same way, one should properly assess the collective value of congregational chanting. One must not witlessly underestimate, discount, or ignore the individual and communal spiritual worth and weightiness of earnestly executed Prema Dharma Harinam Sankirtan. It is not that because kirtan performances done with kol and kartal can be heard for only a relatively short distance, as is even more so the case with Nam Japa, Sri Harinam Sankirtan should be viewed dismissively, or its concerted community performance should be in any way slighted or abandoned, as if it were in some way outmoded. If such were the intention behind the instructions of any institutional founder in deference to the avail of the printing press, then perhaps, referring to the very scriptures so globally proliferated, we should by and large incisively question or even prudently decline the validity of such advice. Nam Japa is the vital force and invigorator for the Vaishnava individual. In the same way, Harinam Sankirtan is the spiritual strength, sustenance, and inspiration for the collective Vaishnava community. Transcendental book distribution certainly boasts the capability of heroically broadcasting knowledge of pure devotional principles to the remotest corners of the world. It makes for a better mousetrap, so to speak, only in terms of the amplitude of the word's propagability. This, however, does not in any way pose to overshadow or diminish the greater relative importance of community-stimulating Nam Sankirtan in terms of the latter's in-house value, any more than it would overshadow or diminish the spiritual worth and paramount consequence of the responsible completion of one's individually honored Nam Japa Vrat. Thus, when we say book distribution is, quote, better in terms of amplified propagability, we should not misconstrue that to mean better or more important in terms of a clearly dissimilar reference point, namely the in-house value of communal Sankirtan. No doubt, the dissemination of Vaishnava philosophy via the medium of transcendental book distribution is for the classes, intelligentsia. Nevertheless, readily accessible Krishna-conscious involvement and direct spiritual experience by way of purely and powerfully performed congregational hearing and chanting of the holy name is markedly elevating and enlivening for both the classes and the masses. It is not that because Harinam Sankirtan is said to be, quote, for the masses, it is not also meant for the classes. If anything, those who are intellectually fit to discuss the values of life should be able to gain a more profound philosophical grasp of the Sankirtan principle and quickly achieve nishta for its sublime application. Beyond that, the advanced inner circle, the Rasik relishers of Lila Katha, will most ably value the thing in the deepest manner. Direct, localized Sankirtan performances with kol and kartal may not be so extensively audible in the world, having less potential global mobility than proliferated literatures. Still, on account of its special inspirational efficacy, far greater importance should be attached to the nourishing cultivation and maintenance of a strong individual and collective relishment and appreciation of eternally nectarious Shuddhanam Sankirtan Ras within the Vaishnav community and beyond, than to the, quote, business of transcendental book distribution. Brihat Kirtan, notwithstanding the latter's useful, temporarily manifest, far extendable outreach. Harinam Sankirtan is not to be taken as a curiously quaint holiday novelty, a blast from the annals of Gaudiya Vaishnav history, something we anthropologically study about in the books. Sankirtan, the congregational chanting of the holy name, is forever the life and soul of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement. Faith in the process of Harinam Sankirtan is the fundamental root of the tree of Krishna consciousness, the strength of the Krishna consciousness movement, its essential foundation. If the foundation is weak, if the root is starved or rotten, then what outcome could we expect from the whole affair? The philosophy of half the hen. We want the golden eggs, but it's more economical if we don't have to feed the thing. And anyway, Harinam Sankirtan don't make no money. We have our huge establishments with their enormous attendant overhead expenditures to agonize about. $0. Just pick it to the bone and bring it on home. For years together, I have observed among many of the esteemed members of the Krishna consciousness movement, from top to bottom, the regrettable misconceptions, oversight, sheer disinterest, or total neglect surrounding the token importance, if any, assigned to the performance of Harinam Sankirtan within the society of devotees. I am thus compelled to humbly remind all concerned that this soul-stimulating, dynamically absorbing, congregational preaching mode of self-realization, Nam Sankirtan Yagya, should increasingly complement transcendental book distribution and all other aspects of devotional life with a serious view to bringing the bliss back into the lives of the bungling bhaktas. It is not that just because we have joined Lord Chaitanya's Harinam Sankirtan movement, we therefore don't need to bother ourselves to go out on Harinam Sankirtan. How can we expect to get ruchi for something we scarcely do? Shuddhanam Kirtan ruchi is not so cheap that merely by official, institutionally regimented token gesture or lame lip service we should expect to achieve the thing. We have to go deeper, beyond the call of duty, beyond the ceremonious filing in and filing out of the stipulated, quote, temple programs. When Mother Yashoda was trying to bind Bala Krishna to the grinding mortar, she was mystified to find that she was again and again 2 fingers short of success. One finger represents a devotee's steadfast extra endeavor. The other represents Krishna's divine dispensation, his special mercy. Correspondingly, Sri Harinam Prabhu first wants to see our steadfast extra endeavor. Then comes his special mercy. Alongside whatever other services we may be doing on any level, all of us, irrespective of organizational echelon, would do well to assiduously find or make the time to both privately and publicly do more Harinam Sankirtan and see the long-lasting internal, personal/communal, and external, outreaching/para upakara results. If our authorities disallow, discourage, disparage, or in any way hamper our focus on the performance of Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan, then they are not our authorities. If our gurus instruct us not to concentrate our energies and resources on the performance of Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan, then, with all due respect, they are not our gurus. As Bali Maharaj rejected the order of his guru, Shukracharya, we should be prepared to similarly disobey the instructions of millions of, quote, gurus who in any way dissuade us from surrendering to the Yuga Dharma. Trinadapi Sunichena, Kirtaniya Sadahri. What does it mean to have the genuine humility required to constantly and uncompromisingly adhere to the practice of Nam Sankirtan? To unwittingly allow ourselves to be regressed to a state of infancy by the institutional manipulators of men and money, that they might conveniently maneuver us to advance their managerial agenda according to their whims via their artful appliance of the principles of child psychology, is not what is truly meant by Trinada pi suni chena. The correct understanding is very simple for the simple, contextually implied by the proposed adoption of an attitude of humbleness is simply the seemliness in honestly admitting that we are fallen Kali Yuga creatures, having no qualification to achieve the goal of life by any means other than the process foreordained by the Shastras and propagated by the most merciful Lord Gora, as the only viable dharma for the deliverance of the fallen souls of this age, namely Harinam Sankirtan. Equally connoted is the spiritual integrity required to boldly stand up against all odds, Toror iva sahishnuna, and simply do what is right according to time, Kali Yuga, and circumstance, our fallen condition. In doing so, we should not unrealistically expect to be regarded as being fit for any other practice, amanina, and we should respect, manadena, the true self-interest of other similarly fallen Kali Yuga creatures in the matter of their attaining the fruit of Brajaprema, by encouraging them to also take up the dharma of the age. Kirtaniya Sadahari is not achieved by not doing Nam Sankirtan. Harinam Sankirtan is the best and most powerful process for awakening one's taste and attachment for the holy name. One who fortunately gains authentic Shuddhanam Ruchi and intelligently amasses stockpiles of solid background experience in the matter of relishing the nectar of Nam Sankirtan Ras will most likely never depart from the path of unalloyed devotional bhajan. Without having the impulse to enthusiastically practice the religion of this age, Harinam Sankirtan, what Vaishnav or Vaishnavi can claim to have Shuddhanam Ruchi? Without having extensively engaged in vigorous, daily prolonged performances of the Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan, what Vaishnav or Vaishnavi can honestly claim to have ascended to the terrace of Prema? Without purposely promoting the daily promulgation of the Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan, what devotional community can viably proclaim its intent to alleviate its members to life's ultimate perfection? Without deliberately stimulating and fostering the worldwide daily promulgation of the Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan, what institution can claim to be truly representing the Sankirtan movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu? Distribute books, distribute books, distribute books. But who is reading the books? Read books, read books, read books, but not to be bookwormish. Bookworms go through page after page of a book, or perhaps many books, but to what avail? They superficially ingest mouthfuls only to witlessly defecate upon the very pages so ingested, remaining totally oblivious to the essential rasmaya import of the Shastras. Without practically implementing by sensibly dedicating a substantial portion of life's time and energy to the direct performance of Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan with a view to achieving the pinnacle of Rupanuga Bhajan, what individual or group of individuals can claim to have rightly comprehended and applied the devotional science enunciated in the scriptures, proliferated by the Gaudiya Vaishnavacharyas through disciplic succession? When deeply considered from the standpoint of a Madhurya Bhakta, Harinam Japa Yagya can be likened to the most intimate Nikunja Seva of Jugal Kishore. It is tantamount to Radhe Shyam's mercifully coming to personally accept one's solitary services and enjoy their pleasure pastimes at one's own kunja. Sankirtan Yagya performed privately behind closed doors, as was done by Lord Gauranga and company at Srivas Anga, can be compared to Radha and Krishna's more intimate Raslila relishment among their inner circle of friends. Similarly, public Nagar Sankirtan smacks of the less intimate Maharas Leela performances where outsiders, rivals, and newcomers, sadhana siddhas, are admitted. Ras Leela delight, Nam Sankirtan, essentially serves as a kind of foreplay, an appetizer to profoundly stimulate in both Krishna and his beloveds a mutual attraction for more advanced, deeply amorous, more esoteric, private conjugal pastimes, Nam Japa. The Ras Leela performances, Nam Sankirtan, can never be complete or very meaningful without ultimately arousing the Lord's intensified passion for reciprocating the individual gopis' desires for most confidential, sequestered loving services, Nam Japa. Such consummate experience of the deepest personal reciprocation with the Lord naturally inspires his lovers to replay nightly the Ras dance in such a way so as to further more and more intensified intimacy with him again and again. Likewise, the consummate experience of genuine, unvitiated solitary absorption in Shuddhanam Japa unsurprisingly promotes in a true sadhaka a powerful impetus to enthusiastically dance and chant in ever-inspirational Harinam Sankirtan on a daily basis. Such is the synergic correlation between Nam Japa and Nam Sankirtan that both reciprocally serve to enhance the value of one another. Ras Leela, as a cooperative group effort to please the Lord, truly tests as well as reveals to Lord Krishna the enchanting beauty and sweetness of the selfless loving service attitude of a gopi maidservant. As he sees and increasingly appreciates the beauty and purity of her unstinting, transcendentally altruistic, para-upakar punctuated love, Krishna naturally feels especially inclined to intimately share himself with her in ways otherwise unimaginable. Such beautified cognition of the extent of her beloved Lord and Lady's special mercy upon her own unique person naturally moves the Saki to share her exhilaration with her confidential associates and maidservants. Without gaining the advanced experience of such intimacy, she would hardly have very much to impart to anyone. The proof of her advancement is seen in her redoubled purposeful compulsion on the basis of her own loving ecstasies to generously encourage others to embrace the same success formula as she embraced. In other words, when Krishna notices a Sankirtan devotee's concerted endeavors to magnanimously share the priceless treasure of Krishna consciousness with others via the congregational chanting of the holy name, then from within he dynamically enhances to the profoundest degree an individual's personal confidential relishment of Harinam Ras through the medium of Nam Japa. Harinam Sankirtan, when enthusiastically performed to satisfy Guru and Gauranga, dynamically dissolves any residual scraps of egocentricity within the heart of a pure devotional candidate, enabling one to deeply endear oneself in all intimacy to the holy name. When Harinam Prabhu becomes attracted to the benevolence and sweet-heartedness of a devotee, he becomes naturally inclined to constantly keep the devotee's company. Krishna Nam is an all-blissful, all-sentient person. We must always remember that love is a two-way street. Constant chanting of the holy name is a matter of mutual attraction. Love birds of a feather flock together. It can never be a forced affair. The internal relation of the beauty and sweetness of reciprocal, loving Radha Krishna Nam Bhajan certainly further enthuses a soft-hearted devotee to repeatedly share with others the nectar of the holy name through the medium of loud congregational chanting and dancing. When, as a pure-hearted Harinam Bhajananandi, one dives into the ambrosial ocean of Harinam Japa, one progressively surfaces in the nectareous ocean of Nam Sankirtan, and then resurfaces with renewed strength, relish, and realization in the ocean of Japananda. Thus, Harinam Sankirtan dynamically promotes the selfless, sacrificial service attitude essentially required for profoundest absorption in Braja Radha Krishna Nam Bhajan. Although it is seen that self-sacrificing Shuddhanam Japa and empowered Harinam Sankirtan stand alternately as inspirational impetuses to each other, it must further be recognized that Nam Bhajan ultimately finds its loftiest, most exuberant exaltation in the loud congregational chanting of the holy name. This statement, made with reference to the consideration of the supramundane expansion of Krishna's transcendental bliss, is not at all intended to undermine or sidestep the fundamental importance of an individual's regular chanting of Nam Japa. Rather, the intention is to illustrate how Nam Bhajan achieves magnified power from the interpersonal support gained by doing Harinam Sankirtan in the association of saintly, swan-like devotees. Analogously, the consummate union of the divine couple forms the central jewel in the necklace of all conjugal pastimes of the Lord. Nevertheless, Lila Vilas, as described in Rupa Goswami's Ujjvala Nilamani, though preludial to the impending fulfillment, the final conclusion of the whole affair, Samprayog, nevertheless transcendentally tantalizes the Lord with a pleasure far surpassing that of the ultimately achieved conjugal union itself. The appetizers are, in certain respects, transcendentally more powerfully stimulating and super excellently flavorful than the forthcoming feast. From another angle, it may be remembered that, in the course of her pleasure pastimes, wherein Sham's happiness is the very foundation of her own, Radha's personal endeavor to mercifully engage the other Sakhis rewards her with a happiness far more relishable than the happiness derived from her own private meetings with her beloved Lord. The simple truth is that Lord Krishna is far more easily attracted, pleased, and conquered by the cooperative group effort to congregationally petition his benevolence upon an assembly of individuals through the process of Sankirtan than by an individual's solitary or separatistic endeavor. All these things are simply beyond material calculation and have to be appreciated and realized by practical samadhi, or pure devotional absorption. Any experienced self-sacrificing kirtaniya can positively attest to the greatly encouraging Anandamaya influence and even more to the intensity of internal heartfelt spiritual enrichment noticed upon the sincere, qualitative and quantitative performance of Nam Sankirtan Yajna. It is for this reason that within the society of devotees, more stress should be given to Harinam Sankirtan in pursuit of an enhanced Krishna-conscious love, trust, and enlivenment among the groups of individuals who make up the society. Again, I emphasize, as Harinam Japa is required for strengthening the individual devotee, so Harinam Sankirtan is essential for strengthening, revitalizing, unifying, and purifying the Vaishnav community. Moreover, such cooperative group endeavor to uplift and enliven the Vaishnav community further synergically enhances the breadth and depth of the Krishna-conscious experience in the community's individuals. If we sincerely desire to deepen and redouble our taste for chanting the holy name, then we would do very well to correctly comprehend and faithfully consign our intelligence to the instructions of our predecessor acharyas, take shelter of Gornitai, and simply do more Harinam Sankirtan. If we recognize the enormous need to practically expand the ocean of transcendental fortune and bliss to touch the lives of other pious souls in the matter of increasing and maintaining Krishna's family of devotees, then we would surely do well to take shelter of Gornitai and do more Harinam Sankirtan. If we at all acknowledge the intermutual need to expedite the purification of our Vaishnav relationships, then we would all do very well to concertedly take shelter of Gornitai and do more Harinam Sankirtan. If we seriously want to go well beyond the bodily concept of life, to realize the highest constitutional spiritual identity of the self, Braja Sarup, then we would do very well to set all worldly considerations aside, take shelter of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and do more Harinam Sankirtan. If we truly desire the perfection of the Brajabhavas, by which we could ever hope to attain the pleasure pastimes of the Lord in the topmost realm of Braja, then we would do very well to do more Harinam Sankirtan. If we at all see the need to expedite our progress to the terrace of Vipralamba Bhav Maya Braja Prema for the pleasure of Guru and Gauranga, in consonance with the very purpose of their mission, then we would do very well to do more Harinam Sankirtan. If we, honestly confessing any delinquency in the matter of its performance, sense a deficiency in the evolvement of our individual and collective pure devotional experience as regards insight, revelation, and realization, then we would by all means do very well to abandon all apprehensions about the thing and simply do more Harinam Sankirtan. If we want the lifelong inspiration to carry on with our transcendental book distribution in a most viable way, then we would certainly do very, very well to do more Harinam Sankirtan in order to deeply appreciate and enthusiastically share the very essence of what the books are, in so many words, purposely promoting. Given that we might, with a view to accomplish the as-yet-to-be-realized final half of Srila Prabhupada's mission, deem the re-establishment of Varnashram Dharma in present-day human society to be of paramount importance, even still, we would do very, very well to intelligently put the horse before the cart and concertedly all the world over do more mass Harinam Sankirtan to practically increase the piety and spiritual consciousness of the masses in order to even hope to make possible that which is virtually impossible under the present so-called, quote, for the people, by the people, heinously roguish, demonic, world-domineering, crime syndicate coerced, corporatist, puppet, governmental misleadership. Godless, religio-racist, multinational corporate elitists and other hardcore, ruthless, Rakshasa-like, terror-breathing global tyrants are not going to politely wait for us, the members of the Krishna consciousness movement, to finally, all over the world, wake up to our inalienable right and responsibility to do more and more mass Harinam Sankirtan. Institutional management has neither the authority to sanction nor the right to interdict or in any way inhibit the performance of the Yuga Dharma. The will of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ultimately pulls rank on institutional authority. Please remember that in Kali Yuga, the Supreme Personality of Godhead descends from Golok Dham to protect the sadhus and annihilate the demons by resoundingly manifesting as his holy name on the tongues of his pure devotees. The divine descent of Kali Yuga Krishna Avatar Sri Harinam Roop alone can affect the downfall of such stealthy, insidiously scheming, media-manipulating, latter-day murderous, war-money-mongering demons and carcass-devouring pseudo-religionists of Kamsa's and Putana's class. Even if we prefer to pursue variant paths of spiritual perfection, or even if our all-consuming exigencies cannot go beyond the transitory urgency to put food on the table and give peace a chance, all the same, we would definitely do very, very well to have faith in the yajna for this age and simply do more and more Harinam Sankirtan. Let us not wait until the fag end of life, when varieties of physical and mental decrepitude will render our bodies inoperative, to wisely recognize this principle. The urgency is enormous. Jeev Jago, Jeev Jago. The time is now. Now is the time for revolution, a revolution of consciousness, a revolution of priorities, a reality check. All personal, communal, institutional, and interinstitutional devotional inadequacies, anomalies, and inequities, as well as all domestic, public, socio-political, governmental, and intergovernmental irregularities of this age can be positively surmounted simply by intelligently administering heavier, more frequent, medicinal doses of life-giving Yuga Dharma Sri Harinam Sankirtan. Once again, if we're not part of the solution, we're part of the problem. We have busied ourselves over the years trying so many other ideas. Why not sincerely concede to this one and be pleasantly surprised? We hardly expect to revamp the mental climate of an entire society. It is unlikely everyone will be genuine enough to rise to the occasion and seriously implement, but the faithful individuals who do will beyond a shred of doubt be recognized by Lord Chaitanya and immensely benefited. The proliferation of transcendental literature is certainly the best advertising front of the Krishna consciousness movement. The idea is to canvass in such a way as to persuade human society's literate intelligentsia to join the fold of Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement on the basis of convincingly sound reason and philosophy. If there is an absolute truth, and that absolute truth is an eternal, all-sentient, all-blissful, all-attractive person, possessed of infinite transcendental forms, qualities, and pastimes, exhibiting his unlimited beauty, knowledge, wealth, power, fame, and supreme independence, as can be glimpsed through the scriptures, then certainly his absolute self-same holy names should be deemed most sublime, venerable, and worthy of our individual and congregational total deference and loving surrender. Transcendental book distribution can be compared to a Sakhi's campaign to enlist new girls to become dedicated followers of Mahabhav Swarupini Sri Radhika. Certainly, no book distributor in the line of Rupa Goswami would be caught dead canvassing on behalf of Chandravali. Ragamanjari is perhaps the Lord's best and most reliable messenger, having opted to become his Vamsi flute. Knowing the purpose of her Swamini's inner heart, Ragamanjari serves in the form of the flute to mercifully break the resolve of Radha's man, or jealous pouting, forcefully facilitating the fruition of her mistress's deepest desires to intimately satisfy her beloved Shyam. She similarly serves to satisfy Radha's cupidity for expanding the sweet empire of Shyam's amorous diversions by artfully calling all the new Sadhanasiddha gopis for Maharas at Vamsivat near the Yamuna's shore. The Sadhanasiddha gopis, possessed of their fully actuated Satchit Ananda Siddha Deha, and the adhikar for directly participating in Radha Krishna's Prakat Leelas, having risen from the status of ordinary human beings, for the first time enter the sacrificial arena of confidential love dalliances with their beloved Lord through the Vamsivat gateway at the time of Maharas. It is said that Krishna's flute, feeling acute pangs of separation from the Lord, manifested in Kali Yuga as Sri Mridanga to participate in the Lord's Audarya Leelas. The Mridanga principle has expanded its influence by way of appearing as the Brihat Mridanga printing press, which facilitates mass production and proliferation of Vaishnav scriptures. Broadcasted Bhagavat Katha by means of transcendental book distribution could, therefore, be suitably likened to the call of Krishna's flute, which purposely serves to arouse intensified purvarag, or preliminary attraction in the hearts of the damsels of Braj. The mercifully extended flute call, book distribution, magnetically allures the Brajasundaris, fortunate souls, away from their so-called husbands, all superficially binding mundane considerations, to excitedly dash off to join the Ras dance festivities, Harinam Sankirtan. Hence, they become progressively more and more qualified and inspired to enter deeply into the intimate Nakunja Sevas of the divine couple, Nam Japa. Again and again, they anxiously hearken to the overtures of the flute, Bhagavat Katamrita, and become ever more irresistibly enchanted. Again and again, they skillfully shake the shackles of household encumbrances to ebulliently sing and dance in Ras Leela delight, Harinam Sankirtan, in order to transcendentally enrapture the Lord of all supramundane conjugal beatitude. Again and again, they blissfully receive and personally serve the divine couple at their private pleasure groves within the all-enchanting forest of Braja, Harinam Japa. What a disappointment! What a letdown! What a treachery! What a sham! If after so much canvassing, if after answering to so much flute calling, transcendental book distribution, the excited Brajasundaris, Bhaktagan, find to their disillusionment upon arriving at the Ras Mandal, the Hare Krishna movement, no Ras Leela festival, invigorating, publicly demonstrated Harinam Sankirtan. If, upon reading the advertisements, Vaishnav Shastras, and expectantly joining Lord Chaitanya's Harinam Sankirtan movement, having been philosophically persuaded to faithfully surrender to the idea of prosecuting the Yuga Dharma, Harinam Sankirtan, one chances to notice a pitiful dearth of Harinam Sankirtan painfully persisting among the vast majority of the movement's members in most corners of the world, would one not wonder as to whether one had in fact actually found Lord Chaitanya's Sankirtan movement of the holy name? Was it false advertising or what? The Braja Gopis were not satiated by Ras dancing for the duration of an entire night of Brahma. Similarly, anyone who has gained a grain of regard for Kali Yuga Dharma Harinam Sankirtan would not very much appreciate the extent to which Harinam Sankirtan has been sidelined and so irresponsibly de-emphasized over the years in Lord Chaitanya's Harinam Sankirtan movement. Advertising and advertising, but what in God's name are we advertising? Do we have any idea? Have we actually understood? Chanting, dancing, feasting, and philosophy. The philosophy in the books is basically to convince us to chant and dance. Feasting is to energize our chanting and dancing. Chanting and dancing is required for getting a taste for chanting and dancing. Chanting and dancing with a taste for chanting and dancing is actually required to progress to the position of ecstatically chanting and dancing on the stage of preliminary love of Godhead, Bhav Siddhi. And chanting and dancing in spontaneous devotional ecstasy on the stage of Bhav Siddhi is an absolute prerequisite for chanting and dancing in Lord Chaitanya's eternal Prema Sankirtan Leelas in the spiritual sky. The current bustle about writing, publishing, distributing, and reading transcendental literatures expounding the science of Krishna consciousness, though brilliantly facilitating the widespread inculcation of spiritual values upon the ignorant populace, is nonetheless a temporarily manifested, externally oriented phenomenon. Yet it unquestionably finds its internal, original, timeless counterpart in the messenger services and Nam Rup Guna Lila Katha done by Sri Sri Radha Krishna's Nitya Parikar Gopa and Gopi associates of Goloka Vrindavan. We must always remember that the real purpose of the scripture's outreach is to advance a purified Ragmayi inreach in both the receptive reader and the progressive preacher. The printing press can be considered a Ragmarg implement only to the extent that whatever is printed by the press actually promotes attraction to and deep attachment for the principles of Braja Bhakti Bhajan. A printing press in and of itself is not a Brihat Mridanga. If the press is hijacked by materialistic entrepreneurs to produce volumes and volumes of crow-infested, garbage dump-like mundane novels, poetries, and porn, are we to laud the printing press as a Brihat Mridanga? Would it be at all unreasonable to suggest that the status of the printing press actually depends on the quality of the service rendered, the purpose for which the thing is being used? Human life is meant for purposefulness. Krishna consciousness is like a razor's edge. If a razor is utilized as an instrument for shaving, then it serves its true purpose and may rightly be called a razor. Of course, if the blade is dull, like the wit of one unfit to ascertain the import of the Acharya's observations regarding this point of discussion, we could hardly expect much success, even it is professedly well used. If the blade is purposely used to slash another's jugular vein, however, one might call it a razor, but in effect, it is actually a lethal weapon. A mridanga exists to enhance the kirtan of the Lord's holy names. If the mridanga is used to enhance mundane cinema songs, is it still to be deemed a mridanga? It may look like a mridanga, it may sound like a mridanga, but is it truly a mridanga? It is a mridanga in name only. Similarly, if the, quote, preachers of the Krishna consciousness movement use the printing press to present volumes and volumes of articles exclusively moralizing on the all-importance of Varnashram and Vaidhi Marg correctitudes, while evading, suspending, suppressing, disparaging, or altogether denouncing topics regarding the practical implementation of the principles of Ragmarg sadhana, is their printing press still to be deemed an implement of Rag Bhakti? What makes using the genuine Brihat Mridanga printing press a part of the Ragmarg process of devotional service is its use as a tool to propagate the principles of Rag Bhakti. If the press were to be used exclusively for the purpose of extolling the importance of Vaidhi Bhakti without emphasizing Vidhi's role in propping up the evolvement of Rag, it would no longer boast its pride of place on the path of Rag. Preaching can only be considered a symphonious feature of Rag Marg Bhajan if the aim of one's preaching is to progressively awaken a resolute greed for the ultimate attainment of Rag Maya Prema in the hearts of those to whom one preaches. Are there not innumerable preachers of various sectarian denominations tirelessly preaching their wearisome religio-moralistic dogmas, dismally devoid of the slightest scent of even the least of Vrindavan's flowers? Are there rapturous preachity preachments to be regarded as Rag Marg Bhakti? Compassion serving any objective other than the arousal of the jiva's dormant highest potential Anandamaya eligibility for culturing the superlative moods of Braj can hardly be deemed compassion at all. We may call it compassion on one level or another, but such so-called compassion, whether materially or spiritually directed, may be compared to throwing a parched and gasping fish into a mirage, tossing breadcrumbs to a pent-up freedom-loving bird in a cage, donating a nickel to an impoverished ex-billionaire, giving a starving man a luxuriant flower garland, or offering a dying man a $1 million coffin. Alternatively, there are others well equipped with esoteric shastric data who fraudulently make a show of preaching Rag Marg Bhakti in the world to satisfy their self-establishing lust for labha, puja, and pratishta. Is their preaching to be regarded as instrumental to anyone's Rag Marg Bhajan? Once again, we scrutinize the mindset that backs our activities in Krishna consciousness, our purity of purpose. In truth, no external action, preaching, book publication, book distribution, Nam Sankirtan, Nam Japa, Sadhu Sangha, Vrindavan Vas, Archan, Prasad Seva, pot washing, or whatever, can be considered an aspect of either a Jataruchi or Jataruchi Raganuga sadhana if it is not prompted by a greed to attain the perfection of one's Abhishta Brajabhav. If one does not recognize within oneself a specific attraction to any one of Krishna's Nitya Parika Brajabhav exemplars, if one does not have a desired bhav, then there is no question of one's external engagements in devotional service being prompted by an innate lobha owing to lobha's non-appearance. Hence, one's devotional activities can never be accepted as Nija Abhishta Bhav Maya, Sambandhi, Anukul, Avirudha, or even Virudha, for that matter, simply because there is no Nija Abhishta Bhav reference point involved to merit the consideration of such judgments. If one has neither the prerequisite lobha nor the inclination toward relevant internal devotional absorption, the very substance that establishes one's eligibility to pursue the path of rag, and if one feels no urgency upon the escalation of such lobha to propagate rag marg bhakti in the world as per the will of the Lord, then one may preachity preach till one is blue in the face, or distribute innumerable volumes and volumes of transcendental literatures till the cows come home, and still one's actions will never be deemed any sort of rag marg sadhana, nor will they engender rag marg bhav as their direct outcome. One could hardly expect to gain the outcome of Raganuga sadhana on the strength of one's external devotional engagements if the inward and outward features of one's devotional performances do not assume ragmarg characteristics. If a sadhaka's action is prompted merely by shastric vidhi and guru's order, then such action, however enthusiastic, is to be relegated to a status no loftier than Vaidhi Marg sadhana, Arop Siddha Bhakti, or perhaps Niskam or even Sakam Karma Yoga, depending on the quality of the motivation involved. Reverential Vaidika devotion, Maryada Bhakti, done with earnest enthusiasm, Utsaha, at the stages of Ruchi, Asakti, or even Bhav for that matter, also cannot be rightly deemed the cultivation of Rag Bhakti by dint of the performer's lack of greed for achieving the Madhurya sentiments of the Brajbasis. For the deserving Lobhamaya sadhaka, however, who unpretentiously endeavors to conscionably cultivate the moods of Braj, differentiating between favorable and unfavorable practices, while inwardly musing upon the eternal Braj-lila archetype features of all culturally transfigured varieties of external devotional engagement, practically anything done as well as any apparatus employed to internally or externally advance Lord Gauranga's mission to flood the world with Braja Bhakti Ras can be accepted as an influential part and parcel of the Ragmarg dimension, commensurate with the individual's measure of unalloyed devotional progress. Much of the paraphernalia diversely utilized in modern world Krishna consciousness, automobiles, jet airplanes, amplifiers, computers, cameras, printing presses, cell phones, audio-video recording and broadcasting devices, refrigerators, gas burners, electric blenders, neon lights, singing alarm clocks, disposable diapers, etc., etc., may be circumstantially accepted in the attempt to facilitate or expedite the solid external preaching progress of the Krishna consciousness movement, but in the end, it would be preposterous to think that we could take these temporarily useful accoutrements with us when we go to the spiritual world. No doubt, as long as the present-day oil-based techno-industrial civilization holds up, we really ought to take full advantage of all these gorgeous Kali Yuga arrangements as far as possible. We must, however, scrupulously avoid the inanity of becoming unnecessarily attached to or reliant upon the service methodologies and preaching paradigms generated by the inclusion of these various external trappings to the point of spinelessly minimizing or even blindly excluding the essential internal culture of Radha Krishna Prema Bhakti Ras through the eternally viable process of Nam Sankirtan. Although we should doubtlessly make our lifelong plans for disseminating Krishna consciousness through the medium of transcendental book distribution, we should not naively overlook the inevitability of various God-sanctioned upheavals in material nature. The sudden demise of our demonic, technologically advanced civilization is not a karmic impossibility. If such were to occur at any time, we would hardly expect to see the continued feasibility of mass book distribution as we know it today. Will we be left with our gas tanks empty, our book bags empty, our piggy banks empty, our minds empty, our hearts empty, our lives empty, and our mouths empty, having never gained a tangible taste or attachment for the congregational chanting of the holy name? Will such a fate ever force us to finally acknowledge by default the sublime shelter of Harinam Sankirtan? All of our computers will have long since crashed. No more email, no more internet, no more television, No more printing press. No more newspapers. Damn, man, none of our MP3 players and iPods will sing for us anymore. You mean we'll have to do it ourselves? We may have to close the temples. We may lose our cozy ashram habitats. We may have to live and die under the trees. But despite the extreme miseries of life, we must never desist from our determination to chant the holy name of Krishna, though we are hardly able. Anyway, as you ramble on through life, dear reader, whatever fancy be your goal, keep your eyes upon the donut and not upon the hole. Kali Yuga is an ocean of innumerable hole-like faults, yet there is one tremendous redeeming donut-like quality, Sankirtan of the holy name of Krishna. Again, I assert, the holy name is the living embodiment of all spiritual rasas, Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha. There is nothing but the holy name to be had in the 14 worlds, so take shelter of the holy name as your only business. Be proactive. Don't procrastinate. Don't think these words to be mere cliché or sampradaic platitudinous mumbo-jumbo. Harer Nama, Harer Nama, Harer Nam Eva Kevalam. Don't think this chanting and dancing will not lead to the desired goal. It will, if you do it. I speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me Krishna. So help me Gora. So help me Srila Prabhupada. I have no knowledge. I am no scholar, and I have no devotion. I am not a Bhakti Vedanta. I am not even a Bhakti Shastri. I'm not a Bhakti anything. For all the decades of whatever little sorry service I have managed to muster to the Hare Krishna movement, I have never really ever amounted to very much. Moreover, how very meager is my every kind of so-called sadhana. All my endeavors are fraught with a myriad of imperfections. Practically, I have no recourse, no other hope, no other sadhana than to pitifully cry for the special causeless mercy of the Lord and his devotees. I continue to stand as an insignificant, very low-class, so-called disciple of a very high-class guru. Indeed, fool that I am, I have not even the slightest remorse for that. Still, by the grace of my beloved spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, within me has somehow grown an exceptionally profound regard and attachment for Krishna's holy name. Without pretense, I beg my esteemed readers to mercifully bless me with even so much as a Brajaduli dust particle of Ragmayi loving service to the holy name, which ever exaltedly reigns as the heart of transcendental book distribution. My dear most love-worthy and merciful Radha Shama Sundar, I end these effusive outpourings in the dust of your lotus feet on this 15th day of August 2009, corresponding to the 123rd Sacred Appearance Day anniversary of His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada in the year Gaurabda 523 at the Krishna Balaram Mandir, situated in the blissful, wish-fulfilling pleasure sands, Raman Reti, of your resplendent land of Sri Vrindavan Dham. May the broad-minded, forward-thinking souls evermore respect these deliberations, which are replete with profound concerns for advancing a more progressive culture of Antaranga Bhakti in the lives of your seriously dedicated Sankirtan devotees. Please let those essence-seeking, deeply introspective, soft-hearted individuals who patiently and sincerely read or hear these verbose utterances very soon attain the highest transcendental happiness, Paramananda, in the spontaneous loving service of your lotus feet according to their innermost heart's aspirations. Om Tat Sat. Please greedily chant Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, from the heart, and be happy. Appendix. Meaning of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare, O Radhe, mistakenly leaving aside the shelter of your soft lotus feet, I have come to this world to suffer unbearable material pangs and continuously offend you. Please forgive me. Krishna, O Krishna, you are the supreme husband, attractive to all living entities. I surrender at your lotus feet. Please grant me the matchless gift of your unalloyed devotional service and mitigate the piercing pain of our separation. Hare, O Radhe, now, abjuring the worldly vanity of male egoism, I beg to eternally remain as your female friend and maidservant in the land of Braj. You are my supreme goddess and the mistress of my heart. Please uplift me and protect me. Krishna, O Krishna, you are unlimitedly handsome and thus naturally enchant the hearts of all young girls. Please accept me as a maidservant of your maidservant's maidservant. Krishna, O Cupid of Vrindavan, you are Radharani's Priyatama, and my Priyatama also. I offer my everything to you. Please accept me and be satisfied with whatever little I can offer. Krishna, O cunning boy, is it to your liking to neglect me? Please don't discourage my long-cherished desire to have you as my supreme husband. Hare, O Radhe, please tell about me to your Krishna and pacify my heart. Hare, O Radhe, please save me. Hare, O Radhe, you are very merciful to your devotees. Please shower unprecedented mercy upon me, your insignificant maidservant. Rama, O Radhika Raman, O Sham, you are pleased by devotion to your devotees. Please find some reason to be pleased with me and shower me with your special causeless mercy. Hare, O Radhike, your pleasure pastimes are unfathomable. Please accept me as your own and engage me in any fitting service as you please. Rama, O lover boy, why are you looking at me like that? There are millions of girls much more beautiful than me in this land of Braj. Rama, O debauchee number one, don't touch the delicacies. Do you think we are up for grabs? Don't think we can be gotten so easily. Rama, Oh, you nonsense, let go of my sari. Get back. Stop grabbing me. Hare, Hey Radhe, your lover is incorrigible. Please subdue him with your infinite charms. Hare, O Radhe, please save me.